Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. And no fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Welcome back to Champions Poker Live. This is Kyle Miller in booth tonight for our Friday Frenzy, joined by none other than Andrew Voden of Voden Vlogs. How's it going tonight, Andrew?
Glad to be back. Hope everyone stayed safe during the storm. Yeah, I'm excited for tonight.
Yeah, some familiar faces. Looks like we've got a little bit of a pre-tip done, but every player buying in for 1,000, starting off just underneath that. That's what we're seeing there, just a little pre-tip action going on. And we'll make our rounds, introduce you to each and every player. Somehow usually draws the one seat. Random seat drawings here on the live stream, but G8 starting things off in the one seat. Very aggressive when he has it. Pre-flop, any big pocket pairs, all the chips are getting in the middle. See what kind of card distribution he's dealt here tonight. Next to him, local legend James Duke, also known as Blue Hair, but tonight not rocking the blue wig or the blue highlights. And I believe we've got Texas Road Dog over in the 9 seat, one of James Duke's good friends. Always wearing pink. Also, the return of Craig the Frog. It's Tish Money in the 3 seat. What a seat draw. Right next to good friend and stream regular HV. Always the first to match the stack if he's not stacking other stacks. So let's see who draws first blood and how many chips HV can end up with in his stack by the end of the night. In the 5 seat, it's been a minute. Glad to see LG back. I think he travels quite a bit. But yeah, good to see him back. Good to see him right in the middle of it all. And I'm kind of liking that shirt from what I can see so far. The Imposter. I've played some tournaments with the Imposter and with Stone Bandit, the 6 and the 7 seat. So excited to see what both of them can do here tonight. And yes, it is not the Imposter in the 7 seat, but Stone Bandit. Usually goes by Stone Buddha, but switching things up and switching things up with card protectors and whatever he brought there. Nam is back. Been a while since we've seen Nam and Kirby on this stream, but why not bring him back for Friday Frenzy? Some no limit hold'em, some 1-3 action. And like I referenced earlier, Texas Road Dog completing this lineup here tonight, rocking the red, white, and the blue. Gotta love it.
Just for today? I mean, I just had a day.
And then 2 of our best dealers getting the cards out for everybody tonight. Brandon is going to be starting things off. And in about an hour, he'll be switched out for Leo.
If the district is shut down, then I just do whatever. I mean, online learning, I guess. But I'm an orchestra director, so I don't know what we'll be doing.
So cards out here. Already got the straddle and re-straddle on. No shock.
I'm excited to see some of these guys play today. I played with a lot of them, but I've never seen them play on stream. So it'll be interesting to see their hand distribution and how they play some of these hands.
And I'm down for playing the mid game.
Well, Duke already the best of it distribution-wise. Ace-King out of the small blind. Raises to 65. Straddles, get out of the way. Tish is in there with his suited connector. We're just going to go heads up to the flop, actually.
You want to play
Blind
the
on
chill game,
blind.
but not the nit game.
But I'm saying, I don't. I
Are you
play,
insane?
No, I want to play nit, but I don't want to play nit games 6 times in one night. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Like, it starts to just.
What a flop for Tish money. Top pair open-ended and just the 2 overcards for the Duke.
One of the streams, they tried to make all sorts of games where they had bounties for this or for that. King of the Hill, but then if you win with Jack High, it's 1,000 to win. 6 different things you win.
Duke continued 75, but quick raise put in by Tish.
Yeah, I don't mind this raise at all. You have top pair, a lot of equity, so obviously you block sets. And you're going to be able to fold out a lot of hands like this and just take it down here, not have to worry anything about anything else. If they have an overpair, you're not hating the spot because you're open-ended. So it's not the worst spot if he does come along. But I assume Tish has to be worried now about like overpairs, things like that. So he probably thinks he's behind. Little does he know he's a very good favorite until the king on the turn. Duke now slowing down and checking, even though he hit top pair. I think it's going to give Tish some rope. No, Tish correctly checks back. I was saying it might give Tish some rope because Tish might think that Duke's calling with pocket pairs like 9s through queens and still checking on that king turn. Duke said 7-4 got there. He's tanking now.
Yeah, an interesting start to things here.
Says 500 after saying 7-4 got there.
There was
Which is-
640 out there before he bet that 500.
Yeah.
They basically had pot behind these 1K starting stacks.
Looks like there's going to be early matching after the first hand. So great off the bat first hand. It's really tough for Tish to call here. But the hands, it's very weird because Duke really shouldn't have a king here. He should have like queens, jacks, 10s, 9s after or bet calling the flop and then checking that turn. It's hard for Duke to have a king, but then when Duke bets the river, it's definitely strange because there shouldn't be any value hands that Duke's betting here. But
I only really beat like 6-7.
yeah, Tish has to think about it. Just funny.
Not really a good spot. Not really a good spot.
Great hit first hand for the stream.
Only really beat 6-7. I just don't understand what floats out of position. I just like don't want to pay off like 10s or jacks here, like 2 pair.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. It's 9s through queens that float, but he would never think that Duke has ace king here. So it's really weird because 9s through queens should never be betting this much on the river.
Great discipline early by Tish.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the ace 8.
Weirdly played, but almost got it paid off by the way he played it. So nice hand, Duke.
What?
My buddy have 7s. If he only can beat 6, 7.
Yeah, ace 8 suited or something.
You said you only beat 6, 7. So
I mean, I could beat 7s too.
okay, so you have 8, 7.
Yeah.
You said you're gonna beat 6, 7s. You beat a lot of hands.
Not really.
8, 4. 7, 5. 6.
You think he's raising pre-flop with 8-4, bro?
You don't know that?
You don't know shit about what
You don't know that?
Dude,
Fish money soul owned.
Hey, when they play 7-4 around here, I could
well,
see
I
you
did
raising
worry
with
about.
that.
I did worry about that a little, just a teeny little bit.
Fish money soul owned.
That was an interesting term you used there, flow.
Come on, guys. It's the same from last week. It's kings. It's obvious.
Also got to give a quick shout out and thank you to Jason Dunbar, making a habit of those super chats, and we do appreciate you as always.
And the debate will
Also
be
good to
over
see
within an hour.
Saeed in chat returning, Shelby supporting, Texas Road Dog,
You just blocked it on the flop.
I'd be
Connie,
fucked against that.
our beloved chef in chat
Drawn
as
lines
well.
against it though.
Not really. Chop.
The chop.
Stone Bandit's turn with a big slick,
Start again. 75.
What's the damage, man?
Oh my. The V pip is
but
already
Duke,
100.
the one juicing it up on the button.
100 V pip.
Wow, what a spot,
Yeah, for
LG on the
100 too.
$6 straddle with pocket queens. He's just loving it. It might be an early match the stack night for sure. If this goes 4-bet, bandit jam, call off. A lot of strong hands.
I don't know. That was me 500.
275 to go now.
And a little live movement tell from Stone Bandit. He knows he's probably gonna have to get it in, but he doesn't like the spot. He kind of cocked back a little.
Drink. I did warn you.
Would you pay off 500? I just don't see no.
The best thing about this 1-3 match to stack is you're still only sitting 1K, so it's not the worst thing to just get it in here and then match the stack if you do lose.
Water and a cup of ice.
If the game was much deeper, it'd be okay to flat, but he does elect to flat here. Stack to pot ratio is going to be pretty close on the flop.
Could have that.
But only a certain person.
Yeah.
So the only problem with flatting in this spot is if you miss the board, you're just kind of lighting 250 on fire. When you do hit, you're not guaranteed to get paid off. So a lot of time it is just better to 5-bet rip.
That's a weird.
You'd rather race against a hand like queens rather than have an ace or king on the flop and then just take down.
King in
Dead
the
money in.
window.
Yep. Ace, king, just it's so hard for you to get the rest of the money in at this point. Unless queens decides to spaz.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier for LG to continue if there weren't 2 overs to his queens on board.
Right. And he's gonna continue, but
Likely
think he has to
continue
go
small.
big.
Yeah.
I have coffee in here.
Does go 150. I like the sizing.
Celsius.
You fold out worse hands and then
Why you drinking coffee in there?
we'll quickly realize that you're no good. So this is really good. I love the pre-flop sizing from LG. Love the post-flop sizing.
Really?
Problem now is Stone Bandit, Stone Buddha isn't going to get any more money. Inconsequential turn card. Should go check, bet, fold, but never know with live streams. Love LG's hat. Looks like a little solo cup. Texas flag on it. And it's, yep, check, bet, fold. That's kind of the problem with just flatting with ace king there, because you do flop it and you take a nice down pot, so nice pot to Stone Buddha, you just don't get the rest of the money.
No, I flopped ace king.
Two pairs.
Big slick.
I should have checked along. Or really min bet that. Thin value.
Pocket queens, bro.
Yeah, I know. I figured when you 3-bet it that you had queens, and I didn't know if I should 4-bet that ace king or not.
I think you had one of them. So.
Yeah. It's a weird, it was a weird flat 3.
You're so weird.
Why?
I'm scared.
It's always frustrating because LG played it perfectly, but he's clearly tilted because it just comes ace king on the flop.
45.
Yeah, he's saying it too. He's just, you can see he's a bit visibly tilted, but he played it perfectly, so he can't be mad at himself for that.
Down bet so ridiculous so that I get a little more vol.
Spent a lot of lessons tonight on stream. What do we charge? Let's
Yeah.
say our coaching rates next time.
I always love betting one.
Poker lessons Thursday nights with Cheddar Mike at Champions if you're trying to get into the game and you're new to it.
Coach, I don't charge.
No
Thursdays,
teacher?
chess night into poker lessons night, so.
HV coaching school.
We're doing like one round.
Yeah, and we'll see this from time to time, especially early on in streams. Players will talk through some hands together, but then it becomes all business as players start to get stuck and on the road to getting unstuck.
Yeah, it was funny because
Yeah.
HV and I were playing out on the floor earlier before the stream, and we watched a spot
friendly,
where
Joe.
someone should have gotten paid a lot more than what he
Very
was.
friendly.
And HV just was so confused at the hand. HV stuck on tilt, and then watched this other guy play a hand where he just lost max value. And then HV starts coaching him. It was just a funny sight to see. And this happens a lot on the poker table, obviously. You know, players trying to coach each other.
Super good.
Nam with the Kirby raising up to $20. I love it. I have a Kirby chip protector myself, so
Thank you.
getting a lot of action. Texas Road Dog with the suited connectors. Duke with a suited one gapper. HV with the
Yeah.
really good suited connector, but looks like all of them are blocking each other's spade outs. A lot of people to this flop. Algae in there with a king of 4 suited. Stone Buddha in there with the nut diamonds. This is a casual 6-way Texas heads up. You've never been to Texas. This is standard 1-3-20. Everyone calls. Nam with the best of it right now. Top pair. But obviously the equities are not that far off because there's so many people in the hand. Gotta feel good going multi-way to a flop with top pair, second best kicker. Easy continue here. Like the sizing. There's always an argument for going smaller just because it's so multi-way. You want to control the pot a bit, but it's not the worst sizing. He thinks he has the best hand. Duke with middle pair. Calls a few backdoors. LG thinking about it. His backdoors. Does get out of the way. Stone Buddha as well with ace high. Just backdoor diamonds. Gets out of the way. Really good sizing to have gotten rid of basically everyone.
Could be both.
Turn. Not too big of a deal. 9 of clubs.
Got about to get a little chilly in here.
It's just really awkward in these Texas pots, especially 1-3 where you just go multi-way to the flop and then you really don't know where you're at a lot of the time. So you kind of have to navigate blind, even though you have top pair, second kicker.
I gotta wear the gloves.
You're just going to have to bet go for value and hope that they have worse pocket pair or a lower pair. In this case, he does do that. Controls the pot very nicely. Bets 90.
Dude, this is the fattest
And Duke
line
calls.
I think I've ever shoved inside of a Corona.
Just has to fade. Queen of clubs on the river. It's a pretty scary card, but
2 blankets on the stream before.
he shouldn't be too worried. He has really good showdown value. It's really hard to squeeze out more value in this spot, so it's not the worst to just check call
If you get cold, I
or
got
hope
an
that it
extra
goes
jacket
check,
on,
check,
sir.
showdown.
Appreciate it.
You can't wear it. It's not pink. Is it pink?
No, sir.
Ah, dang it. There must be some kind of pink exposed.
You just pop your collar out.
Yeah, like a
Does like to go for value.
18. They do that in like.
He's probably
7.
targeting hands like 10 jack. It's just really hard to get
Where's your
thin
fun
value here.
shirts? We missed those.
Thankfully, Duke has a 5,
What about
but
the fun shirts?
there's not many worse hands that
That's
you're
right,
targeting at
they
this
beat you
point.
1.0.
Ace 10, Queen 10, 10 9 beat
Different
you.
person.
Jack 10's the only thing that you're trying to get called by, and obviously worse pocket pairs.
A lot of software updates.
Does take it down though, not needing to show.
A lot
Nice
of
hand
software
now.
updates.
Yeah, this is nervous. This is
Yeah, that movie Blue Velvet. where
You
Dennis
nervous?
Hopper came out and played that character.
I was wondering if you were nervous the last.
David Lynch, you
the
know.
first hand, I
David
mean.
Lynch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he.
I was a bit
such
nervous
bizarre
about
movies.
the
And
king.
Isabella Rossini, who's
Bit nervous
the
that
most
you hit the
famous
king?
floated.
Italian model in the 1980s.
Did you actually?
90s.
That's shocking.
It was
Well, it
the
was the
first
first
movie ever.
hand. I
She
just wanted to
plays
make sure you weren't
the true
pushing
victim,
around, and-
like her children.
and then-
I was kind of pushing
and
around.
then- I know you were. I know you were. And then
like her agents were telling her not to
hit the
take
king,
it.
and I thought, well, you know,
You know, it was her first movie.
You only
Yeah.
lost 2. Yeah, it wasn't like
Right.
You know,
Well, it wasn't a
wasn't a huge
beast,
pot.
wasn't a
You
beastly pot.
lost 200 bucks.
I mean, it's wild. It's
It's like
one,
it's like
the best.
it's like 10
movie
big
I've ever
points for the
seen.
hand.
Yeah.
So camp
Not
and
that big.
bizarre, beautiful painting shots. Dennis Hopper and Kyle MacLachlan.
You still talking about Blue Velvet down there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was a hell of a movie. That Kyle MacLachlan was a weird movie.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
one of, it's the most suspenseful movie you'll ever see for it not being very scary at all. Blue Velvet.
Same hand situation,
1980s.
both offsuit.
The first scene is like picket fences and
Little
fire
king
trucks
10
and
on
it's
king 10
Americana,
action.
And then it like zooms in on the grass and there's all these ants consuming an ear.
I like you, but I'm gonna call it
And then
dark.
it goes under and then
Was that
it's
a
like,
I'm calling you in the dark.
You looked.
I did not look.
Get out
Go
of
to
here.
the film.
Yeah, David
You have the
Lee-
American
he's the
spirit,
one that
though,
did
that's
that
what matters.
one really
Yes, sir.
goddamn
Texas Road Dog with a
Yeah,
live
I mean,
7
all
does
the
not
movies
connect.
About, like, you know, the more beautiful something seems on the inside.
Gut shots to Broadway
Mm-hmm.
for both Nam and Tish Money.
Well, that one
It's
goes-
good. It's worth watching that, obviously.
Incredible.
Their high cards are
I mean, it's
good
weird to
so
say it's
far.
your favorite movie because it's so screwed
Yeah,
up.
it's so weird. Yeah.
It's definitely
equity slightly higher for Tish.
Yeah, they-
with
Dennis
Running
Hopper
Hearts.
did that movie back. You know, he did all the
Red-
cowboy movies.
Red-
with John Wayne.
An opportunity for win.
He's over there cutting off little pieces for fabric.
Yep.
Red.
So Dennis Hopper had, you know, been with John Wayne
And
and all those,
seriously,
and then he had like a severe, you know, drug addiction, and he had come out.
I'm gonna look now.
Out of rehab.
It
and his
frustrates
director
me
said,
how
"Take
good
this
some of
and
the
just
players that we play with daily are, because I love the sizing from Tish.
the ransom,
60
you know,
into
boss
150
leader, and he kills people in
or-
prison and puts
sorry,
on
90 it was.
Nike's
It's-
mask.
You fold out a lot
Boy,
worse
attack
hands with
people.
king high, and you have a lot of equity, so it's a great bet.
Yeah, Dennis Hopper.
Unfortunately, though,
Easy rider before
Nam
that.
does come along with his
I
gutter
mean,
ball.
Motorcycles, yeah.
But position should allow Tish to
Dennis
win,
Hopper's also-
which
I mean,
looks
he
like
passed
what's
away a few
exactly
years ago,
happening.
but
He
was
goes
also
pot
a
size,
famous
which
painter.
I love.
In a lot of famous museums as a, you know, professional artist.
3/4 flop and then pot size turn. It just
Yeah, he's actually
puts worse aces in really tough spots, and then hands like this that
And that
shouldn't
was
continue.
maybe his best role
And
ever.
having the king of hearts is
And
such an
made a
important
huge
card
name for him,
here.
and he took a chance by like his agent was like, "Do not take this film. This character is the most evil character someone's ever created."
Then he fired the agent, and then he went on his way.
Great example
You
of
could
power
almost
position
stop
and
that film at any point,
lesson
and it
to
looks
you
like a
brought
painting.
by
It's David Lynch,
Tish
also a
Money.
famous painter.
I wasn't aware of all that. But
Yeah.
What, did I misplay that one?
Yeah, and if you look at
How much detail you missed there?
yeah, I mean, if you look at every scene, there's most scenes are shot with still camera. He frames the whole thing. The color palette is uniform.
that's what makes it.
Like one still camera for 20 minutes.
Thanks.
No movie does
Nothing too
one
crazy,
cut,
to be honest.
20 minutes on one shot.
Didn't have something stupid.
And it has that scene where the guy's in the clown suit and
You flopped something stupid?
singing on top of the car.
Oh, God.
You know, singing on top, and that's like the scariest thing ever.
The river was going to get expensive.
It is funny how, under the right circumstances, almost anything can just be scary as hell.
And what song is he singing? Like they call the Sandman.
Maybe-
Take me down every night.
I don't remember every detail of that movie, but it made an impression on me too. But the hell, that was like 40 years ago.
88.
88, yeah, okay, so, yeah, 30-something years ago.
I was a big David Lynch head.
If you're listening to this out in Houston, we have power, water, food.
What was his name? Razorhead?
If you're too hot at home, no AC power, come on over.
Eraserhead.
There's a lot of games right now.
Mulholland Drive.
There's a tournament that's going to finish up around an hour or two, so cash game should be good tonight.
Ever got that big
Remember McLaughlin?
A lot of good vibes in the room right now.
Eraserhead is talking about Twin Peaks.
Texas Road Dog with a gutter ball.
I wouldn't call it horror.
I wouldn't, I hesitate to
Not too much action. LG does turn bottom
All
pair.
in black and white, long after black and white.
Has a good
rules.
showdown value. Looks like he's going to turn his parents up bluff.
And if you listen to David Lynch.
Oh. I'll do one more round when you get a chance. Thank you.
One more round.
Texas Road Dog not going anywhere though with a gutter ball.
Jack on the Rocks. This is weird as shit.
What?
8 on the River is a really good card for LG. Texas Road Dog shouldn't have any jacks or sixes and takes a showdown value. It's good. Nice hand from LG.
There's like frequently sometimes like random kids that aren't even my students that will like come up to me and say, "I saw you on Instagram on Wolf Game Poker's blog."
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I can see why you'd kind of want to keep it. You teach young kids orchestra or whatever it is. Yeah.
teenage age, yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I can see
Not-
why you
not
would
like
want to kind of
elementary
keep it. But still, it's pretty respectable nowadays. But in my lifetime, poker wasn't respectable at all.
Yeah, it's very
That
dangerous.
goddamn, yeah. And that thing, what was his name with the rattlesnake on his head?
With the rattlesnake on his
Yeah,
head?
it went on Johnny Carson. Amarillo Slim. Amarillo Slim, he went on Johnny Carson. He kind of started making it a little respectable.
Okay.
He was one of the first. Had a cowboy hat with a rattlesnake on the top of it, like it with an open mouth.
That's sick. That's sick.
Amarillo Slim, quite the character.
I always like a good icebreaker question. Favorite movie director?
I don't know movie
Go around.
directors. I'm gonna say something like super basic, like James Cameron or something.
HV getting in the mix, opening Jack 5, the Jackson 5 to 20, and then LG quickly 3-betting to 65 with a pocket pair. GA folding on the under the gun straddle, pocket threes.
I mean, you can include the Coen brothers together if you want.
Who did,
As a director. Yeah. No,
Pulp Fiction? What was the name?
I don't mind the
Oh, yeah,
fold with
Tarantino,
pocket
that's
threes.
right.
A lot of the time you will have a gross cooler set over set position, but sometimes you should call, given that these 1-3s play so deep. $65 can get you paid $1,000 if you can flop that set. Obviously, it's a very situational spot, so it's not always going to happen that way,
Keep it
but
on, James.
I think in these deep games, it's always profitable to set mine,
Texas Road
unless
Dog,
the
keep
price
it
is
in
just
check.
I do
absurd.
not know any of them.
He ain't let me
I do
get
not know any of
He ain't
them.
gonna let me get away with shit.
HV doesn't
Keeping
watch
him
movies
in
that are in
check.
poker strategy.
No, I didn't hear what you asked. Is it like,
Favorite director?
I do not know any director. I don't really watch movie a lot.
Not a movie guy.
I'm gonna get killed for this, but I'm not.
Have you seen Rounders?
Tarantino.
No.
You haven't even seen Rounders?
It's a heavy hand.
Obviously, I like.
What?
Some of his movies. I just.
What is it
some,
about?
Some of
Fighting?
them are like misses for me.
Yeah. No, I can
mean,
believe it. He's
Pulp
not
Fiction
fighting.
in 4
About
rooms.
poker.
Right.
You know,
You're
4
not
rooms.
looking movie.
Yep.
Rounders? You don't know what Rounders is?
I might be interested to
What
watch
the
it. Is it an old movie?
4 rooms is
Recent movie.
my favorite Tarantino.
The best poker strategy ever is in that movie.
Strategy?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Another good poker movie is Casino. That's not really a poker movie, but Casino Royale.
No,
The one with Paul Newman.
I think it's just funny because the hands are so ridiculous that it's
Yeah.
like,
Straight flush over straight flush over quad.
yeah,
Something like
But
that.
have you seen Cool Hand Luke? Cool Hand Luke's
no,
Paul Newman, classic. It's one of the great Americana films.
yeah.
Cool Hand Luke, he's cutting off parking head meters. He goes on a chain gang, and
Okay.
they play like chain gang poker.
50 eggs at once or something
Yeah,
like that.
and so he wins a big poker game, and then everyone starts wagering stuff on him.
Wow.
So he says, "I can eat 50 eggs." They're like, no man can eat 50 eggs.
Oh my god,
And so they start taking all these prison bets for 50 eggs.
that's
Do you
crazy.
think it's easier or harder because they're hard-boiled eggs?
Dan is not in the
I don't
booth
think I
today,
could.
but
Like,
LG keeping his spirit
he'll
alive
finish
with
massively
the
out of
7-4
one
offsuit.
It'd be hard to
Calling the $6 straddle. Soam
I'd
Bandit
rather
quickly
probably
raising
eat
to
the runny
$25
eggs, though,
with the
than
King
hard
Jack
boiled eggs, 'cause
offsuit.
Then I'm gonna have to drink just to
Gets back
get
to
the-
LG. Let's see if he
Yeah.
keeps Dan
Yeah, Cool
alive.
Hand
He
Luke's
does
my
call the
favorite
$25.
Because it's like a big
Dan
allegory
would
about
probably say you need to raise his hand, but it's very
taking a
respectable
break
that
here,
he's
boss.
playing it.
Drinking a water, boss, because they're all in the chain gang.
Ace 10 8.
As a kid, I remember 11.
LG obviously with a 7 high. The Bandit with the gutter ball.
Yeah.
Bets pot.
Exactly.
This is really fishy. I would love
That
LG
head boss who wears
to
the
check raise this
aviators
spot
and you
or
never see his
call
eyes.
and then lead out turn.
He's
This
the
pot size
representative-
bet
the whole thing's
is
allegory.
just
Beautiful.
very fishy for whatever reason. If you have an ace,
You
you're
know,
never
in the
betting the
movie
pot. You're trying to
Tombstone
extract
where
value.
Doc
So
Holliday says,
why are you
"I'll
betting
be
so
your
large?
He's
Unfortunately,
not
though,
saying I'll
LG
be
does not try to
Huckleberry,
take the
I'll be
7-4
Huckleberry.
What?
They used to
all the
call
way
pallbearers.
and folds.
It was like a pallbearer joke.
No.
So Doc Holliday's telling him,
What else asking?
I'll carry your
Business
coffin
there,
to the graveside. I don't care. But it wasn't Huckleberry.
Girlfriend to please. I don't know.
Hucklebearer.
Say this
What
every
did I do
time.
today?
A lot of people
That damn
get that.
hand
I went on a long walk.
And
You
it was
see that black spot?
Food.
That's hand oil
Slept in.
and human hand oil as it sits.
Yes, and a lot of
oxidizes
people
black.
still to this day goes, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah.
Just like housekeeping stuff.
And it's actually Huckleberry.
Adult stuff?
You'll see it
Yes.
on like every third
Adult
chip.
stuff.
Taking care of this.
A lot of
Not
people
that
don't
kind of adult stuff.
pay
but
attention to that part.
on the side.
You know what I mean?
But that's old school kind of talk too.
It was a good day.
LG waking up with it, this time ace queen offsuit, popping it up to $35. A bit on the larger size, but I
Yeah, I think last
can
time
understand because he's in early position.
I'm way too young for that question.
Why do we have a card?
I used to sit on streams where like everyone's silent, so I'd like bring.
Duke
my
in the
backpack
small
with
blind might
20
call
icebreaker
here with the
questions
queen
like
10
this.
offsuit. Thinking
These
about it
things get boring.
Here's a good poker.
correctly though, gets out
Here's
of
a
the
good
way.
poker icebreaker
HV though,
question.
not
What do
afraid
you
to
think of
get
ace
it
king?
in the mix. 10-6
It's amazing.
offsuit.
I just
Or sorry,
flopped
suited.
top two.
6-10.
I think ace king and
best.
cash.
Three-way.
It says a
You
lot.
play it one
Flops
way in
best,
cash, but
jack
in
6-5.
tournaments, I think too many people
Very
risk
hard
all
to
their
flop a
chips
pair
on it.
in
You
hold'em.
have to. You're not dominated by. You're
Checks to the
dominated.
pre-flop aggressor.
But in a cash
LG
game,
C betting, $40.
when you're gonna have to get to the river to
You
realize
flop a
your
pair.
equity, it's different.
Yeah.
Can't fold
Because you're
on
gonna
the
have to
first
spend
street,
multiple
so
rounds of
HV
betting.
does in fact
Whereas
call.
But cash game, you got multiple rebounds as long as the ATM.
But-
Turn
but
3
in
of
a
spades and
tournament,
consequential
ace king
card
is only
for
dominated
HV's
by
hand.
very few hands.
LG now, after being checked to, what does he elect to do?
Poker 3 years ago.
If he's going to continue here, I would like a much larger sizing. If not,
The story.
Well, calling.
The only
Check
reason
is
I
fine.
made it to
Gary
the
and I been playing poker.
does in fact check.
20th to get 12,000 out of it.
In a big
River,
garage.
7 of clubs. The front door clubs
like
do
other
get
people,
there.
itself with
HV
that
has no
ace
clubs
king
in his
free
hand.
flow.
Unfortunate.
You would have taken it down there.
I would probably
Does
been out
check,
a long
try
time
to get to
See, the
showdown.
thing is, ace king likes to see.
LG unfortunately as well has no club in his hand,
So does
so
7 deuce.
not sure if he wants to turn his hand into bluff in this
some
spot.
some hands like pocket nines can't realize they're
What
out.
argument your hand likes to see?
Right.
Also a
Ace
4-liner
king,
to
You
straight.
need to see all 5 cards.
Does
To
check.
realize your equity. And
Man, I
if
feel
you're
like I'm
just
getting
gonna like
late.
do what I
HV
did
takes this
against
one
him,
down.
flat 240, and had a not
One pair.
smash the flop.
LG playing really well today,
Very hard
just
for me to continue
unfortunate that he
calling
can't
aggressive.
hold
Whereas
or
all
get
in
there.
on 30 bigs in a tournament, you're almost never dominated unless they have kings or aces. It's very few combinations since you block.
He's
You may
not
as well
comfortable.
jam,
He's got about
because
$2,000
no matter
worth of
what
red
they
chips
have,
on it.
Early look at the cumulative winnings. Stone Bandit at the top after the ace king versus queen's hand, up 550. LG currently at the bottom, but playing really well. Unfortunate that he has the queens against Stone Bandit's ace king. Everyone else hovering between break even and 200.
I mean, I
The
think
swings will happen as it's very early. For now, not too much going on.
Especially not to a.
0 people.
But really, I jacks or queens has to be what you're holding. But then if I hit the flop, it's hard for me.
Or
to get
or
up to that.
kings, and then I cool you. You know. Like,
Yeah,
really cool
exactly.
You, but you know.
And then it could be ace king versus
No.
ace king,
Right.
and you could have ace queen suited, and I have you dominated.
Right.
You could have pocket tens or something that it's going to be very hard for you to continue with anything. But I thought about 4 betting, and if you 5 bet,
Luis, what time your
then
watch
I
say?
got to fold.
Oh yeah, no. I wish you would. Huh?
What time does your watch say?
Well, I called their raises and stuff, but I never hit. And then when I finally hit,
You really asked me?
and the guy even looked at me and go, oh, you
Nick game?
called me with ace king, didn't you?
Nick game next hand?
I mean, ace king is so much
No,
better in a
loaded
tournament
question.
when you're all in pre, you get to see all
We got
5
action
cards.
on this hand. LG flopping pair open-ended. Stone
Alright, guys,
Bandit
now that we're
flopping
warmed
the
up,
second
Nick game
nuts
next hand. It's
right away.
7:35.
Queen high
Whatever you
straight.
call, sir, I'm fine with.
6:35, I mean. Let's go. Right delay.
With the travelers check.
Look at that dude's shirt.
That's like a
HV 6.0.
6 of clubs, not the best
I always
card
like it.
for the Bandit, given that he has no clubs in his hand. Does elect to check it back.
That is something more.
And the river is just terrible for this run out when you
It's
flop
like
the
one of
second
way to
nuts.
work.
I would love a bet from LG, and he does in fact decide to bet. 55 into 84.
Flop the nuts with no club. Well, not the real nuts, but I'll fold.
Great bet, and gets the fold from Stone Bandit.
Jesus Christ.
That's a good flop.
That is a great flop.
Doesn't show it either. Yeah, LG might be down the most right now, but he's playing really well. So looking forward to more this night, seeing what happens, if you can flip it around.
And now the Nick game is on. No shock that Tish was the first to bring up the Nick game.
Strong club off that
You're
flop.
sticking?
Good
The way it works,
Yeah,
if it's your first time here.
fade that river.
It's just a different version of the stand-up game.
Good. If it runs out like
Gotta show down a winning hand in order to get rid of the nit button.
you know, it's only
Last
one
person with a nit button in front of them owes the nit tax.
I know a lot
Usually
of
5x the big blind,
yeah, it's like close to down.
but they can agree upon a different amount, and they owe that to the table in the form of a splash pot.
I saw videos.
They can win their own money back.
My school's
You
parking
bluffed
lot
that with
was
no club,
covered
man. Nice
in
hand.
trees and debris.
This will definitely be interesting with the nit game now on. A lot of people change the way they play, which a lot of the time they shouldn't be, but it does, for whatever reason, make people play very differently.
Flop second.
Limping more often, raising more often, just getting more in the mix. Obviously, that's why it's called a nit game, and we love it. Looking forward to see what people decide to do and come up with now that the nit game is on.
Effing spades.
Right away, two people that haven't played a hand all night are in the mix, GA and the Poster.
Just said today's a new day.
Today's a new day.
A little bit of nothing for everyone. Tish still with the best of it with ace high.
7-4 gets there. So does
7-4 does
deuce.
get there.
Another
3 diamonds.
diamond.
Great deuce to 7 board right now. GA does have a diamond in his hand, the second best one. The Imposter, sorry, has the wheel, turned it. And now we're going to get a bit of action as he leads out 35, and GA is going to call with his diamond draw. Tish out of the way. King on the river might think that GA is good.
I don't know that you won the most.
Not the card that GA was specifically looking for, but now the Imposter, what sizing will he choose to get max value? I like a larger sizing as a block bet, 100 to 150. Does go 125 and it's going to get a quick call from GA. Love it. Gets rid of his nit button and takes down a pretty nice pot to start it out.
You shouldn't get to lose that nit button for such.
Button's good.
Congratulations, John, you actually remember turned up and everything.
I
Or did you have to?
had to show the winner. First stream, you didn't have a nightmare with the nit game. You get rid of the first.
Yeah, he's the first one, right?
Oh, I didn't do it.
First time ever
But
playing
the
the
thing
big
is, I mean,
that's a good.
I almost forgot.
you
that's
should
a
have to
bluff.
win the nit game with a semi-bluff or a bluff. I mean, when you have, there's
You
times
should just absolutely have to have the worst hand.
like if you got pocket aces and you slap a set of aces and you get rid of your nit button, you should have to keep that.
You just really.
No
just
value
like the
bet.
game. I
Huh?
get it. You just
No
have to
value
like
bets
the
with the
game.
nit.
No, I actually like the nit game. I like it. I don't like it all night because it's just such a different thing. And I didn't sign up to play nit game all night. But I like nit game. I just don't like it all night.
It definitely affects the action though, to, just the normal action.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
just-
we'll take like 20-minute break.
But it is fun.
We'll take.
I like how Tish said
It is fun,
20-minute
but, like,
breaks,
regular
but you don't
poker
know
has
how
a
long
completely different
each
dynamic.
nit game might
You
go.
can get just as big of pots.
Oh, well, sure. I won't guarantee you that.
I mean, it's just different games. I'm equal, but it's like I didn't come here to play only one type, right?
I get you.
And if we want to spice it up, like I'm up.
Nam
for
opening
every
up the
game.
ace-queen offsuit.
I just don't
Call
like
it to the
16
parking lot
games.
hand to 25. HV with the suit at h7. Defends his
Kill
button.
games and the deuce 7.
And we have action. Both players flopping a pair.
Too bad for this stream.
Like I said, it's hard to flop a pair, and with the nit game on, unlikely that HV is going to fold second
If you win
pair.
one, that's it. But if you win the second one, everyone owes you.
Nam going a bit
If you win the
larger,
third one, everyone owes you
35 into
50. If
50.
you win a fourth hand,
He's
everyone
going to
owes
get a
you
quick
100.
call from HV.
2 and 4 hands consecutively.
It just like gets to a point where like you just jam any 2 cards and print.
Turn brings a bit of equity for HV in the form of a gutter ball
And they
to the
can't do it with
6.
the stream, but I love button game.
That
Whoever
one,
wins
that
the
is
pot
a good one.
Also
That is
wins the
definitely a
button.
good one.
Nam trying to think what sizing he should go on this turn. What hands can he get value from?
They
Worse
had a button game
aces.
tournament at TCH during their spring.
Can he get value
Had
from
a
an
button-
8x
button game
hand,
tournament.
like the one that HV has?
Because when blinds start going up, if some guy on the button keeps winning, because
Looks
of
like
the
it's half,
position, you have to be
65,
big-
yep.
Big blind Annie.
Half pot.
5 times in a row.
It's kind of like the dumbass bomb pot tournaments.
I've seen
HV
those. I'm like,
electing to
bomb pot
just
is
call.
Every hand bomb pot.
Yeah.
No, but bomb pot. without getting too technical, it is
It's your
solved.
degenerate
It's
game.
fully solved.
River does
It
bring
heads
in that
up.
backdoor heart.
Heads up.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's 8-way.
Yeah.
Nam though does
Yeah,
have the
but I'm
Queen of
saying
Hearts.
bomb pot,
Semi-important
there's,
card.
a lot more theory that is like completely defined. So if you study bomb pot, it's actually the most winnable game because there's
I
more
guess.
computer solutions.
Right.
Looks like 105. Likes to go small. I like it.
Plus you see
Targeting the exact hand that HV has. It'd be disastrous if
Bomb pot
HV
holding
does
is
elect to go
intolerable.
crazy and raise here. Because
You'll like flop mid set on one.
I
board.
think the 105 works as a very good
And
blocker
you have
bet.
to go all in because it's no limit.
But then you're just put into this really tough
And there's,
spot
like,
if
three
HV
people
decides to
on
go
straight
over the
draw,
top.
one guy on the flush draw, and then
Straights
you
out there,
have one
flushes
that
out there.
opens
You
all, and
lose
there's
to
another guy
worse. Aces up like ace 5, ace deuce. And exactly, that's what HV's asking. He doesn't think an 8's good here, so he's either contemplating raising or folding at this point.
800 something. Yeah, thank you.
Love the size from Nam to target this exact hand, but HV is one of those people that is capable of turning this type of hand into bluff. Does, in fact, raise. 475. It is a much larger sizing, but I'm not sure it's the sizing I like. I think you would want to go a bit bigger.
You ate that.
But like I said, Nam in a tough spot now.
I just got the
His hand's really strong, but he really is only using it as a bluff catcher at this point.
my wife and I are coming up on our 15th.
Is it possible that HV has set a straight backdoor flush draw,
15th anniversary.
or some hand like ace 5, ace deuce?
Damn, you're looking
Unlikely
young
ace
for
deuce,
that
but
year or something.
ace 5 is very possible, pocket ace is possible,
Looking at a lot of watches.
6, 7 is very possible as his open ended on the flop.
Yeah.
It starts to get fun. They're just
So
neat little watches.
what's
Nam now in the blender.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, genuinely, she's gonna watch the stream too, so it's on my camera. But I mean, she and I, we're best friends. We spend so much time together, and it just really works.
When do you meet?
Be careful who you choose.
When
That's
did
Here's
you
the
meet?
funny
Wait till
thing.
he gets home.
When and where did you meet?
We both went to LSU.
I told HV before the stream, don't do anything I wouldn't do.
And he was one of my groups.
Is it really?
He was a bit getting crushed outside on the floor, so I'm rooting for him a bit right here on the stream tonight.
But I did it.
Then you don't have a secret. You don't have a
But
secret.
this watch is wind up, and it only winds by.
Secret is
You
you
just
got
have
it.
experience.
Secret is yes, dear, you're right.
I think I'm gonna get an automatic watch.
Even though you know you're right, just let her know she is.
This is the best watch to get for a wind up. That's
Seiko?
No, it's the Seiko Baby Grand because they don't make them anymore, but they're not expensive, but they're appreciating like crazy. Like this one was 800 when I got it, and now it's like 1700.
Are you ever gonna sell it?
Maybe. But the Grands are still made, and they start like 2,000. They still appreciate. But the Baby Grands, they
Does get the
discontinued.
fold. HV gets to
And
get
they're
rid of his knit
appreciating
button and
really
show the
fast,
bluff.
But they're also very affordable.
It's hard for me to buy
Sicko.
stuff like that, like that's expensive.
Love
and
it.
It's secondhand, and I get that they appreciate.
I
it,
love
but I don't really want to.
the knit game.
That is a very good hand there.
What was the bet on the river?
To be fair, HV would make some of those moves
If you invest in
even
watches,
without the
it's
knit
easier
game
to
on.
currency
And that's
Yeah.
what makes him so difficult to
You
play
can buy
against.
Rolexes,
That and
very
Bobby
capable
Fillet is
player.
saying HV's already doing what I want, so.
Right when you get to Russia.
But you can't say that, Bobby, because I got HV to fold pocket queens on a 10 high board today and then showed him the bluff, so.
First, I have to get 7
Like,
That's
Great move by
Rolexes
HV.
are a common way to forego the currency
Great play.
on a plane,
100%.
and they appreciate.
Ace?
If you invest
Now
in,
he's
like,
needling,
string
asking about the
instruments,
ace.
Oh, you
like
went ace?
cellos from Sotheby's, and you invest
Second
in,
best ace.
watches,
It's crazy.
you'll make way more than the stock market or real estate.
That one is true.
There's a big cello bubble.
I know people who do that.
People who bought
Texas Road Dog with one of my
$140,000
favorite
violins,
hands that's in the muck. That's
$538,000
interesting.
Within 10 years.
Good fold, probably. Not everybody can play that.
There's got to be others that do the opposite.
I think it's very acceptable to do it in the net
Do you
game,
know what
but
it's just like art.
unfortunate that he chooses not to go with it.
Have millions of dollars of art and it's completely in, like, safe, just for appreciation.
Tish clicking to 10, HV, very quickly, 3-betting to 35. Stone Bandit now with ace-jack offsuit in the big blind. Don't mind a flat here, don't mind a 4-bet either. Would hate a fold.
145.
145, a bit on the larger
GG.
side.
GG. GG.
Takes it down, gets rid of his nip button. Not the worst outcome.
Got the real.
Oh, does not get rid of his nip button as he does not show the hand.
And Brandon doing what Brandon should do and just taking it to the muck.
I know, I was just watching. Wait.
Dealer
Nice.
and players
That one-
should not remind
pre-flop,
other
I shouldn't
players to
it
get rid of
anyway.
it.
I should at least have to like play post flop something creative.
Respectable from the Stone Bandit saying
I
that
think that's happened one time.
he wants to be able to play.
That actually happened last week.
Yeah,
Noah just
very
folded the
respectable.
Small blind to Chris, and Chris had aces, and and then Noah lost in the game.
Oh,
It was so sick. You remember that? No, you weren't even playing. I don't think. That's right. you
did
were.
it. I did the thing.
That was unbelievable. Chris was winning real bad that stream.
I shouldn't even said what I had.
Yep.
Yeah, I given out.
Tish with the suited computer hand, not
See,
going
the
with
problem
it.
is like, I've played chess with John. When I play chess, I like talk about what's the strategy and why I'm choosing these moves, because that's part of the fun. We're not like in a tournament.
LG in the cutoff with 8-7 offsuit. I like this sizing.
when I'm
Get
at
rid
a
of your nib
poker
button with the
table,
pretty decent
I
hand.
talk the theory and I'll tell people what I have. because
Nam
I'll
defending
learn
with the
more.
King-9 offsuit.
That's why we're on the stream, to see the cards we have.
I don't object,
Heads up and or
as long as
face
you're
up
not
and
just trying to boss.
King-9, my favorite hand. We've gone through Dan's favorite hand and Kyle's favorite hand, so let's see if Nam can win it with mine.
The difference between berating and disgusting.
Didn't
Interesting
know.
flop.
You shared that with Yo Viral, I guess. The King 9.
Somebody wants to point
Yeah, it's a terrible hand, but
That's like
I like it. Jack-Jack's 5. LG should be able to just c-bet and take this one down.
Connect 4.
Getting a little out of
45, a bit large.
I said I want to
Doesn't have to go this big on this type of board.
Connect 4 was just solved completely by AI.
Nam not looking to fold after making the incorrect fold to HV. Check raises. This is a beautiful check raise. You have basically no equity, so it's better to try to take it down right here.
No, it's completely solved. So what it is you have to memorize.
130.
And when your opponent goes off.
And then LG's in the 6th spot now where the only option for him is to basically 4-bet or fold.
Normally play like 60 games.
You can't flat here with 8 high.
54
So
complete draws because they had the book memorized. But
does
then one of
elect
them
to call.
deviates
This is
the book,
a very
and the
interesting
other
hand
person
now.
makes a mistake.
We basically have bluff against bluff, and both players are trying to get rid of their nip button.
So the world draws
10 of diamonds on the turn does give both players some equity.
is a pure
Nam with the gutter ball to the queen, LG with the gutter ball to the
is the name of
9.
checkers.
After check raising that flop, you should continue to tell your story.
Draw to his
You have a lot of Jack X hands as well as clubs.
when you have all the
Unfortunately, Nam doesn't have either of those hands, but once you do that check raise, you should definitely continue.
draws in the world.
It should be really tough for LG to continue in this spot. Not specifically because of his hand, but because his sizing on the flop was so large relative to the pot. I believe it was 45 into 70. A jack shouldn't really be going that large. So he might have some type of pocket pair. In this case, he has 8 high, so really like the sizing and bet by Nam. 185, you don't have to go too big. This should work unless LG just has a read and LG decides to
Trying to
rip
dump
it
coffee
or
first.
raise.
There's plenty.
Coffee, then Corona.
This is a very interesting hand because it's just two people with the nit button leveling each other. I don't think this hand happens if the nit game wasn't on and Nam didn't just get bluffed by HV. Super interesting dynamic of two individuals. Table audio very quiet now as two people are in this super interesting battle. LG not taking this long just to make a call. He's for sure thinking about raising, ripping. Does call. Interesting.
Yeah, I always get worried about taking time like that and then coming with just call. Most people don't balance that out enough, and it looks pretty weak. So Nam can continue
It's
to
so
just barrel
sick.
off.
Yeah, it's so sick because I think Nam needs to, or he wants to jam here, but unfortunate that he doesn't know that his king nine's obviously good. Who would think that their king nine high is good in this spot? Definitely contemplating the jam. It's just so gross because if he jams, obviously LG has to fold. If Nam checks, does LG jam? And then does Nam fold, obviously, most likely, but there is the jam, and LG cannot obviously make the call. He's going to show it. People are going to think it's a bluff, but it was the best hand, so.
Loaded king, jack
I'm just so
five.
happy you remembered to show your
I would have
mid button.
flopped that boat where y'all were bet if I'd have called with jack five.
Yeah, man.
Yes,
What
sir.
a good turn.
Couldn't beat him.
And LG does announce that he couldn't beat him.
No, queen nine or
Couldn't
something.
beat him.
So
would've
sick.
been funny.
Yeah,
That
it
was
was
a really
actually
interesting
like a
hand, and I love the Nick game because of
Yeah, it's
this.
hard to bluff when he goes all in.
He checks, I'm all in, and then it's up to him. You know?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, I thought I was bluffing. I had like 8-3 with just a pair of threes, and I jammed into
That's a
someone.
good card. Jeez.
I don't think any of those, either of those players play the hand the way it was played out if the Nick
See,
game
that
is on,
deserves
so.
to lose the
Yeah.
mid button. Yours? No. You need the mid button back.
Mark Nam safe from the Nick
I
game.
kept my mid button because it's just pre-flop.
LG's played it enough here and forgotten to show his hand enough that that's why he's putting that nit button
That's why.
into his watch there.
I don't know whether it is.
Looking at him right here. Looking at him right here.
Folds around to him. King queen offsuit in the hijack.
Then I can berate him.
30 to go.
You're looking good. You're looking good.
So far, it's going according to plan.
Stone Bandit getting a bit out of line, and I believe it's because he's saying that no one should be able to get rid of their nit button if they're playing.
Obviously, it's not going to
Nitty
be as
type
bad as
hands.
last night, so.
Bad.
So trying to prove his own point, I believe,
Be as bad as last
by
night.
calling with the
Unless we're in a
8-3
full-blown hurricane.
Octo Crab on the button,
But like,
suited.
the sky is the same thing.
Nam,
on
though,
outside. You're
with
in
the very good
atmosphere,
hand to
and
3-bet, King 10 in the small blind. You don't want to
it's
go
always wet.
out of position multi-way with this hand, so
Teach your child.
does elect to 3-bet.
That's the difference.
This lineup's a really good group of
Maybe.
players tonight, and I'm
Maybe.
super excited to see a lot more of this type of play.
Brother.
LG now in a spot. Does elect to call King Queen in position.
Still going according to plan.
Stone Bandit now getting out of the way with Octo Crab.
I'm okay at it.
Can you define open?
Same two players from the previous hand.
Like,
Obviously, they know each other
back
now.
and forth pretty well.
Dynamic has definitely changed.
If I hit the ball, I'm not gonna like smash it out of the court or something like every time.
Ace 4-4
Like, I
flop.
can return.
Tennis or
This is a great flop for
I
Nam's
started
range
tennis
with the
I did
3-bet.
tennis in high school.
I feel like you know.
But do you play pickleball?
Yeah, I play pickleball.
I need to pick. I used to play tennis, but it blew out my shoulder and I can't serve.
Doesn't have to go big.
Pickleball I love.
Pickleball is easier.
Does go 105
Never
into
did it.
300. Love the
Yeah,
sizing.
that's the nice thing. I was always that.
I don't know though.
I step in the kitchen.
LG now thinking
Ball
if
out.
Nam is
But
getting
in
out of
pickleball,
line.
If you're playing singles pickleball, because the speed at which
Sorry,
the ball
80
drops,
80
I
into
feel like there's
299.
more sprinting than in regular tennis.
Still, love the bet. You don't have to go
In
big.
tennis, you have a little more time to get to the ball.
You should be folding out a lot of hands like the hands that LG has. Only thing that should be calling is an ace.
You just don't even
You
try
just
because
give
it's
up.
coming 100 miles an hour.
But with
And you're
pickle-
on the right side.
Does
of the
get the
court,
fold.
and he's shooting it
But-
to the left.
Yeah.
Love the bet
basketball
sizing.
and pickleball drops
Take
so
notes,
fast.
guys. You don't have to go too big to get the bluff
Most
through.
of the times you should like in
Low risk, high
I don't
reward.
like doubles pickleball.
Takes down a nice sizable
I feel
pot.
it's like doubles ping pong. It's too chaotic.
Just
It is pretty
practically, I
chaotic
hate
for sure.
I don't know. Some people like that it's a team sport sort of at that point, but I just find that inconvenient because if you don't have your partner, you just can't play. You've got to find that right number of people.
It's
But
just overcrowded.
I hate the singles where you play on like the half court where it's like sometimes you're shooting cross court, sometimes you're shooting straight. I never keep it straight.
Have you been playing?
Pickleball, not a whole lot.
Yeah,
No.
I haven't really played that much.
Down to start.
Yeah.
It's been bopping.
Ever since you
Oh
got
yeah, it's
sick,
the
you
fastest
just
growing sport in
went
American
away.
history.
Every time pickleball comes up, somebody has to say it.
Also, like
Fastest growing sport in America.
in my dad's town, they had tennis courts. They had 4 tennis courts, but pickleball was huge. And they realized we can build 9 pickleballs on this courts on the same thing. Oh my God, they got so much more traffic and so much more like money for the
Imposter first in with this one. 7-5 suited.
almost double the amount of courts or more.
But Nam, pocket nines on the button. Just call. Small blind, it gets out of the way. Suited connector for GA out of the big blind though. Gets in there.
When you play with someone whose serve is so
And
dominant.
Duke defends the
I
straddle.
played with a guy for a long time.
Queen
who was
high.
pretty equal, but he started training a lot heavier, and his serve became unbreakable. Like,
Middle
he might be
set
able to
now
start, like returning 90
for
miles per
Nam.
hour serve.
A little anti-erotic-ish.
I mean, just I'm an open
Really
tennis player.
nothing else but
Every time
backdoors
I
for
come
the
out
other
with
3
serves, I
players.
break him. And my serves aren't bad.
One of those backdoors
but he can
starting to
break
come
me
in. It's the
sometimes.
diamonds for Imposter.
Those never win. And so it's like serve becomes
GA also with the little
Where
gutter
you
ball
can
to the
compete.
3.
Yeah, serve's important.
Love the way Nam's played it
but
so
in-
far. He's been really
in
active.
pickleball, the
They're
serve
not going to
being
see
so
this coming
dominated-
with this set.
in pickleball,
Wouldn't
when the
hate
serve is
it for him
downplayed,
to
it's
build the
more
pot a
valuable.
little here, multi-way. There's too many stragglers.
Like, what's going on here?
Does raise 100. I love it. I wouldn't mind the 35 if you're trying to trap.
Yeah,
The problem
they have to
is
see
you're
all the
multi-way and it's starting to become a pretty
I
connected
figured
board.
this place would be pretty busy today
If
at the hotel.
a bad river comes in, you're just not sure what to do.
Like,
Bad
some of the
rivers could
other
be a
rooms are
king,
closed right
queen,
now.
8.
I need another drink. Can you get it?
Almost half the deck really is a bad river. Anything that brings in a straight, any diamond.
And a menu, she never brought it.
Oh, I definitely need to eat. I didn't eat dinner.
Where are you playing this? A deep dark play.
Imposter possibly thinking,
Wait for it to get it back.
even if his flush does get there, is it going to be any good?
It was in trouble.
Oh, I'll take a hot
Board straightens out. No diamond.
Like I said, there's not a bunch of great rivers for the pocket nines here, and this is one of them. 10-8 gets there. Obviously, there's only a specific amount of combinations of 10-8, but it is an open-ended combination.
Oh,
And now the imposter looking to go for it, given that he has 7 high.
Good.
Love the attempt, but Nam's just going to call here. Should be an easy call. There's no incentive in raising. You're not getting called by worse and only folding out better. So, should be a standard call. 200 to 320. Love the bet sizing from the imposter. Unfortunate, though, that Nam just has a monster of a hand right now that was underrepresented. If he does fold this, though, I'm going to ask that the dealer give back his knit bun. So, there it is.
Wow.
Great attempt at a bluff from the imposter, just very hard.
If you just had a single 9, we're all impressed.
I know.
Yeah, he's really only worried exactly what he just said. King 10 of diamonds,
He wasn't folding, but
beating
at
some
least he was in the
Queen X of diamonds that both missed and got there.
Right.
But good position to be in.
Well played, Bo.
Scary rivers can just check behind when checked to, or
Not on that. Not
think through it a little bit. And
It's a spot
sometimes
where,
you're paying off a straight.
right, and it's a spot where you just have to side call. If they have the straight, they have it, but they could be valuing worse 2 pairs.
Yeah.
legitimately, I mean. But if I had
Like
a
you
seven,
said,
I'd call.
you're only really worried about King 10 of diamonds and also possibly 10-8 of diamonds. But there's so many other hands you get value from.
Yeah.
A weird 2-pair, Jack 4, Jack Deuce, Queen Jack.
Very interesting.
Because he could have rivered 2 pair and go for that value.
Right,
You
and
know
someone,
what I mean? And
yeah.
think he's going for value.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Can you give me a new word, please?
Suited ace wheel now for imposter.
You say that a lot too.
It is a lot.
You say that a lot. That's so sick.
That means
And 6s right behind it.
Yeah.
Love this 3-bet. mainly because the nit game is on, and your hand's obviously a stronger hand pre-flop because it's a made hand. So you kind of want to just try to take this down now.
Yeah, I haven't bought any burgers.
That or get exactly what is happening now. Buy the button and get heads up potentially.
Yeah, which is not the worst. I would prefer a 4-bet from the imposter with this hand rather than just calling out of position, but it is what it is, and the flop is great for pocket sixes. Imposter flopping second pair with the wheel draw, but the wheel draw no good if it comes in, as Stone Bandit would have the higher straight.
I mean, it's good, but like, I like the side better. Maybe
Leading out now.
It is a 5-high rainbow board. He could be thinking that Bandit completely missed this.
Stone Bandit quickly raising to 500.
I'm gonna get rid of my nit button.
No.
Get the bigger overpair to fold.
The only of
You got 7s or 8s to fold, right?
you beat my 4s.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
I
mind
was trying to get 7s,
the
8s,
raise,
and 9s.
given that you do have equity still if you're behind to 3, but the sizing is just so big that if he gets called off, he's most likely behind. I don't mind the fold though, because, or I don't mind getting the fold though, because you're trying to get rid of your nit button, and like I said, you still are not dead if you get called.
Not gonna top off.
So I had you beat? I had you
That's also why I would have
Yeah,
preferred the
I thought
imposter to
I was trying to-
4-bet there,
I thought
because
you maybe had 7s,
you don't have
8s.
too much play post-flop unless you flop hearts.
But like, I'm
And
trying
then
to
when you do
represent
flop an
the
ace, you're not even
overpair,
sure if
but
you're
also
good,
I do
given
have-
that
I do have
the opposing player 3-bet. They could have a lot of ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack.
When he gets stacked by
a little bit of gut shot.
Yeah.
But I was trying to get the better overpair, like
Gotta run it up, baby.
those mid pairs to fold. Yeah, I was hoping like if I got 8s to fold, that would be a good way to go. Find out you only have the 4. Oh, I should have kept the nit button another round.
Yeah, you have to win with the worst hand.
Yeah, I know. You gotta like make a impressive play.
No. I'm a whole stack when that's up.
I guess it was a good raise though. Deny some equity.
GA on the button going huge to 105. There's no raise other than the straddle, so 105. I think he's trying to get rid of his nit button, but HV in an unfortunate spot. Can't really set mine just because the stack size that GA has is so short in comparison to the raise.
God, what the hell is this?
He wants to call though. He doesn't know what's going on.
I did three pot.
Yeah, bro, have you even played a putt?
I'm sorry. I'm not in the hand. I shouldn't be needling.
Alright, give it to him.
Definitely, if the stacks were deeper, HV would call, and HV just hates
Show
it.
you'd flip, you'd run it. Flip all
50-50 spot, but HV's just disappointed in himself because he does see that he was ahead, barely.
All right. I keep on getting thrown off. I think Luis doesn't have one, but then I remember he does it in the watch. Just puts it in.
Coca-Cola Classic.
Suited king. Middle position for Nam. And a quick call. Texas Road Dog has a nit button and queen high. Suited ace
What's the bet?
for Duke.
$75.
Here, give me the, whatever. Four-way.
Heads up to the flop now. Both players making top pair. Obviously, Duke with the better of it. Top. Position to go with it. Goes check, bet. Duke going pretty big here. Super connected board.
He checked, right? Or no? 300.
Duke not scared of any two pair holdings here or the straight.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
Pretty easy to play a suited connector
So sad.
and make two pair here if you don't make a straight.
Too far for. I'm still in the nick game.
Yeah, the nickname just kind of trap you at the table for a while.
Little bit of a dangerous bet here on the river.
Man, I smell smoky old fashioned.
Oh, that smell.
Opening the betting for Nam to potentially make a move.
And then you take that first sip of the drink, it's so different. It's like,
But Nam might just be thinking of a hero call.
very thoughtful.
No good hero call.
Just busy.
Very weird, sir.
Yeah.
He's got to be thinking, though, what bets
Consulting.
the flop like that and so big.
Freaking Celsius. Get a little tingly with the Celsius here.
I'm getting drunk. I'm getting drunk from Celsius.
I understand what he thinks he can beat.
The flop.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess yeah, for sure.
No. That's a good term for me too.
No bluff. I went 8. I went 8. Get rid of that.
Look at this guy.
Outing. Yeah.
Look at this guy.
I have king eye of flop.
Look at this. Why did you go?
Thin value.
The best hand. Flop trigger.
That big jump on you, you're done.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
And we'll take another look at some of the numbers here. VPIP, how often players are voluntarily putting money into the pot. Pretty active table early on. Most players above 30%. And the most important thing, who's up, who's down. LG still leading the way in the wrong area. He's down a little over 900, but plenty of time to make that back.
Hey, good fall. Shit.
Now, was that a bluff or?
Value bluff.
That's what I'm wondering.
Value bluff, bro. Value bluff. You know that term?
Yeah.
The value bluff.
That's
That
what
was
I know
like trying to
people
get
on
rid of that.
Suckdowns do.
Trying to get me
That was
forward,
a-
but
no,
actually
that-
value.
One of the most important things is if you have a bluff catcher, that truly beats
This is
all
exactly
the
what
bluffs.
I've wanted. Oh, no, never mind.
It's
Texas
not a
Road
bluff
Dog got
catcher
this
if it
too.
doesn't beat all of them.
Folds around to Tish's button. He bumps it up small with the snow crab.
Pocket queens is the bluff catcher.
10, queen, and jack.
But HV puts in the 3-bet immediately to 80. King, queen, offsuit.
I don't pay. I almost think I pay.
Oh, I can tell you were thinking about calling.
LG gets out of the way.
Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't see
I
it.
wasn't sure if I wanted you to or not, to tell the truth.
Now you're in an awkward spot.
I could have
An imposter suited jack.
couldn't imagine anything you had to beat me after it took you that long.
If I have position, I'll probably jam. Turn, but
Yeah.
like,
Well, that might give me.
Heads up to the flop now.
because I have so much equity.
Assets equals liabilities
Equity.
Goes check, check pretty quick there.
Your liabilities plus your equity.
Not surprised to see HV reaching for chips.
But it also holds true in poker.
Easy to rep that ace as it rolls off
Same thing.
and takes it down.
Well, if you had it. That's straight, wasn't it? No?
Plus your equity.
Louis?
Fuck. I thought you had a spade.
Road dog didn't he?
$75 bluff.
Damn, dude, that Corona was hitting hard then. Or I'm just not paying attention.
You think I had it?
I had 2 sips of Corona, guys.
Raw capital would also ensue like all your buy-ins
What?
for that night.
I did.
Distributions are.
Good job, buddy. Keep drinking. Keep drinking that Corona.
Thought I had 8s last hand. Turned those 8-3.
Oh, that goes under op.
I'm just kidding.
What a fucking fish right here. Got him.
Got him. Fish money's
Yeah, I blame you for that.
donking money off
Because
today.
I would have folded if you not had folded out a turn.
Well, that's
Oh,
good
well,
for HV then. He got extra value.
Yeah. You owe him a portion of that one.
You're looking out for him, right?
Extra value against another shitty hand.
Jack's buried for Texas Road Dog.
100.
Got him.
Got him.
Good
Luis and I,
opportunity
heads up.
What do you know?
for Jax to get rid of the knit button.
It is.
Not yet.
Not to be.
But I have faith in in the Texas Road Dog. Oh. Okay, maybe I'm not. No, maybe I'm not so sure.
Goodbye. Buy my $10.
Nah,
Got him.
450.
we'll see. We'll see.
Is that right?
Already 925 out in the middle.
Completely honest.
Only 384 back for the Jacks, and the Jacks are still good. All those chips got to hit the middle now for Texas Road Dog there.
Road Dog.
You run once or twice?
Whatever you want to do.
I always
Twice,
do twice.
that's fine.
Sounds like we've already got a call in some business.
I knew you had ace king.
Yeah. But at least I have the spade redraw.
Read him like a book, Texas Road Dog.
2-2.
Yes, sir.
Can't be mad about that flop.
Jack of spades. Let's make it fun.
I wanted to make the other ace king fold. That would have been the thing.
No, quick fit. Stay off.
I was just surprised you didn't jam free and then we just go.
I believe we're going to have
Three.
turn river and turn river again. Opportunity to chop.
Oh. Oh, no,
That's
no,
not
no,
fun.
not
That's
yet.
not fun.
Wrong paint for Stone Bandit.
Is it reverse? It's like,
Texas Road Dog acting like he needs to buy more chips already,
Well, I'm good on one of them.
but he's at least getting his own chips back.
On the other one. Back, hold
I'd
on.
like to use my one time.
Ooh.
No.
Stone Bandit picking up flush outs.
Hold on, let me bring my donkey out for him.
Just one time.
And the
one
Jack
time.
of Spades.
The nice thing is,
Flush over set. It's going to be a chop pot.
they both got
Yeah, you got to conserve your
What's
one
that?
time.
What's that
ready to
baby say on
fold
that
Luis
show?
the soul.
Asshole.
So I've been waiting.
I always do run it twice though. Like,
Good news for Texas Road Dog, though, is he will get rid of the knit button. The natural board, the first board, determines
He just got
if you can get rid of the knit button or not.
it's got to see all 12 cards.
You did actually before the 3 rounds. Now you're gonna have to battle.
Any side bets? Side bets?
I bet you $1.
On the
Sit here and fold every hand I call one damn hand. He's
Well,
gonna
yeah,
try to re-raise
he does
me
have
on.
position on me, so it helps.
I didn't figure I could just flat and pray for the flop out of position.
Thank you.
And I was hoping it would just get
I just need, like, a hand in, like, the top
because I
third.
felt you were on jacks, queens.
That's all I need.
I don't usually run because
Every other hand so far has been in the bottom 30.
Suck out on me.
It's not about sucking.
Sir, I didn't win, but
It's just you're getting more samples in your overall.
there you go anyway. I'm gonna make it
I didn't
12.
10 suited.
And I don't have no nip button.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Attaboy.
There you go.
I don't
I'm
have to
glad
worry
you
about that
won.
$150
If we're gonna
now.
chop it, I'm glad you won.
Good for you.
Because I would have got rid of my
Jerry, I have a
gun 3
weird
times.
feeling your $12 ain't gonna do.
It probably won't, sir, but
45.
Every time I've done it, James, it's,
I have faith
All
in
right,
James.
sorry,
Dude.
Jamie, I got a bit in my hand.
There he goes.
Calling me too. I hope the bathroom's open.
Everybody play fast. Play really fast. Really fast.
He's running.
Craig's lonely already.
LG got to get rid of the nit button. He's in there with the 9-5.
How much is it? 45. I call.
They let you put them in 2 stacks.
This green rock
allowed.
is meant to grow whatever it's on top of.
It looks like
sir.
a
I
great,
did take care of you,
I
right?
needed to grow the whole stack,
Thank
not
you,
just
sir.
one of them.
looks like a great.
On black then?
Yeah, that's why I need to color up.
Pure poker. Nobody has a nit button.
Yeah, no, oh, nobody in this hands has a net anyway,
Oh,
right?
is he in? Oh, yeah, I can just see his name. Sorry, Louis.
Yeah, the one person with the nit button in the hand actually has the best hand with this flop. Texas Road Dog with the gut shot, but likely not to continue. Does have backdoor hearts to go with it. But middle pair in the lead and in position.
Exactly what you're referencing.
215.
You want him to get rid of that nit button. You don't want him to get rid of it.
Stone Bandit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Trying to do bandit things and
Yeah, I
steal
did
the
see
pot
that.
here.
That's what I meant. I just threw out the wrong
Just
number.
queen high. The lowest equity position currently.
Yeah, 115 is not even that, right?
I don't think so.
Honestly, love this check raise just because you have basically no equity, and he probably understands that. So the best way to steal this pot that's already pretty hefty is to check raise. You put a lot of ace X's in really bad positions. The only hands that can call you are sets and ace 6, ace 9, which a lot of people are never going to have. So this is a really good raise.
It's got the crystal black.
Really hard to anyone to ever have a hand that can call you, unless they just think you're full of it and they decide to go with their hand. LG has a type of hand that could do that. If he thinks Stone Bandit's full of it, just rip it. You block pocket nines, obviously. Your hand's really bad. This is the hand to probably do it with. And Stone Bandit can't call. For the same reason that Stone Bandit raises and other people can't call, LG can do the same. The only hand that could call LG if he jams here would be ace king or better. And with having a 9 in your hand, he's not going to have pocket 9s here. So the only hands that can call are aces, pocket 6s, and possibly ace king. So
Get rid of my
unfortunately though,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
he does fold.
Exactly what I
I
said.
thought you had a spade. I thought that was.
Yeah, backdoor. I got it. When you have
Even
two
a spade
backdoors,
draw
I
isn't loving the spot. If they decide to gamble, then it is what it is. But if they have a spade draw, you're still good with your pocket, with your pair 9. So
That's the time to go for it.
unfortunate.
Jam on him.
Because then when you get that turn equity, you just rip it.
Backdoor is crazy.
Backdoor. Double backdoor.
Don't read too much about solvers. That's
One
their
thing to
favorite
think
check
about the
raise.
spot, but another to go and pull the trigger.
Oh, look at that. It already
Oh,
wants to.
This is the hand. Okay, guys, just let us duke it out. Heads up. I open. He
Duke it out.
does whatever.
You call.
Find
Thank
out what
God.
that means.
Tish with an actual hand to get rid of his nit button. Ace 8 suited. LG wanting to defend, but cannot with the king 4 offsuit.
Wanted it to be against you.
Nam waking up with pocket 10s. Understands that Tish has a nit button. Alexa just call, and I think he's going to be trapping
I know
here.
how you love that free
Hoping
money.
that Tish just blasts off.
I'm gonna get that frog for my granddaughter.
Who says I'm betting the frog?
Ace 8-5, how good can you run? Tish with aces up.
chase, not to forget his
Top
splash.
2. Doesn't have to even bluff at it. Goes 20 to 61. Nam could float a street here because Tish is continuing with a lot of his range because of the Nick game. He doesn't like to call.
You forget that you're in them, though, kinda.
I think it's just a graphical error there, my Cora. Tish and LG still have their knit buttons. 7 of diamonds not changing much. Tish comfortably in the lead. Continuing 45 and 100. Continue to go for thin value against any other ace X hand. Or trying to get a call from a hand like Nam's.
Y'all be quiet down there, Papa Smurf.
Well, this is some serious shit going on here, ain't there?
Nam does call.
Well, we got 2 nip buttons left.
Yes, we do. So in other words,
River
one
6
them
of hearts,
gets
not
knocked
a
out.
great river for either
Oh, yeah,
player.
Yeah. One of them
Nam does his check and Tish takes the showdown value, gets rid of his hand.
Ah,
Yay!
what a flop.
And LG, as well as he's
glad
been
that
playing
was
tonight, will have to play out the
It made it
text.
easy. Made it easy.
Made it.
150.
I just had to do some.
Made me fold the gay waiter.
Congratulations.
Back.
Thank you.
Let's just wait for him to get back so we don't have another incident. Please.
Nice hand, nice hand. Got me 2 times.
Let's just wait for him to come back.
Tish, you made me fold the gay waiter.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna play, right?
Wait a minute.
I would say not his hand until he's
This is
coming
just my
back.
opinion on this, though. I just think it should be up to Luis because
are we
he's
doing?
in worse position later.
We're just waiting on the
But-
splash
Yeah,
pod,
yeah,
so
yeah.
That's
he comes
just
back.
But if you do,
Yeah, why would we not wait? Okay. Yeah, no, guys.
Yeah.
And you can split the splash pot up if you want to
Oh,
go
you can go ahead and
75,
get that,
75, you can do that too.
No, I think we're just doing one.
Okay, I didn't know. Last time I was here, we did.
The problem is, I think he's out there smoking for a little while.
well, yeah, that is the problem.
Yeah, we should. This is why. I guess.
Oh, you're good, dude.
We're waiting for you.
We
back.
were waiting for you, sir.
Next hand, next hand, next hand.
You got a super break.
My hand dead?
No, you're good.
Can we vote on that? No.
Oh, next hand's the splash pod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was about to be.
Oh, that's too gentle. You guys can.
25.
I just want to preface this. If I'm ever away from the table during a splash pot, just rip it. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't worry
Oh,
about
me
me.
too.
That's my
Me
fault.
too. I would never want to delay
I
anything.
mean,
Just go
now
for
if
it.
I was
Yeah.
the one who lost the Nick game, you guys would have to wait.
But then I'm gonna keep my precedent. If I lose a splash, if I lose a Nick game and somebody's not at the table, screw them. We're playing this splash pot. I'm just saying. That's my precedent.
Yeah. Actually, might need to tighten the rules up on that just a little bit.
That's just,
Because it's just going to cause hard feelings.
yeah, I know. That's just my opinion. Not at the table, not playing.
I'm just saying if
Yeah.
like if he would have taken three hands too long, then we.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you know
Just
what I mean?
But that's just.
Right.
But I just
Well, what
don't
are you
think, I
going
just
to
don't
do?
think that's fair for
By
you.
then, I'm
because now
in
you're
bad
worse
position then instead of being in good
You're in a
position.
much worse
Yeah,
position during the splash pot.
Yeah. It's just,
Make sense?
What do you mean by having more people?
No, you're in worse position. You're
Got a
first
lot of
out.
action on this one. King 4-4, 2 hearts. HVC betting with the ace 10. Stone Bandit quickly raising with his trip 4s.
oh, yeah, it's just like.
Don't mind the raise because you're going multi-way. You're in position. You want to start building your pot. There's a lot of bad turns you don't want to see. So I love the raise. HV unfortunately doesn't have a hand that he can continue with,
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
but proving me wrong.
Anyway.
3 bets.
And I was going to.
So if you are going to play this hand that has very little equity, it's just good to 3-bet in this spot
Let's take a look at that
Oh,
thing.
she came back up.
because he's going to quickly find out that his
That's the
hand
next thing I need to
cannot
try here.
continue.
Okay.
Stone Bandit
Is that the
calling very quickly, obviously, with trip 4s. Trying to fade a heart. Bad turn. HV with the ace of hearts could barrel, but it does not come the ace of hearts. Or sorry, the heart draw, so. Most likely shutting down on this turn.
I didn't know you heard him.
Yes, I just told him.
He has to really think what
Dave,
hands are
something?
raising turn or raising flop in position and then calling the 3-bet. So
sir.
it should
Take it, leave the
really
house,
only
leave
be a
yours alone.
4x hand.
I don't need them.
HV does correctly decide to check.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Stone Bandit checking back, allowing HV to hang himself. Use the diamonds on the river.
Kind of like pulled pork.
It's like ground pork.
I like the check from Stone Bandit. You're checking to let them hang themselves and also just to try to pot control. Now he goes for value on the river. Betting 250, really small. Hoping to get called by a king. HV now wondering why so small. Could this be a miss heart draw bluff? HV had turned his hand into bluff on the flop, but now is possibly considering that his hand might be best here on the river. The only problem is that he has the ace of hearts, which you would prefer your opponent to have in this spot.
Yeah, that's blocking the nut flush draw. Really blocking that heart bluff.
As played, the only hands that should have raised flop and then called a 3-bet would really be Queen Jack of Hearts, Queen 10 of Hearts.
14.
A raise or jam here from HV would be disastrous. Only hand that Stone Bandit would ever be worried about would be Pocket Kings, which, to be fair, given played with the action, HV could have, but very, very unlikely. I don't think Pocket Kings 3-bets the flop and then checks turn. I think HV heavily considering, is ace 10 high good here? Does correctly fold. Can't hate himself for that one. Just unfortunate.
Brutal.
Nice hand from the Stone Bandit.
Shows the 4.
Good thing you didn't.
HV said, so close to ripping it.
Thank you for dealing, Brandon.
Yeah, those small river bets can really induce, confuse
Very
players. Going to have a dealer change and look at what's going on at the room. Thursday nights, we've got PLO, 12K guaranteed, 7 p.m. start time, 20-minute levels, 180 buy-in, $100 rebuys, and it's PLO, so you know they're rebuying. Single $100 add-on at the closer edge available as well. Very similar structure, but instead of the 180 buy-in, it's a 150 buy-in. Friday afternoons at 2 p.m., and it's no limit hold'em. That's currently going on, and currently over 7,000 to first place. So really good tournament going on. We both saw that going on before we came out here to the commentary booth. And if you missed out on that, come out tomorrow. 12 p.m. start time, 25K to play for. It's a 240 buy-in, 30K starting stack, 30-minute levels, plenty of bang for your buck. Really great structures here at Champions. And if you're old enough, Seniors Sunday. Seniors only tournament, must be 50 years older or older to play. And yeah, we're adding additional incentive. Win 2K towards the WSOP Seniors events. Pretty cool stuff going on. And then you will see some announcements coming out from us pretty soon here. But reverse senior special, new policy going into place. Champions Club now 18 and up to play poker. Still must be 21 and older to drink alcoholic beverages. But I think that's definitely a good change and good for poker. Plenty of young cats out there getting to poker early
For sure, for sure. I think it's a
And-
great change.
Yeah, especially when it's a room like Champions. I'd much rather some of these young players be able to come into a spot as professional as Champions, not have to go play underground.
Yeah, Champions just doing everything by the book, regulated as regulated can be. Super safe environment. Has a hotel, so you know it's a professional business. So you should be very happy if your child does come to play at a place like Champions rather than some of these other places out there where the players just aren't as protected. So really good choice for Champions have made it 18 plus and give these players another option, because there are some rooms around town that are 18 plus, but they don't do it like Champions does. So, and like Kyle said, the structures for the tournaments have been great. PLO went off last week and crushed the guarantee. Today, the 12K Firecracker hit 18K with the 7K first place, which is still going on right now. And then the Saturday tournaments are just such great value and great structures. The Fridays are a bit faster than I'd like, but for an 18K prize pool, when it's 12K guaranteed, you can't really beat it. And then tomorrow, the 25K. So hope to see some of you guys here. I know power's out around Houston, Texas. What better way? Nice AC ventilated room. Great food from Chef Connie. Lights, power, action at Champions. This one, we got two buddies going at it. Tish Monday with the Jack 10 offsuit and HV with King Queen offsuit, flopping second pair and third pair. Both have gutter balls to each other's outs. Looks like it was a 3-bet pot pre while we were talking about all the great promos and changes to Champions going on. What a move by Tish Money. 150 flop bet from HV into 550, 570, and Tish just ripping it. 1300. Putting every hand basically in the blender, aside from aces, ace, king, and kings. Tish having the jack is very important as he blocks queen, jack. Also having a 10 means he could have pocket 10s. Obviously, he does not have either of those hands, but they're two good cards to have when you're making this bluff. HV, though, has a really good card in his hand, being the queen of diamonds. Also blocking flop straights in the sense of queen jack. This is a really good hand for HV to have to bluff catch. Probably much prefer to have king queen than some of those other hands where you could be put in spots. Ace rags, for example. Thinking it through, would a value hand ship it here? What type of hand would ship it here? Does queen jack really just rip all in here? Check raise. Does call, wow. What a great call.
Can only suck out once.
Is two great players going at it with each other. Tish Money saying once because he can only suck out once. 3 of clubs not there. Looking for a 10 or a queen.
I have a pair of 10s.
Great call from HV. We don't get to see the river, unfortunately. There it is, 9 of clubs. What a great call. HV correctly assessing that there's no real value hand that just jams on the flop like that, except maybe pocket 10s.
You're blocking it. The only thing is you're blocking the set. You're still alive.
Great, great play from these two players. It's a really strong jam. And then it's a great breakdown from HV to just say there should not really be any hands that do that like that on the flop.
Yes, sir.
Maybe on that way. We're allowed
Yes.
four straight.
That was just some great poker.
I mean, I think tens would be the only. Tens is the only super nutted hand. Jam.
Double check.
Right. So king queen is a great bluff catcher. Catches.
4. Yeah, that's 1K.
Because no ace.
Thank you. And then
especially
straddle
like
6.
a suited ace.
Straddle 6.
Because you're only getting snapped by
Yeah,
that.
those.
So he doesn't have any suited ace combos.
I doubt.
10?
No, I had Jack 10.
Yeah, I mean,
Turn in Jack 10 into a bluff.
Had a good hand to call with.
he blocks the nuts. He blocks
Yeah.
the ace queen, which has like some jam type of thing. You hit top pair with the guy. You block ace king. You block ace queen. Pocket tens is the only thing that you don't.
Tish immediately getting jacks after that loss.
Sorry. I
Good
was
thing
listening to the speech
topped
over
off.
Yes, sir.
So I think this king queen becomes an actual real bluff catcher because it does beat all the bluffs.
Wow.
And on a pot with
Build the pot.
one out of
Top pair for GA. But middle set for Tish.
really nice call, HV.
GA not afraid to put some chips in when he makes strong hands. Queen of diamonds for GA to go with it.
It was a 6 jam for my friend right there.
That was the game.
Yeah, it's a
Goes
good- it's
just
a good
call.
play by
Both ways, yeah.
Yeah, of course, because it's a good jam. He still has, he's not drawn dead. You're not jamming with air.
Turns a gut shot to Broadway.
Something redonkulous. You know, it's good.
Tough to call that.
I talk too much at strategies table because I just like the game.
Yeah.
It's probably negative EV.
Perfect sizing by Tish here.
Playing for chips.
Really setting things up.
When we got a cage.
448 out there. Just over pot back for GA. Tish has got to be asking for it all now.
All in.
Does exactly that.
Queen.
Nice hand. Just set himself up for that one.
Chad to lose
Great
1700
hand
to
by
do it.
Tish.
To win 600.
Gets the
Yeah,
maximum.
If you had run it twice, you wouldn't have got that same shuffle, and you wouldn't have got that. So it's a good thing you ran it once, because otherwise the shuffle.
We're getting real deep now.
Yeah, that's pretty deep.
Getting real deep.
But if you hadn't run it, if you had run it twice, you wouldn't have had that hand.
I don't know about that.
Nah, dude, I definitely
Of
would.
course, the cards would have been in a different order. You would have shuffled them differently. It's undeniable fact. A butterfly flaps its wings. Off the coast
Nice
of
hand.
Singapore.
Thank you.
It's good, right?
Good. The bread?
The meat is good.
Can we get the server for
No, whole thing. Other than the bread. Give me the service too, Brad. Thank you. Everyone's on 2,000. We got a straddle from C4. 30. Then C5 raises to 30. I got you. You're live, dude.
I'm live.
Facing a $30 bet.
Food like,
C1
Huh?
fold.
I think I ordered food like almost an hour ago.
I didn't eat dinner today.
Yeah.
Going heads up to the flop now. Ace-10 in position on King-8.
Pardon me.
Backdoor clubs for HV. Ace-high still good. Goes check pretty quick there on the flop.
Crunchy, soft.
That backdoor flush starting to come in for HV, and he's starting to put chips in too.
With the right man. Find me is the perfect weapon. Yeah, it's
Best hand, making a pair at the end.
the best thing, my favorite thing to do is take a banh mi, you wrap it really tightly in saran wrap, leave it for 1 hour.
So that it can soak up.
Front door came in, but as played,
Go at it.
LG can't be worried about that. Given the pot size, this is a pretty large bet. 125 into 144.
Mascots.
Ooh, that's another big one.
Wow.
With the way LG's night has been going, might just need to pay this off. Try to get unstuck. You gotta win pots to do it.
King.
Flicks in the call. Could be worried about some weak Jack X holding that put in a delay bet. But again, one of those spots. Just gotta pay.
No big hands. Medium sized pot. You'll see the stream. Come on.
So have you just watched a bunch of them? And
Yeah. Just I've come here for a couple of the tournaments. Started coming at like the fall poker.
so you're well studied on these two jokers, basically?
I should be more studied than I am. Right? I suffer from a bad memory.
He knows what's happening.
He's from
Yo, a bunch
Louisiana,
of
but he
wild
only
bunches.
comes to champions.
It's not like Bobby Flay where like you're watching every stream, picking up everything.
Yeah, that guy.
But no, he was in the tournament champions at the Winter Poker Open, and I was too, and he was like, I gotta make it on the stream table. I'm like, dude, you're
And it was a 3-table thing. I was like, I just gotta get to the last table. It's okay. I'm gonna do it. And then like I'm an hour in or something like that.
Okay. I was like, you can just sign up for cash stream. You don't have to like try to get on the final table of the Winter Poker Open.
Who would have felt more satisfied?
Sign up for a regular Friday stream. Tournament streams are boring.
Yeah,
Cody?
sometimes it's a funny thing.
I mean, they have so much money
I
on the
agree.
line. They have to, consider
2 overs for HV.
But it's
Open-ended on a paired board
table
for
setup and
LG.
commentary and the amount of pre-flop
yeah.
folding and there's post-flop action.
Oh yeah, they don't chit
It's so
chat.
slow. Yeah, I have a hard time, I gotta watch tournament streams on, 4 speed.
Yeah, they play so slow.
And even if they play slow, there's just so many pre-flop take-it-downs and stealing of blinds and people protecting their ICM value. They're
That's what tournament's about.
What?
yeah, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. But
It's fun to
Yeah,
play.
but it's not a
stream
spectator.
Yeah,
not
personally,
worth it.
I don't like all this tournament slander. I love tournament poker
live
myself.
cash game streams are funny. The people interact.
Yeah.
It starts to become a dynamic. There's nit games and everyone's joking. Cash game streams are just.
Inherently
More for
fun.
spectators, that's for
And
sure.
also, I like playing cash games for the same reason. You can sit at 6 hours.
LG playing
Yeah.
the board
Tournaments,
and leading
you're
out
constantly moving
river.
Tables is different.
Trying to get
deals.
king high to
Everyone's
fold,
got
and
liberty
it
and
And
does.
speaking of the knit game, you guys want to start another one?
I'm up.
Yeah, I'm up.
Hey, Jerry, we get.
All right, let's do it.
Actually, I need the potty.
Okay, yeah, go do that.
And I really wish I could order food.
You can. They'll let you.
Yeah.
I'm Nick Game after the bathroom.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Stone Bandit thinks he can't order some food back there.
Or something, didn't they?
We've seen plenty of steaks and amazing entrees,
Same shit.
desserts, the whole 9,
Same shit, different
all
flavor.
consumed
Different players'
loosey-goosey
Same shit,
on
different
stream
time.
here.
Thank you very much. Straddle from seat 6, 7 fold, 8 folds, and 9 folds. Seat 1 and 2. It used to be white paint. It went to gray. 3 and 4 folds.
Oh, I just freak out every once in a while.
Let's play poker. Big pot.
6, 7, huge. Oh, that one wants to jump around. Jump up to get down.
Yeah, we definitely need the knit game, just keep it like a little something. besides this.
15.
Fold. Net low.
Really?
2-3. You see, you're bluffing with the best hand, but you didn't know it.
The 5 was playing so far,
That's a hard one to
but
pull,
likely
John.
not to play river.
We had a lot of chop outs.
You the big.
More than half the deck for
Oh,
the
yeah,
chop
that's-
outs.
Yeah, that's right. That's straddle.
You're gonna straddle for him? Damn.
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
guys,
force
you guys are. Appreciate that. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 2 1 folds. 2 folds. He raises to 15. 4 folds.
Suited ace wheel for Tish. Can be dominating Jack high hearts of LG. Imposter gets in there from the big blind as well, and Imposter
You like, when you, anytime-
flopping
no,
best.
Not this, just these here. That is, you can just, whatever.
Into the water.
Top pair gets there again on the turn. Wants to start juicing it up. Gonna get no action though.
Seat 3, 5 folds.
Gary, there's other things on the menu besides chili, you know. He said everything.
He always gets the chili.
Always get the chili.
Chili's good though.
Chili's
The
good.
chili's good.
Chili's good.
One of the things with something like chili, you can always be really consistent with it, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's a recipe
Yeah,
that doesn't
or-
have a lot of volatility.
Variation, you know.
If you order a steak, like 30 seconds different and
Longer it
different.
sits.
The longer you cook the chili,
Oh, really?
the better it gets.
That's kind of like gumbo. Like
Yes.
the second day, it's always better.
Yes,
It simmers and sits and even freezes.
You're live.
Oh, I'm live.
You had a big blind.
Yeah, big blind.
Good timing.
9 raises to chili. 1 calls.
Well, he didn't say, are we going to wait for him for the net game? Do we all
Yeah,
need to be
well,
seated?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
55.
He was in the bathroom.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure when he got.
We didn't do the cigarette thing, we did the bathroom thing. That sounds weird, the bathroom thing. They killed your hand, man.
2 5 folds. 2 folds.
They're gonna kill my hand.
7 folds. 8 calls. 55. 1 calls. 5 fires.
Just what I want.
Just a casual 5-way 3-bet pot.
He didn't even see this now.
See 9 check. See 1 check. Queen of diamonds. 10 of diamonds. 2 of clubs.
Props to the team, this is the most comfortable room temperature I've ever played this stream.
205.
It's not too hot.
Definitely a
not
good
too
temp.
cold. Yeah. This is the best temperature this room has ever been.
Let's just ride this way. We haven't had one complaint about the temperature yet,
Save these
very
settings,
comfortable.
whatever it
which is not normal.
It's always too hot, always too cold. This is Goldilocks.
We need to do that.
It's already my favorite room now. I have 0 complaints.
Dookie,
Yeah.
dookie, dookie.
I was like, I love champions except the temperature in the stream room is unbearable one way or the other. Oh. Now? 0.
Bitter. Queen of diamonds. 10 of diamonds. Deuce of clubs.
Apologies as we get our graphics caught up here. We'll likely switch that deck out as well. We got queen, 10, deuce, 2 diamonds on board. Turn brings another diamond here.
$400.
It still is.
Yeah, it's only 8 p.m.
Looks like another storm's fixing to come through, though.
Another one? Another
Storm.
uncharted hurricane?
Yeah.
90-mile-per-hour sustained winds yesterday.
Actually, it was 113 in Cypress and 110
But
downtown.
not sustained, but some of the gusts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just straight up category 1 and 2 hurricane.
Okay.
Did you go? Pocket kings? You do, bro? So sick.
Kings with, oh, no king of diamonds.
I only had, I'm like, does
Rip
he
it
really
off.
hit it on me?
Rip it off.
You have a diamond?
What do you want to do?
You got a diamond? You got a diamond?
One?
Once is good. I like ripping it off. I like real poker.
Looks like kings with no diamond
I
for
like
Duke.
Feel the pain.
Feel the pain.
Ace queen, ace diamonds?
You think I think that hard with a diamond? No way, dude. I need,
You got jacks?
I have 3 outs.
3 out. Let's figure that out. That probably wasn't one of them.
So stupid.
Duke's kings will hold.
Next one, not pushing it over.
What?
Can't lose with king.
Can't lose. You're the king.
King master.
King of kings.
King of kings.
So we have knit buttons getting passed out?
Yes.
He's coming back.
Well, he's coming back. We can wait. We can wait for him.
We'll wait one more hand. Yeah, we'll just play right
Or 2 or 3, take your time.
I was excited. I thought I was going to
Walk it off, you know.
Oh, man. Well, that's too bad.
I'll survive. Does that ATM only let you pull out 200 at a time too?
No, you can pull out as
That's
much
what
as
the
you
one in
want.
the front does now.
No.
James, I did river a straight draw.
They just
You can pull out all the
They said,
money.
yeah, we got to change it somehow.
Well, there's a Chase Bank ATM like semi-walking distance.
Yeah, this
from here.
$200 in an ATM machine.
That was ridiculous.
That's crazy. That's like a 4-bet pre.
Who's gonna go to a poker house
Yeah.
and only get $200 to play with?
It's like 1-bet pre-flop.
Christian, can you turn your microphone?
My microphone on.
We're gonna have to ground you
People
to the
really
table,
don't
sir.
need to hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, actually, you're giving a lesson to everybody on the live stream. You know, your poker thoughts.
I am I'm just a transparent voting guy. I don't lie.
C9 raises. 81.
That seems to make my decision easier. Nice hand.
Thank you, sir.
We weren't playing the knit game. Did
You know, I didn't think about that till I turned around, but I wasn't gonna just, limp in with ace king, ace 10, I mean. I wasn't gonna limp in with ace 10 on there. Give y'all a chance to get a 3, 4, 5 on me.
I did have a 3-4.
That's my plan, my 3-5.
You had 3-5.
That was
I
his
had
plan.
3-4. Yeah.
You got denied your plan.
I'm doing the thing that like you should
6 or
never
10.
do is
They're
like
make you say
complete
it.
the small blind with
Yeah.
a marginal hand.
Yeah.
It's like the worst decision in poker.
So for $2. Or I guess for $5.
What, are they making me rebuy already?
No.
Yes, you're forced to match the
No,
stack.
you don't.
Oh, okay. I usually have to go felt before I gotta
3.5K.
rebuy.
You have to match
You-
3
you-
grand.
Courtesy of Tish.
They can't force you to read it.
I still like my jam.
So where'd the
Fucking
frog
do it
come
again.
from, Tish, again?
I'd fucking do it again.
So what?
Call it again. You know, hold him, buddy.
Yeah. Took a while for you to think.
Is that a good bluff?
I think so.
You paid the snap, so.
That's all that I care about.
Faded the
Oh,
snap.
suited 3-4.
Faded the snap, bruh.
Damn, you wanted my $3 bad.
How many times is Stone Bandit going to flop trips?
Burgers and fries and apple pie.
I was thinking like Ray Smalling then jamming.
Sorry, the field green salad. And
GA calls
Too awkward of a set.
with a gut shot.
You, in that hand, I was thinking, if I bet small right here, there might be a chance that Fish gonna jam.
Sure.
Quick check from GA.
Probably like 800.
Quick bet
Own my soul, bro.
from the
Own
Bandit.
My fucking soul.
But like, when you jam like that, at first I was like, man, he's never bluffing here, but like, what strong hand do he have?
Queen Jack.
Queen Jack, that's it.
It's basically like the range. It's Jack 10, Queen Jack at that point.
But even if you have like two pairs, I still have outs.
Yeah.
But pre-flop was 25.
I don't mind playing face
You
up,
started the hand with like
as long as I'm winning.
Hey,
50 big blind.
you're lucky in a two-pecker bullet goat raise it with an ace deuce,
Right.
8 deuce and hit an ace 2-8s on it, huh?
No, that's not what I had.
What happened?
Oh, never mind.
Rolling.
Oh, and you get.
Yeah, I like games too much to not talk about them while they're going on. Even
Pineapple
even
next
playing
round.
Uno.
Well, I tell you what, I've enjoyed your conversation tonight.
2 black 10s for Tish.
I just,
If I'm sitting around,
HV folding a red 10.
you know,
You play
it's got a
bridge?
point to it.
An ace jack out of the small blind for Texas Road Dog.
What?
I had
You have
played
a
bridge
point to
couple
what you're saying,
times.
man.
Surely bumping it
I
up.
looked into getting lessons. I couldn't believe how expensive lessons were. They were like $150 a lesson, or $150 an hour.
contract or duplicate bridge?
Me too.
Contract. I don't even know what duplicate bridge is.
Duplicate bridge and duplicate poker is super interesting.
I'm getting the frog.
So
Yes, sir.
duplicate poker
I'm
is
gonna
one of
check
those
dark to you
fascinating
right now
things.
anyway.
Never heard of it.
Makes no
So
fucking sense.
you and
It never
another
does.
table play in this exact situation. We play a cash game. We all start with the same money. Imagine a sit and go tournament. And whatever seat 2 gets over there is your exact hand.
Oh, they
The
just-
flops are identical.
They set the deck
and,
the same.
and the way that they
Road Dog
gauge
gets
if you
there
win or
on the
lose
turn.
is if you get more money in your stack at the end of the 100 hands than the seat 2 got, who had your
Ooh.
identical card distribution, the identical
Queens are good.
That would be cool. I'd like
and
that.
and it's you versus
No, your
him.
queens are good. If you have them,
And
I
like,
just had ace
if you
jack.
get coolers, he's getting
Also good.
coolers. If you're running hot, so whoever can make more money out of the exact same
That's a
card,
Here you go, sir.
and then it's a tournament. And so you're only really playing against seat 2 of the other table.
You can only
Wizard
eliminate
can never
half.
fucking
But
right
you're
there on
really
that
playing
coming
against
in.
everyone at your
Never.
Yeah,
Never
duplicate-
finding that. Never find an ace jack off there.
Identical seat on the other.
Yeah.
Duplicate
Already
bridge.
in the
So
blender.
duplicate from duplicate bridge, because in duplicate bridge,
I like Tish.
the north-south team on
He's a
one,
nice
I gotta give Road Dog some
also a team
action.
on
He's a nice
east-west on
guy.
the other.
Yeah, I say, I never.
I'll call with
It's
with
just like a
range there
spades
against
or
the
hearts
min
when you're
raise.
playing your
I will
partners
call with
across from
range.
you.
Just for you.
Yes, sir.
So north
If
and
I can
south.
call without looking, you can call looking.
So saying north and south, whatever you get, the east-west gets the exact opposite. And there's all these like abacuses. So the people who deal duplicate bridge, they look at every hand, they quickly abacus it,
What are we thinking now?
and then they run
Thinking
to
the
the other
same
hand,
75 I
and they
bet
have
the
this
last
like whole
time.
thing,
You looked, right?
and then they completely recreate the whole thing. Really
I think I
fast.
gotta look for this one.
Go ahead, sir.
Duplicate
Now Road
bridge
Dog has
Frog in if you
queens.
call.
is the only card
I
you
will.
can remove lock
I will.
entirely. And it is the
Wow,
default
Duke
card.
getting rid of the suited connector and no action.
Somehow or another, because you asked me if I had queens.
Now you do.
You know,
What the heck, dude? Waking up.
Not
A
solved.
little bit too much, yeah.
Whereas
Waking
chess,
up with
you can
it.
go
Yes.
solve.
Right, I mean, this is, duplicate bridge is just
I'd call him in race.
versus the.
I'd call him in race for sure. You see my hand?
A thing to be solved.
Probably
with a
not.
card.
No, but it has to be
9-3
solved.
off.
Like if you play optimal strategy and then your exact opposite holdings play optimal
Actually, you can make two
strategy.
straight.
Yeah.
That the computers can't figure that out over the
Possibilities are endless.
Two straight.
Did you know that?
um,
Do you know that 10-5 is the hand that can make the most straights?
Multiple evolutions of it around.
Yeah.
It makes the most point.
Yeah,
It makes the
somebody
most.
keeps
It can
telling me
make every
that.
single straight.
Because do you know how it
10-5.
works?
It's been a while, sort of.
9-3 is close.
It's very close to
like
10-5, but 10-5 can make every single straight.
More.
You know that, James?
Right, you gotta
It's
take
not
it.
even
You have to get that many
See how
offensive sets. But
Think about it.
From the wheel to the Broadway.
From the wheel to Broadway, make every single
card
straight.
count, and he's called in duplicate bridge? No, regular bridge.
I think we gotta
So
start
if we're
mixing in
north
some
south
10-5s here.
and we auction 8 and they auction 7 and we win the
Ten-
auction,
10-5
we gotta win
suited?
8 out of
Winning.
13 sets.
Oh, but, you know what?
Fold.
I think someone's hand is completely face up.
So then, if I'm the one who auctioned 8, you become the dummy.
I'm not,
And so you don't get to play anything.
I'm not
You
gonna go
open up
back
your
and look,
13
guys.
cards,
I do not remember.
and I dictate all the plays you make as the dummy. Because
Did you always play that way?
yes. And so like one person becomes the dummy and one becomes the lead, and then
Winning.
there's defense.
Top on this paired
I
board
thought you had to depend on your partner to do it.
for James Duke.
No, your partner does not get to choose to play. Whoever is the one who
You got
makes
your
the
friend?
final offer plays your partner's hand in totality.
Equity
face up,
turn?
so they
Look
can
at
count the
this
cards,
stack
and
down
the
there.
defense is
Check.
counting cards.
Right.
And so you start realizing
Keep
the
it
amount of
friendly,
tricks you can
25.
do.
Okay, I can do that.
Wow, nice, gentlemen.
Duplicate bridge is the most
bet,
beautiful card
snap
game
call.
ever.
Okay.
one pair, jacks.
Contract bridge is fun.
God damn, I'll let you get that. Wait a minute, it's two.
I think we
pairs
can
of
find.
jacks. No, okay, you got that.
I think we can find a
How
flop
can a
race
10
there.
do the jack, Duke?
I think we can find a flop race
It's
there.
duplicate bridge.
I would
backdoor straight.
sometime, but he
White
bet
House
it
silly.
too.
With a backdoor
And it's
straight.
very boring.
I would.
Straight draw.
Whereas in contract
I was
bridge,
trying for that
it's
straight.
like
I
you
would.
drink
Yeah.
with your friends. and
It's like I have no
pick
equity.
good card
Like
bad
on the
card
flop, it's like
distribution,
less than
and you
0%.
can play and
Less than 0.
Less than 0.1%.
He had 5% on the flop. No, you had
I have a
less.
whole bridge hand
Little less
that
than
is there's so
on the
heavy
on the
jargon
on
in
the
it,
stream would be like
barely
less
understandable.
than 0.1%.
It's worse than poker jargon.
Basically flop dead.
We think like dry guy and things like that are jargon. Wait till
There's
you read
chances.
the bridge strategy book. It's
I've seen people
incomprehensible.
bluff like that and then get there.
All the opening patterns, like in chess.
25.
Folds around to Duke's button, opens things up. Queen 10 offsuit. And worse 10, but suited for HV. 3 bets to 80.
Duke not going anywhere on the button. Does flop best. Queen H6. Both players flop a pair. HV does have backdoor clubs.
80.
Duke has backdoor spades as well, though, with the one spade in his hand. HV checks and Duke bets $80.
Gotta wear a couple of napkins.
Half pot. Don't think HV can fold just yet. Hard to flop a pair and hold him.
Better be at least some napkins.
On this turn now, double gutted for both players. 7 makes her straight and a jack does as well.
Didn't look 2.
Duke now going 200 into a pot of 327. Pretty large sizing, but HV's hand is very disguised. I don't think he can fold. Does in fact call. A lot of good rivers for HV's hand.
Check. I got queen.
Doesn't look like either of them got there though, given that it went check check so quickly.
You have 8
Oh,
queen.
hey, pocket.
Looks like
Deuce of spades, front door
He rivered
flush
the
draw.
flush draw, though.
Yeah, it was hitting.
Duke takes that one down with top
It
pair.
was hitting for sure.
So people are saying that in a few years, poker will be a 3-blind game.
You think so?
People are saying that,
Says anything to say about it.
especially with tournaments, because they added the ante to increase action. They say, you know, having a 3rd blind plus ante is going to be the standard within a decade.
Well,
Believe
they
it or not.
added the ante to keep people to speed the game up.
I don't
Yeah,
entirely
it
disagree.
creates more dead money in the pot, yeah. But, so it creates more incentive to play wider.
I think an ante just does that, but better though.
But so a
3
3-blind
blinds
game with an ante.
Oh, okay, okay.
But it also changes the defense ratios so that you have to defend a lot less in the small and the big. So they say in 10 years it'll be a 3-blind tournament game. Do you believe it or not?
I
It's always
would
gonna
disagree with it.
evolve.
Do you believe it or not?
Always gonna evolve.
A 3-blind tournament strategy.
It's hard to change the standard of anything. So, probably not.
Still come home 20.
Never mind, exactly requested.
All right, where's our boy Luis?
No.
Is withdrawn 200 at a time.
Yeah.
He's just taking a little
Slowly but
breather.
surely. Uh-oh.
You're entitled to have a little
My
smoke.
favorite card.
That was Craig's fault.
It's okay.
It's
okay.
What do you call him? Frog's foot. Paw? Flapper?
Flapper?
What would you?
His name's Craig.
And there's some other
No,
vibes.
what would you call a frog's foot? A paw? Not really a paw, is it?
Come on, no dog.
It's
You
just
get
deep. I'm
21.
trying to get into some deep thought.
10, 15, 20, 23.
Texas Road Dog trying to mix it up with Big Lick, 69 offsuit, 21.
Hold on, he's counting.
Tish money, however, waking up with the ladies, 3-betting, 270.
70.
Give him some time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Texas Road Dog not afraid to get in the mix with this hand.
You should look up something about duplicate bridge.
Couldn't re-raise yet.
Looking for two pair of trips.
For sure, I checked dark.
Contract bridge.
Checks
Fine,
dart,
you can talk
terrible
shit and
flop for
get
pocket
lucky,
queens,
and it's just like two
ace
couples.
king deuce, 2 overs right on the flop.
Duplicate, you have to remain silent.
Wouldn't be terrible though
Duplicate poker is something
to
that
go
online
small
sites
and down
can
bet.
set up that I think
$50
very
is exactly what Tish does.
Trying to map this out.
Yeah.
Can fold all worse
It's almost
hands.
like I want him to call.
All you have to
Like
do
I
is
always
ask
say,
one
low
person
risk,
at
high
the
reward.
exact
You should
same
be folding out
place
these hands like
to go on to
the
next
ones that
round.
Texas Road Dog has specifically here. Gets it
It's gonna
through.
get expensive.
Yeah.
Fold out hands like 10-9, Jack-10, things like that. Only things that should continue are diamonds and ace-X. Maybe a king-X hand, but even then, it's going to be tough for them to continue on the turn.
How have the chess nights been? I haven't been. Has anyone been on the Thursday night chess nights?
I have not.
They're doing the chess nights at Champions.
Yeah, they're doing it on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Chess nights have
They
been
have some big
really
ideas.
good.
So they do tournaments?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately,
They wanna start
yesterday,
some small tournaments
with the
and stuff.
storm,
Get in some
hard to get people out, but the previous weeks, we've had a lot of people come in for chess night,
Because like I'm sure
few
these guys
people
could do stream production
mixing it
better
up in
than
poker.
what your average chess stream.
But then also, after chess nights on Thursdays, we have poker night
Yeah.
lessons with
And if
Cheddar
you
Mike.
had like the right grandmaster
Plays here almost every day, if not every day.
kill it.
And
And Houston,
I always go to him for a bit of
Yeah,
knowledge
the announcer
on how to
really
play
had to know
spots.
chess, you know,
Not to say I
C4
always take his advice, but
yeah.
it's always nice
You
to
don't
have a
to
second
analyze the
opinion on
lines, but yeah,
spots.
the Houston chess scene is so decentralized that to have it here at Champions would be awesome.
A follower of that nice little Octopi Poker on the Champions Club felt.
love playing chess.
Octopi Poker also functional. At this point, if you guys haven't checked it out, go ahead.
I don't hate it.
And then Barrel River.
Kind of behaving myself here a little bit.
Trying to behave.
Back to the
do you
action.
mean?
Stone Bandit getting in the mix with 6-2 offsuit on Jack 9-5. Not much going on for anyone.
I'd get this sloppy drunk.
All right,
Gets it through with 6 high, given that everyone had a lot of
become
garbage.
I
deep.
don't remember a lot about it. But yeah, I mean.
I started to call you with a 3-5.
Back in the days.
Back in the day.
I'd have had to call that a flop there. You know how hard it is
I
to
just
get a
did that
pair.
for the dealer, guys.
No, I had the most embarrassing public passing out I've ever had in my life up there.
Yeah, no, it wasn't embarrassing, but it was definitely scary. That's for sure.
I got like
I wish I had the
15
name button on that
texts
one.
asking me if that was you.
You'd earned it, right?
I know.
Yeah, you gotta
Well,
earn
they
your
started
nib
talking about it
button.
on the stream.
Anyone with
So I
aces
finally
shouldn't
had
be
to
able
put
to
out
get rid of their
Facebook
nib
post
button.
myself to just let everybody know. I
Right,
was dead.
aces
They're all
should be.
good.
Maybe next time we play nib game, we should.
Did
put that
they,
rule in
was
play.
anything like wrong?
Pocket
Or
aces.
like were you just like
I just
dehydrated?
qualified for
had
nib
eight
button
field and
removal.
seven. I had a whole lot.
Let's say lose.
There's a whole lot.
No, then you
I-
can't.
My heart just went
Yeah,
to
they
flop
do.
or something, and my blood pressure dropped.
I'm pretty
I
sure the
see.
EV of
70
pocket
over
aces is so sick.
which is pretty scary, blood pressure.
Something like for every dollar you bet, you get
But once I got me down to the
$3.38
Promise
back.
Center and did some tests and
think that's
everything,
the
said, man, your heart looks, you know, okay.
Very few bets out of that.
Some suited cards getting in there. GA just flatting the $6 straddle. Tish money. Queen 10 suited popping up to 25, and HV quickly 3-betting the 5-4 suited to $75.
But like king queen suited, which I think is a pretty good hand, the EV is for every dollar you bet, you get like $1.27 back.
GA most likely going to need to fold at this point to the 3-bet.
That's a 27.
What is it? That's almost a third, you know.
But the point is like, you know, like if you got dealt.
Two
king,
good
queen
players,
suited every
good
hand,
friends going at it once again. Tish money calling the 3-bet. To flop we go. 8-7-5, a little bit of nothing for both players. Bottom pair for
This is what I
HV.
thought was interesting about all this computer crap and the
Does go
GPOs
check, check.
and all that stuff. Is,
Interesting
like, first,
because
the GTO
it's
stuff
not the
and
board
everything was
that
the
HV would
computer
hit,
figuring out
but
what you do against,
HV does
you
in
know,
fact hit the board.
good
Turn,
players,
jack of
like
diamonds,
you,
front
you
door
know,
diamonds to get there.
optimum
Tish
kind
money
of
now
thing.
has
And so
a
you're
gutter
actually
ball
just playing
on top of
against
the
game.
overs.
But nowadays,
100 into
stuff like that, what they got
166.
databases of every hand you have played.
HV
they
just
can
folding.
Track. Every hand he's played that they can track and keeping up with it. And so if you were going to play against you or you, then you go out there, grab that database and figure out.
Pre-flop raises. Tish money most active pre-flop. GA at the bottom, but not too bad. 12%. I like it as long as it's above 10%. Cumulative winnings, what everyone cares about right now. Duke, Stone, Bandit, HV all up. One band. Nam 500 behind. Everyone else down. LG will get back in the game. Currently down 2,000. GA down 1,000. And Tish down 900 as well.
Right, you're going to look at their openings and
Still a long night to go. By no means is this over, so the swings can happen. This game's deep.
Well, it is all in though. If everybody's got the high-powered computer and I mean.
Tish has 3K in front, even though he's down 900. Takes one big hand for someone to swing the other way. This hand, HV opening $50, ace-7 offsuit. Not the best hand to do it with, but HV knows how to navigate post-flop and is a very capable player. So Alexa go 50. Stone Bandit just flatting jacks. Very tricky on the button. Texas Road Dog, however, with big slick, ace-king offsuit on the big blind, 3-bet 150. Easy fold from HV. Stone Bandit now. What do you do? Stack sizes are a little weird, given that Texas Road Dog only has 600 behind. Stone Bandit electing to still just flat. Don't hate it. You're just going to hope that it comes low. Or you can just flop a set. Now at this point, you hope that your opponent has ace-queen, kings, or aces. Texas Road Dog correctly checks. This is a optimistic jam, to say the least. You're hoping that your opponent has aces, kings. You're only really getting called by those hands and a pocket queens, which you're getting coolered by. So the jam's a bit optimistic. There's only $300 or so, $370 in the middle. And you're going basically 2x pot. Like I said, you're only getting called by aces, kings, or queens here. And aces and kings would most likely continue on the flop, so you're probably just folding out worse and getting called by better, which would be queens in this specific scenario. If Texas Road
I might
Dog
have
does
that
call,
18
though,
machine, but I call.
he's just gifting it to Stone
go
Bandit,
twice.
so.
Oh, you did
Looking
that.
for a
I
10
couldn't see why you
for
shoved on
Broadway.
that flop. You got me.
And
I
yeah,
couldn't
Texas
believe
Road
it.
Dog says it. Not sure why you would shove on that flop,
Overbet
but
makes sense 'cause
it confuses him enough to get him to call off.
spades or
I never put you on trips. I was like, he wouldn't jam with trips. He'd want to milk me. I thought wrong.
It's a wet board and it seems bluffy. Go for full Big Daddy value.
Ooh, and the 10 on the river
That's what we go to.
means we're at least chopping this one up.
Probably don't have good spades.
Oh, wow.
Spade out now on the turn,
4/5 of the royal flush.
Oh, too many.
and it fades. Best case scenario for Texas Road Dog.
Maybe you need to pick on another opponent.
You should stop putting out your wallet.
Second time they've chopped it up
I didn't have to
tonight.
use my one.
Trips on that flop, I really thought he was trying to bluff me off the hand. I just couldn't see him jamming with trips.
That's why I jam exactly why I jam,
But he
because
was-
it represents 4 spades
Pulling
and
off the wallet.
combo draws.
Every time, huh?
Because also the stacked up, it's only 200% pot bets always.
And then I started thinking, I go, well, you know what, he
And I
loves
can-
ace king so much, I'll call him with it, we'll see what happens.
I can get a call from that.
You had, I'm serious, I did.
Yeah, because if I bet smaller, I can maybe get a fold, but big bet.
I really thought you were trying to bluff at the pot there. I never
Yeah, I
put
mean,
you on
that's the
Because I
intention.
couldn't understand why you wouldn't want to milk me if you flopped trips there.
In a game.
Also, there's a lot of scary turn cards. 2 spades, jack
Two
queen.
spades, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of turn cards that I then can't get full value and
Yes,
they could
sir.
even get played back at. So if I play it now, I'm so far ahead of. If you don't snap me with queens, I'm ahead of every.
I ran it through my head and I'm like, why would he shove if he had trips or two
But you're not
pairs?
beating any of the bluffs, not even pocket 2s. The only thing is your hand's not a real bluff catcher.
Just a made hand with pair.
Like, even if I turn pocket 6s into a rando bluff,
11?
Yeah.
you're not beating it.
Yeah.
That's why we run it twice. Because that offsuit 10,
Well,
Poker
we're
lessons
kinda
on
even
Thursdays,
now,
guys.
right? I
we
mean,
chopped both of them.
yeah. We chopped both.
Yeah.
Each of you sucked out one.
Man, slapping that set of jacks, I was like, I'm going to get big boy value.
I could not see you doing that unless you were bluffing.
Yeah.
And even though I didn't have anything, I had 2 overs, so.
Yeah, I know, right?
I-
2 overs and a gutter, it's hard. Because
Damn,
even-
you're gonna
And the
screw
Nick
up my
game
whole
is back
poker
on,
thing,
and
you know?
Tish
but
right
even if
with
I
it
had
to
queen
start
10,
pocket
you have a lot of
sevens,
equity
opening to $20.
because you have 2 overs and you could catch the other 10. So you might. Even if I had just some random queen X combo.
Texas Road Dog with king queen offsuit and a small
No,
blind.
sir, I'm
Not
after the
afraid
frog.
to get in there.
I'm after the frog.
Whoa, heads up with the road dog.
Heads
So you
up,
go for big boy value.
Road Dog
Catch
looking
money
for the
in road
frog.
dog.
Don't think the
You want me to
frog's in
check
play,
dark again?
but
I will.
Do whatever you want.
I'll check
he's
dark.
fighting for it.
This soup is
I would
so
advise
good,
it, though.
especially when you drink it like tea.
Flop is 8-6-5. What a great flop for Tish. How good does he run during the Nick
Welcome
game?
back, Lucas.
Open-ended.
Lucas, right? Lewis, sorry.
Road Dog checks an easy C-bet from Tish Money. 20-49. Road Dog does elect to float with the overs here.
I checked dark again.
Checks dark. Turn, ace of clubs. It's a great card for him to check dark with.
It's actually a perfect salad. I'm sorry.
Tish
I'm sorry, salad.
realizing his equity to check back. River, 6 of clubs.
How much?
Backdoor clubs doesn't change much. Road Dog going to bluff at it.
That might make you fold.
Not big enough though.
I just have king, queen. I don't have anything.
$20.
Pocket
And
set.
Tish gets to get rid of his knit button.
I've rivered a flush draw though.
Oh, true. I did too. Look at that.
Backdoor straight flush draw.
You got rid of the nip button for that?
What is this?
Easy.
Why does it seem like it's a painful call?
What?
We gotta make
Why do you make
nip
it seem
button
like
game
it's a
where you gotta,
painful
like,
call?
No, it wasn't too.
pot has to be over X and you have to have some balls on it or something.
There's been more painful calls for sure.
Calling a $20 bet with a pair that beats everything except a paired board. That you don't deserve to lose the button on that. Tish, take it back. No?
Hell no.
I'm challenging you.
Let's do a side bet then. If I take it back and I lose it again, you owe me whatever the splash pot would be.
No, no, thanks.
I love this
I
side
just
bet.
like needling you. I didn't actually want you to take it back.
I'll reduce the price.
I gotta think
$100.
about this in like an odd standpoint.
$100. And I
I'm gonna
take my
have to go
money
and
back.
like, do some calculations before I.
Tish showing that he's not a nit,
Gotta make it a little.
calling out
Like,
Stone
get it
Buddha,
back.
Let's see the.
saying let's run it back and then make a side bet.
No, no, no.
Love it.
Probably pretty high that I
LG.
go heads up again.
Yeah, I mean, it would need to be.
Calling
like
the
$18.
$12 double shadow with deuce tray
You made it
suited.
18 bucks from me.
Imposter with an actual hand 30. This sizing is a little bit
Then
small.
you have to calculate the
for
EV of me being
two
able to play normal
straddles.
strategy without being crazy with the
Prefer maybe 50 to
I didn't
60.
follow that part of it.
But a raise is still a raise. Gets a lot of folds out of the way.
I've seen him play enough.
Duke, not a nit, however. Calls 6-4 suited.
Oh, shit.
Fell off his watch.
I played enough with you, Tish. You don't play that.
Tish folding the queen 10 offsuit. HV calling 6-4
Yeah, not too differently.
for $18 more, and LG as well falling suit.
Your plays.
This is why that sizing is a bit too small. You get a lot of these weird raggedy hands, but it's not a big deal when you flop top king 8-6, both Duke and HV with bottom pair.
You'll pay for
No backdoor hearts for anyone.
That's why I do like the big nit taxes, because then it really puts pressure
Checks
on.
to the imposter, who continues for 65. I like the sizing. Keep your customers interested.
They
Duke
put the knitting.
elects to
all
call.
in there, but it would have been more fun if they had spelled it with a K there.
Knit.
HV now, probably thinking some devious things with his 6 blocker. Does in fact raise. Ill timing.
I think it's just short.
$230. The imposter, his stack isn't that deep
I like a scratch.
relative to this raise.
Is that a real?
Elects to call.
Is that a real word?
Pot's going to be very big at this point. Unfortunate spot again for HV to take a great line with his check raise. What, running into top. Really hard for ace king to fold at this point. Duke folding the same hand as HV. Easy standard fold. Don't fault yourself for it at all. 7 of hearts is a great card for HV to continue. Not only because of his hand gaining more equity with the form of a heart and the gutter ball, but because it's such a good card for him to have check raise rep to hit.
Don't say shit.
Very
if you have
quick
the ace
jam
or
and
HG,
call.
Unless you're like dead.
6.
Ace of diamonds, however, giving imposter the win and removing his
Never
knit
fold
button.
Wow. With the 6, 7, 8, and 3 hearts. Stout call.
Great turn card for HV to make a move. Poorly timed because the imposter had top.
No.
And now we look at the cumulative winnings. Stone Bandit at the top, 1,500. Duke following very closely behind. Imposter now up after that hand. Nam also at 500, and HV barely up above break even because of that hand. GA and LG down at the bottom today. Tish Money shortly behind GA. Road Dog barely losing, but still a lot of poker to be played. Knit game still on.
Yeah, these are just points. They're not money.
It just balances out the gift that I gave him.
You ever bet in like
You gave
actual
HB a
units
gift?
of like things you could buy? You'd be like
Big, Jack 10, whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's what Jackie.
3-port USB
King,
C
queen, yeah.
to A converter.
Actually, which one did it?
What?
Have a lot out. Done with you.
Dinner for
4, 6
you
hearts.
and
With the 6-4?
Yeah, no, I don't hate it.
Oh, people do that, but
I don't hate it at all. Even think
a
about
new
it.
27-inch monitor.
Here you go. Keep your $20.
Uber.
Yeah. I'm gonna bet an Uber ride to my house.
Do you have a heart too? I didn't see. Oh yeah. So any heart?
Yeah.
Alright, 5.
I was worried about the heart, but
Yeah.
I like it. He had it then, so.
You look pretty
Jay's
close
gonna be
now.
back.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna go smoke.
6-4 is loose.
All right, see you later.
It was a double straddle.
And I was looking at that pot, that stack was doing.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
I hope it's a good pot. Just kidding.
Okay.
I'm gonna bet An okay dress shirt.
2 players with a flush draw here.
Thank you, inflation.
I think that's more than most.
Stone Bandit open-ended to go with it.
It's like
Good
a nice
that he has
short
that
nice
because his flush draw is not live.
That's exactly what I was betting.
Yeah, diamond turn would be super action just because Duke ends up getting a flush draw with
But it makes me
a pretty
sad
big
that I do
one
like to
in the
shop
queen of diamonds, but HV and Stone Bandit would both make their hands, and then we'd have a lot of fireworks with some pretty deep stacks. 10 of spades, however, is not that. Duke does pick up a gutter ball to the Broadway. Has the most equity, surprisingly. Little does he know with king high. After getting called in 2 spots, Stone Bandit should check, and he does. River the 6 of spades. Stone Bandit running a very pure, having the best hand, in which will possibly go check, 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 check.
Flush draw that turned into a pair of sixes.
No.
Takes down a very sizable pot, which is a pair of sixes.
What? How is that good?
6, 6, 6.
Oh, I don't deserve
Missed
to give
a
it.
3-bet
Give me the
free.
nip button back.
Well, it would have been kind of
Actually, that's so dumb that I won that.
I could have probably slid into that one if I just fired away a little bit.
Great hand on the flop, though.
I was like, I have too much equity to be check raised on a turn.
Looks like we got a sick 1-3-6-12 going on. Not sure if they agreed to for the round, but
And I got bailed out on the river.
clearly a much bigger game than your average 1-3. Not in Texas, not at Champions, but your average 1-3 across the nation is not going to be playing this
Not
big.
when you like get golden, it's when you have
1-3 on the floor right now is actually pretty deep too, so if you're at home, bored in Houston, power's out, whatever it might be, come down to Champions. Games are good right now and deep. Nam waking up with ace-king offsuit, popping up to 30. Again, sizing's really small given that the 12's on. Duke making the call with ace-6 offsuit, and Imposter defending his double straddle with 8-5 offsuit. And this is the problem with going a smaller size, and you just get these really raggedy hands that might hit a flop. Weird 2 pairs that you're never going to be able to put them on by going this small. Jack 10-8. Gutter ball to Broadway for Nam. Pair, bottom pair for the Imposter. Like a small C bet here. $30 to $50. Does select to go $30. Duke quickly calling, I assume with the backdoor hearts. Able to get the best hand out of the way, 8-5 offsuit. Now we go heads up. Nam a favorite. 10 of diamonds turn. I would like a much larger continuation on this turn with ace king offsuit. You still have equity. You might have the best hand. Does elect to just check though.
85.
And Duke now taking advantage of it. Power position. 85. Nam has to assume that Duke has some type of pair here, Jack, 8, whatever it might be, to have check called. Or sorry, to have floated the flop, calling in position. Little does he know, he just has ace high with a really bad kicker. Nam, however, not going anywhere. Elects to call. Not sure if he thinks that ace-king is the best or if he's trying to fish for the queen. 8 of diamonds on this river. Now only being beaten by a jack. Might think his ace-king is good, but Duke going big, 200. The only problem with Duke sizing is, does a jack ever do this? Most likely not. An 8 for sure isn't doing this, so that leaves some type of 10x hand that calls flop, bets turn, and then bets large on the river like this. Nam debating, is my ace high good? What bluffs do I beat? Unfortunately, in this situation, they're chopping. Chopping does not allow you to get rid of your nit button.
And your brain can just tune them out. You don't notice them until somebody says something.
That's true.
Cutting out calling chips, it looks like.
No, I don't mind the noise most of the time, but like the other day when they were doing the big tournament.
Block a king, but you do beat king queen, which is one of those types of hands.
Just
Does
rain.
call. Looks like it's gonna be a chop
You don't
up.
find it soothing?
2 pair with an ace kicker.
Also,
Good
two
call.
pair
Chop
with
it up.
ace kicker.
No knit button removed. And we continue on for these two
Get a little
players.
crazy.
Well, hell.
Duke taking unorthodox lines that could have possibly worked out, and I love it.
Nice.
Floats flop. Turns his bad hand into bluff. Continues on the river. Bad river card for him to bluff, but I still love it. In position.
That's exactly why I did it. I wanted marginal calls.
You got trips, what?
I had a set of jacks. Board was queen of spades, jack of spades, brick, and I just shoved pocket jacks. Got called by ace king off.
I know. I was stumped at what he would
Huh?
have. I was like,
Yeah, he just called ace king off. He just thought I was bluffing. He hit the 10 on the first run out,
but why?
and then dry second run out, so he chopped.
Bet he would want to suck my money out of it.
But he hit the 10 on the first run out.
Exactly what.
Does he look like a sucker kind of guy to you?
Waiting for nothing.
He
He's
sucked
not
out
even
on me
mid.
the second round against Jacks when I had him. So.
When I had ace king,
You had ace king?
When I look at Shane, I think I'm gonna go for max value every time.
oh yeah.
or like that's what I think of him. Like he's gonna go for max.
You think
value
he's
every
gonna
time.
think that?
I mean, I'm also going for max value against him every time, but
Nam once again looking down at ace king offsuit back to back.
In Houston, you can get a lot.
This time the 1-3-6 is on, and this is why you want to keep your bet sizings consistent, because only the 6 is on and he decides to go 35, which is actually bigger than what it was during the 1-3-6-12.
what's it like in Louisiana?
I like the sizing for what it's worth in the 1-3-6,
That's it.
especially in early position.
I've gotten. Yeah. I mean,
Texas Road Dog calling with the H4 suited and HV 3 betting standard H4 suited
always ace.
in the small blind. Out of position, you definitely want to 3-bet this hand. Once again, though, HV just running into an unfortunate that Nam has ace-king offsuit.
Play poker and they're knitting it up too. I played at Harris New
Gets back to Nam. What sizing will he go for?
Again, I don't know.
Sitting really
Some
deep,
people that play differently, and
a
there's
4
good
bet
players, but it's like,
to something like
I don't know anybody
300.
who goes to
I like.
Louisiana for poker. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why Houston's so dope is because there are people who would rather be playing baccarat or roulette, but they got to play poker.
yeah, that's true.
In Louisiana, they can go
350 to 400 is a great sizing in this spot.
Here, it's
Leave
like,
yourself
I can
1100
go
behind.
30 minutes down and play poker. You can go all in every hand for $400. Just like what at baccarat.
We don't have blackjack tables and crap tables in our room.
Don't mind the flat either,
There are.
just because this game is playing so deep.
Yeah, you don't want to go there.
When he calls here, Texas Road Dog shouldn't be able to
All the things that are there
continue.
just for the players to have more fun and more dynamics, like
Should be a
the
fold.
mid-game or the 7
Does in
game
fact
or
fold.
bomb pop. You can't do that in Louisiana. And somebody was telling
Oh,
me,
because it's so regulated.
yeah, it has to go through the legislature, and it's
These hands are playing as standard,
for them to allow
regardless of the knit button, but the knit button will become a factor in this
I
hand.
was a dealer in Louisiana.
HV with backdoor clubs and wheel draw Nam with top.
They counted down the whole deck, and they could not find this other card. Couldn't find it. They were fined $200,000 by the state of Louisiana, and then purple decks were decommissioned for a decade.
Oh my God. Why purple deck?
Now HV continues for 150, which
That
is
was like the one the
a
card
bit
was
of a
missing,
down bet,
so
which
that's
I
why
like.
Sneak went in. So
Wow.
So like purple back.
Nam, however, with top.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because
He can continue to let HV hang himself as well as pot control by just calling. I think his hand is definitely under rep after he just flats the 3-bet, so I really like a call here, which he does in fact do.
And when my dad pulled a 7-card 21, he ripped up the last card. And my dad looked at the floor.
Turn is a queen of diamonds. That's actually a really good card for Nam.
Like, what do you do there?
If you're afraid of something like pocket queens, it's very unlikely for HV to have that at this point. So yes, he could have ace queen, but you do block that. If he has ace queen, he has ace queen.
$10 blackjack.
You should be
ripping up a
pretty
card,
happy
that's
about
for
this
sure.
turn.
But when you're a high roller,
do what you want.
you can
HV
rip-
now
you can rip up 2
contemplating
cards and probably get away with
what
it.
calls a 3-bet
You got like
pre,
a 4-way split with 100K on each.
and then a flop bet. Does elect to check, correctly assessing the
casino knows
situation.
they're printing with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even if 0.5% advantage, 0.54% advantage.
Nam now.
100K a hand.
Don't want to give your opponent a free card.
Like
$5,400.
advantage
Does
of
like
they're
just
playing
paw
perfect.
control though.
And if you just
Possibly letting HV hang himself on the river.
get angry.
7 of hearts is an absolute brick. HV quickly checking on this river though. Not falling for the trap.
I remember the first time I went to
Does
Pkwy,
Nam go for value at this point?
I felt like you had to play the right way all the time. I was like, no
Probably
matter who we're
considering if
playing, and then when I
HV's trying to
found
trap
out
a
that
queen,
you guys in the first time,
am I going to get check raised if I bet?
because I was like, I don't know what to do when you have like a soft 17.
Are there
versus
hands
this
I get
versus that.
value from if I
And then I
bet?
realized, oh, nobody knows. What the dealer kind of knows, sometimes not, but nobody else usually does. They're just saying, I
Does
should
go for value 300 into
I like when
704.
I've got 16 showing, and I'll go double down.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
And they're like, they can't stand that.
Always double down for less. Like,
HV
if I got like
questioning
a $50 bet up
the
and I go
sizing in this
16,
bet.
I'm gonna take a hit. I double down for $1 because I'm gonna take a hit anyway. It's really fun to get a double down for $1. And they're like doubling down on a hard 16.
I don't ever think
And then
HV is
everybody
just
at
going to
tables look at
call
you
on
like,
this spot,
nobody doubles down on the 16.
Yeah, it's just $1.
thinking, is my
There's
hand
still only like a 38, 60
ever
disadvantage
possible
on 16 versus a face.
to raise jam, turn it into a bluff? Would the bluff work if I jam?
I know way too much about casino odds.
What do you do, Shane?
What I do?
Yeah, do you just play poker professionally?
Not sure though, because HV's making a lot of
Music too?
Composer.
live
Music guy.
gestures,
That's the
movements,
same thing you did, didn't
eye movements.
I write and arrange for like
Well,
record labels.
we do different
Unless
things
he's just a
within
really good
music.
Hollywooder that does this all the time and then jams. I don't think he can raise at this point.
I've been on a major project for the last 3 weeks. This is the first time I played poker in 3 weeks.
Mm.
I'm like, what do you do, Duke?
Retirement.
Not
Play
too
poker all
much
the
nowadays,
time.
but
Tired.
play poker, but I used to be a lease administration manager. I've been
Wondering if HV's actually considering a call here.
lease
If he thinks he can beat something like Jack 10.
You got 30 millionaire maybe.
Very strong possibility where ace high is good against a hand like that. That would call a 3-bet pre, call flop bet, check turn, and then turn their hand into a bluff on the river. So Jack 10 is a possibility.
Yeah.
We all are.
There's obviously a lot more combinations of Jack 10 suited than ace king because HV has
And
an
not
ace.
just like in today's world, but if you consider how many people have ever lived
Has
in this
calling
world,
chips in his hand, it looks like.
Even better.
our position in that.
Oh.
Looks like he wants to call and he does.
Human beings.
Will be given the bad news and makes the face, a grimacing face. The ace king was definitely underrepresented. Very well played by Nam. Gets max value by flatting that 3-bet pre and then just calling flop and checking turn. So very well played. HV shaking his head because he knows better.
I was gonna say,
Knows he shouldn't be paying off that spot.
Then remind him to hand it. Okay.
I didn't want to remind him, though. I was
Yeah, I
gonna
don't know
hold
what
on
the
to
rules
it.
are.
show is.
He needs a little platform for his
Is Kirby?
Kirby to sit on, I guess. Thank you for telling me what it was. I have to ask my kids emojis as people send me emojis on Facebook or my phone. I have to ask my kids.
Oh yeah, there's secret meanings to all sorts of emojis. You gotta be careful.
Today, Google Pixel offered to send an audio emoji, and it's never done that to me.
What
It said,
is an audio?
I don't know. It updated my system, and it said, "Would you like to send an audio emoji on this call?"
It's the sound of smiling. It's the sound of an eggplant.
But no, I mean like this is a real offer to me today, and I didn't know how to even ask my phone.
We're getting hacked. You don't even know.
Yeah.
First time I ever heard of audio emoji.
Yeah, I'll show you outside later.
Like crying,
You can call me. I don't know.
grieving.
It's 20.
Making it
What
seem
would
like
they
you're
add
calling
if
ace
you
high.
tell him what they're going to bet next?
You lose to ace jack. Yeah.
Hell, me and James are probably the only two people at this table that remember not having cell phones or beepers. You heard the dinner bell, you better get your ass home.
I didn't get my first cell phone until college. I got my first
Spot
cell
where you
phone in
just lose the
college.
bluffs.
My first cell phone came with a backpack. That's what the battery was in.
Well, you were a pretty big deal if you had one at that point, right? Like you were the man.
Yeah, back then. I worked for Southwest.
Ace high flop for nobody here.
We installed the first 911.
Backdoor clubs
here in the
for
city
Nam.
of Houston, and I installed the first animated hard drive in a phone.
And of course,
system
7-4 gets there.
I was like, it ain't never going to work.
Animated
Somebody.
hard drive? What is the animated hard drive?
Well, it's animated voice, so when you call in, you get the animated. If
Oh,
you'd
okay.
like
Oh,
for
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Spanish, press 1.
Uh-huh.
And it was for the KSA Houston Oilers. The hard drive was the size of a cinder block, and it was 1 gig.
Backdoor diamonds not coming for Duke. Another bet will take this as LG has position. Decides to check instead. He did pick up
Yeah, so what is involved in that?
the
Because,
gut
like,
shot,
it's a
but pairs the jack.
phone routing, I don't know that much about.
Best
that,
hand
but, like,
the whole
other than
way.
that, like it's a software-based thing, I would assume, right? Like they're geolocating this,
They got brush.
geolocating that. But I know it's like really built into the hard lines, right? They know the address at each point. So like what when you say you installed the
Well, when it
help
first started out, it wasn't that all that great.
because
So
otherwise it's just a phone number.
over
So what
the-
makes it special?
over the years, though, they were able to, like your cell phone numbers now show your address of your house. Or now with all the technology,
have value.
they can actually ping your cell phone and
Equity
get
on the
a
rebound.
Yeah.
cop there now. So it changes just like the computer. I mean,
But back then, what was it even? Right? So like it required some sort of installation, but it wasn't probably software. It wasn't.
back there was more hardware. Then it was more hardware than it was
Adding 15.
software. But now everything's more software than hardware. I mean, when I first started at the phone company, we ran 25 pair of cable to every location. There was no 3-pair, Cat 6, Cat 5. It was just 25 pair of cable.
It was just the cable. You have the cable. Simpler time with adapters. I don't know. Maybe a worse time. I don't know.
You're retired, right?
Now they've.
Oh,
standardized
no,
all
sir, I have my own business.
You still work?
I was stupid, I was young, and went to work for a different company. I would be retired by now.
Yeah, I bet they had a good
Suited ace wheel for Duke. Raising first in. Just a quarter to go. Sorry, just 100 to go. Man, I'm looking down at 7-4, thinking about Vegas and the Mirage. Oh, never mind.
Would love to see a 4-bet from Duke, but I think he's just going to call.
4.
You feel good when you get rid of first one.
It does nice. It does feel
You
nice.
kind of forget the game's going on.
You do.
Right color, wrong suit for Duke.
Yep.
Doesn't
And
happen often.
HV somehow hits the case 5. Doesn't slow down, rips the king, bets, takes,
Exactly.
gets
We
rid of the
appreciate
knit
that,
button.
Luis. 8-5. Can you believe this guy?
He was in position.
It's a nit game.
Why do you,
that's
why do you,
Normally-
why
normally
do you
I would
think I
just
call
fold
him
that hand.
pre-flop? Because I knew it was,
He was in position to do it.
Of course he was. The same exact hand too, and he hit the 5.
well,
Herm would have been an 8.
The 8 coming.
Yeah.
when 12 from 6-2.
24 from 3, 48 from 4.
Later. We might do that
You
later.
got rid of your nip button.
Both studies is out there.
Who?
Mo.
Mo?
40.
C3 full, C4 race 40. He's 1,500 behind.
HV raising to 40. Suited king 9. Andrew's favorite hand.
Yeah, doesn't even need incentive with the knit bun to do it. And Duke, angry that HV got him with the 8-5. 3-betting queen jack suited now. HV wondering, is Duke capable of 3-betting hands like this? Likes to call. Dominating the hearts of Duke.
Wow.
And we have a flop. 8,
Second nut
7,
flush draw, open-ended
6.
for HV.
6, 6, 6.
Really couldn't ask for a better flop here. Dangler's almost doing as much as that suited king. And you're being led into.
I don't mind a raise in this spot. Both players are so deep. HV can't hate the idea of just getting money in and piling it in at this point, and does exactly that. 450, it looks like the raise is. Duke, not afraid though. Thinks his hearts are good. Elects to call. We've got action in this pot, guys. HV double checking. Do I have king 9 of hearts? Yes, you do. Open ended with the hearts. Gets there on the turn. We have blood.
1.2 in the middle. All in
Jam,
a quick
snap.
call.
Got enough flush?
No, I got flush.
Oh, then you don't have an ace, right?
Yep.
Nope, I don't.
Oh, it's a cooler.
Yeah. Drawing dead on the turn.
Well, that was a little bit of an overbet.
A little bit of an overbet. It wasn't too big, just only 500 more, but it is what it is. Unfortunate spot and cooler.
Cold bad.
Right after HV had added back on 1500 after losing the other pot to Nam. Gross spot.
Damn, mate.
I mean, I flopped the monster.
Yeah, very good.
You flop a monster.
Well, I sure did.
Very, very good flop.
Right?
And the king 9 gets there.
Oh, he flopped like crazy.
Open
Monster.
straight too.
I gotta go for sure.
He opened.
Definitely the biggest pot of the night.
Open-ended.
Five right here.
Thought like, alright, that's a
Like I said, the 1-3 in Texas is just different. If you never played in Texas, come on through.
Open-ended.
These games play big. You would probably ask yourself, why would I ever travel to play 1-3? Well, this is the reason why.
If only somebody else flipped over the 5-6 off.
The floor game today, I was playing with HV and a few other people. We all sat 2 to 3K effective in a 1-3. You're not going to find better games than this anywhere in the nation. So, cooler spot for Duke. Always love seeing Duke. Great to have him back on the stream. Past week or so.
What are those for?
Well, that's my gas.
Pepto-Bismol.
For a sec.
I'm just
More
trying to
chips
get the-
reloading though. Duke's not done yet.
What kind of pot you have?
Did we get you a little high?
Nice pot.
Nice hand, HV.
Thank you, thank you.
God, dang
Lucky,
it.
lucky, lucky.
Almost a 5K pot. Headed HV's way.
I'm adding
And for sure, HV is unstuck after that one. If he was stuck prior.
That's crazy flop.
Why just decided to go for it?
Back, if you took it, don't give it back.
Yeah, hit the damn-
This is just a massive
I'll even
overbet.
tip you to keep it.
Think it played out
Yeah.
as standard. Maybe the money gets in on the river if Duke doesn't jam, but the money's going to get in either turn or river regardless. So, unfortunate cooler for James Duke, but he's not out of the game yet. Reloading for another 1,000.
Good game.
Same result, doesn't really matter how it went in.
Yeah.
Cooler's a cooler's a cooler. Did you guys hear about the story?
Oh, I was a little slow.
He's laughing before he's done the setup.
Remember that time?
This guy, no, this cop. You guys probably heard a guy who got caught in a drug bust in New York. It was sort of drug bust. They caught him, whatever. He tries to flee in a motorized scooter, in a bike, and the cop, to try to prevent him.
Very
from
interesting
fleeing,
that
only had,
Nam's starting to get in the mix with these types of hands.
threw the cooler at the guy.
I think
like
positioning
an ice
wise,
cooler.
no nit button either.
Like one of these
Tish
coolers.
money opening 10, Nam 30 on the button, and GA. Just flatting with pocket queens. Very tricky, very trappy like.
Goes out of the cooler, he crashes.
Unfortunately, though, you're going to invite players like this. Well, Tish 3-betting, ace deuce suited. Sorry, 4-betting. Not the worst 4-bet hand, just very unfortunate that he's running into GA, loving what's going on right now. Nam, unfortunately, most likely going to have to fold in this spot unless he decides to get crazy with it.
It's like the craziest story. Everybody's mad. Like,
Don't love this flat.
Yeah. And
If he does decide to flat,
right.
would prefer to have it suited, even though the suited part only gives you an extra little 1%. GA just flatting here, asking for trouble. Don't want to see an ace or king on the flop.
Was this just recently?
Definitely underrepresenting his hand. You can get paid, though, on flops like this, as long as you continue to fade all the outs. Tish money with the gutter ball to the wheel. Nam, gutter ball to the 9-high, straight with the 6. Tish not getting
Of course, yeah, but
Who knows? I mean, Akuda was decent size.
any more timid and betting 150
driving and crashing.
into 450,
This is super unfortunate.
1/3 pot. All these players have some type of equity.
His intent
Obviously,
there
GA is super underrepresented.
offhand.
I think Tish and Nam are more worried about each other, not realizing that GA is a shark in these waters. Nam folding 9-8. This is why you can't play hands like this and just flatting, because you see a flop like this, you have a gutter ball, and you hate folding because you have an out to the 6. But you just can't continue because you can't withstand future bets. 9 of diamonds on the turn after GA calls, and GA checks once again. Does have the queen of diamonds.
We can't. It just looks like they're always going to break their neck on something.
Did it say how fast they were going?
You could see it.
Oh,
25?
I couldn't imagine getting hit on a motorcycle.
Tish money continuing 325. This is the problem with underrepresenting your hand. Obviously, GA can never fold. You just don't know where you're at. Tish could have a lot of sets, 2 pairs, diamonds.
So yeah, maybe
River, jack of spades. This is the cleanest run out GA could have asked for.
Yeah.
Continue to check. It'd be detrimental for Tish money to barrel here and turn his hand. Obviously, bluffing every street,
Yeah, man
pre-flop,
dies from cooler in
flop,
New York.
turn.
Look it up.
But if he goes for it on this river, GA has a pretty easy call. Does check. I think people are going to be surprised by this one.
Poker to quiz.
GA just takes this one down and gets rid of his nit bun.
I was the only one messing around.
Hey, Dookie, it's,
Think so?
it's you and your boy left. In the
Him saying he thinks he was the only one messing around, but little did you know Tish was getting out of line as well.
That was the end of that one.
Didn't want to
Nice
put
trap
some
from
advantage
GA.
here while you were-
Made max value playing it the way that he did.
Shane, right?
Almost got a little bit more, but Tish didn't fall for the bait.
What, 2 hours?
No, yeah. There's still 2 up.
Really good run out for Queens, fortunately for him.
You got a live 6 from live 6 from
You're good, you're good.
10 spades from turn. One side full.
The imposter opening up to $20 with big slick ace king offsuit and ill timing for the bandit to 3-bet to $80. These players do not have nit buns, by the way, so they're just going at it. Texas Road Dog calling with pocket threes, looking to set mine. GA folding, the champions Dan Fouts. Other players getting out of the way. Back to the imposter. What do you do now? 3-bet flat. Back to you with ace king offsuit, sitting pretty deep. Should be a standard 4-bet, looking at a sizing of 200 possibly.
With a big cube. And
Maybe a bit bigger because of Road Dog's flat.
Yeah, and he's out of position, so he definitely has to put this in.
Unless the stream is vicious.
I like the sizing. After I said 200 and realizing the flat from Road Dog, I realized it's probably too small. So 310 is a great sizing. Folds out Bandit, getting out of line, and back to Texas Road Dog. 230 call with only 600 total behind.
I'll forget.
This is either a jam or fold spot, and most likely it's going to have to be a fold, unfortunately. Not deep enough to set mine to just call, but what do I know?
Surprising that so many people.
I think the road dog looking at his stat.
I couldn't believe when they started pouring in.
Yeah, he's processing everything you just stated. Just weird stack size for him.
That'd be the first prize.
So yeah, very good sizing by Imposter with this.
Does elect to call, and now you just have a really weird stack size because you don't like any flop unless it has a 3 in it. And when you get jammed on, you're most likely committed with a pair of 3s. So Imposter, however, looking for 6 outs, and that's one of them. King high flop should be a jam fold, unfortunately. If you're gonna decide to go with the 3s, you're gonna have to either rip it or fold. And the Imposter does just put road dog all in.
I think my pair has a heart in it. It don't.
And this is a problem when you're sitting this short. You just can't withstand pressure like this on a board like that because you're really only looking to hit your 2 outs. But if you're deeper and you're looking to hit your 2 outs, you get paid a lot of the time. So it's okay to set mine in those spots, but when you call 230 more and you're left with 400 into 700, you're just not going to be able to maneuver at all. If you're sitting 2K effective, it's different.
Yeah. Gonna have a dealer change and look at some promos going on all month long. Mystery high hands going on right now. It's daily from 5 p.m. till 11 p.m. Best hand of the hour gets to draw. Potential prizes being cash, swag, food vouchers, hotel stay. Also have morning high hands going on still. $200 every hour from 9 a.m. to noon. Every single day of the week. And that's all month long. And of course, Champions Club in Houston, Texas. The only poker room in all of Texas with a hotel on site. You can stay, play, and win big. Earn a free hotel room by playing 8 hours in a day. If you play 40 hours in a week, they'll give you an extra comped room as well. If you're only playing for 4 hours, don't grind out the full 8. Room is a very nice price. It's $69 plus tax. Hard to beat that deal, and with everything going on in Houston right now, the power outages everywhere after last night's storm, we've got plenty of people making full use of the hotel rooms. Over 60 hotel rooms here at Champions. Hand number 52 now, back to the action. 7 deuce and 7-4 in the muck. Hate to see it. Folds around to the cutoff. Texas Road Dog gets in there. Suited 10-9. Got ace wheel by HV. And paired flop, Texas Road Dog. Flopped open-ended, but ace on the turn gives HV the lead. Was the best hand, but plenty of equity on that flop. And equity realized for Texas Road Dog.
Most common.
Just Broadway.
So light.
I don't know, it costs like 10 cents. And for kids, man, kids go nuts for things that cost 10 cents in reality, or like they cost 3 cents in reality. They cost $2 in the store. You just go nuts.
That's a good hand to call with, I think.
I got a straight.
10's good.
9-10.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
My
Pretty good.
Again, kind of backhanded, you got me then.
Got that nip button
I can't
going.
help you out. I had an ace.
Okay, thank you.
You do have
There
a
you go,
pretty
sir.
good hand to call with, to be honest.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I tried my best, dude.
Do what?
You tried.
I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get stuck with the net?
I sure did. That's my $150 out there.
With the guy coming in for y'all?
It's all past now.
Well, I'm not gonna give it up till
I
that's
know, I'm
over
just
with.
playing.
Just
But I'm
something
just
dumb.
getting it queued up
Being
in
dumb.
case they do wanna get somebody else in here to take
This
us.
guy.
Straddle and restraddle.
Is it?
Action gonna start
Splashing around this pot.
My
on
splash.
Stone Bandit.
Splashing around this spot, eh?
Gets out of the way.
Hopefully my friend on my right doesn't splash me again.
Trying to rifle off again.
Uh-oh.
I call.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I think so too.
Sick hand right here. Guaranteed big pot right here.
What a goofy ass number.
I know. You make it like round it up like 90 or something? What happened?
Love the squeeze from
85 is a
LG.
randomest number.
85 in this Nick game splash
You could
pot.
make it something
Hate the
stupid.
sizing just because should be 150 dead if I'm not mistaken from the Nick game. So you usually want to go a bit bigger than 85. And the 13612 is on.
Just figuring the big chips just to.
To the moon.
I'd love to hear the mediator on that one.
Buck.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You want action, Lewis? Let's give the guy some action. Come on. We love it.
Love it. HV's giving action, but also because he's up piles right now. What's $75 to someone that's up 2K? Flop, stop pair, queen 6 deuce. Doesn't really get any better than that. Who cares about a kicker when you know it's a splash pot and people are trying to steal? Goes check, check. Turn 8 of clubs. We got action now. Open-ended 9-7. HV does check.
Yeah, and since LG put on that squeeze, this is going to be a sneaky one.
225. Pot size bet. HV. Gonna have to call here. There shouldn't be any better hands that go pot size on this turn that would check flop. And for that reason, does make the call. Kings and aces would for sure bet the flop. Queens, HV blocks. River, 4 of spades. Absolute brick, HV checks. LG now. Thinking about a jam, possibly. Just such a weird line because he bet so big pre and then didn't continue on the flop. Any hand that wants to go for value should always see bet the flop. Except maybe pocket sixes. All in. And now HV put into the spot.
Yeah, you can tell by his reaction, doesn't like the spot, but I can't really see him folding this. He is obviously going to be worried about his kicker. The 5 does have to play.
Biggest problem is the moment HV asked, LG flinched a little. HV might not have picked it up, but it does matter. 800 into 600. What hands go for value in this spot? Asking the class and the audience. What hand goes for value over bet river after potting the turn that doesn't bet the flop? He's right. He has a great hand to call with. Not blocking hand like ace queen, ace king. Not king queen, not ace queen. Queen 5 is actually an amazing hand because blocks a straight 5-7. It's a really good hand to bluff catch with. You don't want a better hand, to be honest, in this spot. Blocks 5-3 and 5-7, really.
Yeah, LG actually needed that 5 to make his hand. But you see, those calling chips are cut out.
Disappointed, but he knows his hand's stupid, but we just have to think to the flop. Not c-betting on the flop is such a big leak because...
Says he has the blocker.
Yeah, it's not to say that LG has a leak in his play. It's just the c-bet, the not c-betting makes it so much easier for HV to call. Not to say that this is an easy call, but by not c-betting a flop, you remove ace, queen, kings, and aces from the possible hands that you have. Like, any better queen here should have c-bet the flop. King, queen, queen, jack, queen 10. Everything, every queen should be continuing.
If anybody's
The only hand that should check the flop is pocket sixes and pocket deuces.
If anybody deserves to win this hand, it's probably you. I have a really bad hand, Louis. Like, really bad.
Oh, I see that. 5 deuce?
No.
Does make the correct call.
Yeah, 5 queen.
Good call, good call, good call, good call.
Great call. Unfortunate. I think if LG plays every street the same way, except just c-betting a flop little, it might have worked. And now we look at the cumulative winnings. LG stuck 3 bands, Tish Money, half of that, 1,500, Duke right behind them. Texas Road Dogg and GA not too down there, but the big winners right now, HV with some amazing poker being played. Stone Bandit up 1,600, 1,700 almost. Imposter up 1,000, and Nam falling right behind 1,000. Still a bit of poker to be played. Some of those closer people to break even can definitely swing, and the game's deep enough for people stuck 1,000 or up 1,000 to swing the other way as well.
6 straddle.
Any cooler can happen, as we saw with
So next
Duke
game,
and
if we
HV
don't
to
play
swing the
him,
game.
Would you guys want to play kill?
I'm not playing kill.
Have they played the kill game on the stream before?
Yeah.
We've done it before.
Yeah.
You only do it on the big games.
I raise.
So after you do the flop, one time I asked the dealer what was the exposed card pre. After you do the flop, you can't tell me what the pre-flop.
It's really courtesy, like I tell you, it's really courtesy to let you guys know.
But I'm saying once you flop, if I say what was the exposed card pre, you can't. Only pre-flop you can.
I love that Duke is starting to now open up his 3-bet range. Only thing I don't like is that he's sitting a bit low
That was a good
compared to
call.
where he was earlier.
Not many jams there. That
It's a lot harder for him to continue post-flop if he doesn't flop equity
Weird lucky.
or represent hands like this where he has ace-x because he's sitting so short in relation to the pot. I would have loved to see Duke c-bet that flop, given that he might not have an ace, but he can represent an ace and he has equity to the Broadway.
100.
But it makes
Here
it a real
now,
bluff,
it's a really hard
because no queen,
card for him to
no
bluff,
one queen that beats you.
and he gets snap called. I'm betting $100 into Texas Road Dogg's $100 call with pocket fours. Checks, Duke checks back. It's a great call. Great call from Texas Road Dogg on the turn with pocket fours. It's just hard for Duke to ever have a better hand in that spot,
Yeah,
except maybe a 10, and if he has a 10, he has a 10, so.
Nice hand, Jerry.
Would have loved for Duke to just c-bet that flop. Maybe shut down turn.
Oh, there you go, sir.
Great call by Texas
It's a
Road
tough
Dogg,
spot,
though.
but I think you know that you're either good, like, there's no way that You'd be out-pipped. There's no way you'd be out-pipped. It's either you're right or you're wrong.
I mean, he's not that committed to the pot. But like, he just himself. He puts
Leo.
himself to the pot.
But once there's that overbet,
What's his name, Leo?
what
Leo,
you'd
yeah.
be right about
The dealer, Leo.
45% of the time.
Shanice.
He can, you know.
Leo and Shanice.
Yeah, I really love that 3-bet from Duke last hand. I just wish he had a bigger stack and he would continue on the flop. But it is what it is. We move on.
Hell, go out there and get somebody up on the floor.
Imposter with the queen 10 of hearts.
Go out there.
I bet if you run out there and say, seat open on stream.
Open $30 in the small blind. Stone banded though with the monster. Ace queen of clubs. 3-betting to 110.
People that walk by. Get one of those people that walk by.
Yeah.
You can play poker.
Put Mo on here. Mo was here.
Is he?
Yeah. put
Now
him
he
on.
is.
Texas Road Dog. Ace rag offsuit.
1.0 and Mo 2.0.
He's having fold. Imposter though. Sitting pretty deep, so elects to make the call with his queen 10 suited. Don't hate it.
Yeah,
Just
they're
hate
gonna
that
ask people
he's
on
out
the
of
floor.
position, which is unfortunate, but
People pass by.
don't hate the call. I do hate this flop for him though.
Everyone join in.
We got a cooler queen 7-7 top pair for
Maybe
both
joking.
players,
No, I'm
but
not drunk.
the kicker playing for Bandit.
Gambling.
Love this c-bet. Small, $60. You don't have to go big. Balancing the entirety of your range. You're going to get called by a lot of hands as well. Does in fact get called by $60. Little does you know, he's setting it perfectly with his cooler spot. You should be getting max value. Don't like the check on the turn. You want to continue. Imposter shouldn't have any 7s in his range, and if he has diamonds, you want to charge them.
What's going on here?
Too quick of a check on the turn, but Imposter might think his hand's best now. So, with that being said, if the Imposter goes for value here, Stone Bandit will be getting the maximum because of it, which is exactly what is happening. 175, half bet. Should be a quick call.
Wow.
Would be a question if there was a bit more value to get on the turn and river by bet, call, and then river, bet, call, but
Oh, sorry. I thought you. Never mind.
as played, still was able to extract a bit of value, so don't hate it.
Maybe
Was
I'm
able
playing.
to induce the
James
bet.
is take- I think it's nap
Give me a
time.
break, yeah. Let me go take a nap.
Seat open.
Checked it just in case you had the 7. Or the diamonds get there,
Oh,
I'm
I
not
would
gonna
really
bet
hate
you out.
y'all really short-handed.
And then I get all,
I played that better.
then I get all, then you value on yourself.
But I don't play as well.
Yeah,
I would've-
let's see
I
on
don't know. I don't know if I would have lost less if I let you bet it.
Yeah,
I probably was calling.
it was gonna be a weird place to bet because I don't want to get played back at me. I don't think I can check behind with such a strong hand on such a dry run out. But I don't want to bet 200 and you jam on me.
Right, with the dry run, I kind of thought the queen would have been good by itself.
I might have checked back just for showdown value and not wanting to get played back. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I bet 200 and you bet 800, then I really just
Right, it's easy to get pushed off. Like it's very
yeah.
easy to know what they're repping.
HV opening, Jack 4 suited, $20. Stone Bandit with the better Jack. King Jack offsuit and small blind calling. And Texas Road Dog with the ace rag. Also getting in the mix from the straddle. 2 queens on the flop and a deuce. Not much going on for anyone. HV does have backdoor diamonds. Would love a small bet here. $25.63 is exactly that. Stone Bandit not going anywhere though. Neither's Texas Road Dog. Maybe thinking his ace high is good. Backdoor diamonds coming in for HV. 7 of diamonds. Great card. When it checks to HV, I hope that HV goes bigger. But looks like Stone Bandit's thinking about doing something. Does not check. If Texas Road Dog thought his ace was good, I would have liked to see a check raise from him on the flop. But as played, it is what it is. Does go check through. HV checking on this turn. I don't like it. He probably thinks that someone has a queen and they're never folding. So there's no reason for him to bet, which obviously is the correct thought process. But If they don't have a queen, I would have loved a very large sizing from him just to get the hands that are out there that we see to get out of the way. But Texas Road Dog now turning his pair into a semi-bluff. Just trying to block, not needing to show his hand.
Would have been
I had two
Not
pairs.
a bad turn.
a deuce.
No. It was a little better than a deuce. It was ace three I had.
Takes it down.
Two pair though. I mean queens and threes.
I think the problem with HV is that he just didn't know what people could be floating with on that flop.
They thought I had a
Getting
deuce.
called in 2 spots is really weird.
I thought about
That was
So that's why he has to check. But
That would
when he
be
turns diamond equity,
Cheap showdown.
Oh, rounds, they got
I think it would have been good for him to just barrel
decent chance that
because he does turn
once I
equity.
called the pre,
If he gets
there's a
called,
decent
he'll
chance
know
that
very quickly
now
that someone
you're
has a
gonna,
queen,
like,
of course, but
For
I don't hate the check back
And I
either.
would slow play it.
Oh, I thought it was a
Once
You remember?
it's
Like, I
better
thought he was
caller,
bringing chips.
Yeah.
He looked like he was brought like a rack of chips.
so
Ah, damn, that's a lot of yellow.
Whole lot.
Especially with two
Dude
players
comes in
who
with
like
a
to
rack of
bet.
yellow.
No, like a box.
Wrong game,
more
sir.
middling pocket pair,
Wrong.
like eights.
Game.
Oh,
That was
sorry
over the
guys.
deuce. HV, you had a pocket pair there?
I have a monster.
Tish money opening up to $30 with ace 10 suited.
Tish sweat my hand, he knows.
He missed the turn barrel.
I don't want to
Tish agreeing. Mrs. Turn Barrel. Texas Road Dog getting in the mix. I think it's very interesting that a lot of these players have chosen a basically 2.5 sizing with this 1-3-6-12, and they elect to go 30.
What you got left?
You don't really see this sizing in Texas specifically. You'll see it in tournaments and the like, but for it to be happening in a cash game in Texas is very interesting, as
Oh, I
a
didn't
lot
see
of
the other
time
black ones.
it's a 1-3 and people open $15, $20, which is a lot bigger.
Welcome.
Or when it's 1-3-6, they'll go 30 to 40.
Better late than never.
So to see a 1-3-6-12 and just basically a mid click is very interesting.
You've been on
Duke
stream?
3-betting to 100 and getting called in both spots
And I haven't seen it.
by the players.
Man,
9-7-5.
disadvantage.
Backdoor hearts for Tish money. Top pair for Texas Road Dog. Does go check to Tish money.
Including myself.
Looks like he's going to
Yep, just.
Were you already
bet
warming
in
up out
position,
there in the,
80
the main
bucks.
room?
Really good bet because you have a lot of backdoor equity with your overs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So it should do the
Are you in
trick
Harry's game?
unless someone like Texas Road Dog has top pair. And I like this raise from Texas Road Dog. If they have it, they have it. If not, you get to take down a lot of dead money.
Definitely have better chance in
I have the other glass.
And there's not a lot of turn cards you like except maybe a 9 or 10. So
No, he say.
great raise.
Tough lineup out there. I thought I was gonna take my shot in here.
Tell Mo to join us.
Tough
And
lineup
now
out
seat
there.
5 jumping in.
Oh yeah, Harry's 5-5 game.
Jay, Phil,
They're playing 5-5 today?
love this guy. Justin Phillips.
It's all the same there.
5, 10, 20, 40.
6K deep.
That's a big game.
Doesn't matter if it's 5-10 or 5.
Glad to see him in this mix and lineup
Deep.
for the last hour or so that we have.
Surprisingly. I mean, there's a couple of 5K.
Not afraid to get in the mix. He plays the 5-5 games and bigger.
Probably.
Oh, yes, sir.
Matt,
No.
Like, give me
Is
a
Bobby
turn.
Jones in it?
Bobby Jones is out there.
All right. Because I would have had to get up and go.
Guys, no action real quick. Just hold on for me, and we're gonna continue in a second.
Man, you're causing the whole problem. Stop the stream. Sorry.
Mo's playing the game?
Oh, wow.
Sam and
Yeah, Mo and Sam.
Which fan?
really young looking.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Good to go. Go ahead.
I has to fold you a 5-bet last time when he's playing on the stream. Queens. You know what would be funny? I would have flopped top set that hand.
Oops.
All night. He didn't even 3-bets and he'd wake up with a 5-bet. Have to lay down freaking queens. Brutal.
Got some action this hand as HV opens. Early position at $25. This is just a 1-3-6. As I was saying, very interesting for it to be like a 4x open when this is how standard Texas is, whereas in the 1-3-6-12, which is a mid-click. Anyways, Stone Bandit getting in there, Nam getting in there, Texas Road Dog getting in there, GA getting in there, Duke getting in there.
Free time, baby.
All very playable hands.
Get that $23 a time.
And on the flop, we look at Jack 8-3 HV flopping top pair best.
6 players.
As a pre-flop aggressor, would love a larger sizing just to weed out some of these players. So 60 into 150. Stone Bandit with the back doors and overs. Looks like he's raising and clicking it. 210. Very interesting line. No hand should really be doing this, except maybe pocket 3s or pocket 8s to build a pot. Maybe ace jack, but even ace jack would probably just call. And even those sets would probably just call and let HV hang himself if he's bluffing. It's a very weird line. HV sitting super deep. I don't think he's afraid to get in the mix here. All the other stragglers get out of the way. HV very confused. What hand is raising me here? 9-10. Is a better jack ever raising in this spot? It did go check all the way through HV, and Stone Bandit is in position.
The game Postal?
Does fold.
Seems like he's not bluffing today. Nice.
It's very confusing line for sure. Don't fault HV for the fold.
Dangerous for you now.
You guys want to start a knit game?
Right.
No,
Duke,
I'm not,
well, Duke's about to
I'm
leave.
not fading. I'm gonna fade. in a couple
Okay.
minutes.
Once Duke's out.
Let me play one more round without playing my, one more round, and I'm
Okay.
gonna get out of here. And I'll let you guys do what you want.
But I cap out at 3 knit games a night. And I'm up for any other crazy games. Just, I don't want to play knit game for half the stream.
It just baffles me that you like the kill game, but.
But no, the thing
Won't
is,
play a lot
it's
of
just
knit
knit game. It's like knit game is a certain type of poker. And I didn't come here to play knit game poker all night.
Kill poker's the worst.
But I'm saying, like, I'm up for all different variations. Like, let's play standard poker. We can play knit game.
J Phil looking to get in the mix now that he's here playing on the stream, opening to $20 with 9-3 suited.
Sometimes a bit
Ill
on stream and
timed,
it just
as
feels like
Imposter has
we're
pocket
playing knit
kings.
game Hold'em all night. And regular
I'm gonna
Hold'em
go
is
smoke
different.
after that.
Is that a weird
Once it
opinion
gets
to
back
have?
around to where I'm the big blind, I'm not gonna
No,
play
I mean,
it. I'm
and
gonna
we
J
can
leave
Phil
just
though,
watch
not
action on
looking,
it.
I'm not gonna leave
not
it.
afraid to get in the mix, calling
I mean,
$40 more with 9 tray. Flop is Jack 9-8, middle pair for J Phil. Very wet board for the Imposter.
Not going right.
Can't slow down though, you have pocket kings. So when check 2, he does elect to go 75. J Phil looking to suck out some bad runouts for the Imposter, or turning his hand into bluff. 7 is one of those cards. 4-liner to the straight, and now J Phil
You want white?
trying to bluff at it.
Like that?
Goes 175. Imposter can't fold just because it's a scary board. J Phil though giving up, and Imposter taking it down with the showdown. Not a lot more value to be had on a river bet, so I don't mind the check at all.
Not a great one.
Great pot to take down. Pretty bad board.
All the suited connectors. 9-10 is there, and 8-9 is there, and Jack 10,
Well, the
7,
king
8.
10 suited there.
Yeah.
Any 10.
Sucks.
Any 10 gets hit,
Sucks.
but like people hold a lot of 10s, 9-10s,
need to write
Jack 10s, 8-10s, 8-9 V2,
Wheat womp.
Jack 9.
any random can connect.
I mean, there's a lot of people who are gonna play all the cards that are gonna slap that. Good check back. Just get the showdown.
Depends how big. Yeah, that was a tough one to call too.
Kings is much stronger. You're definitely under rep.
No, that's where you should be.
Yeah. I was putting you much more in like an ace-jack type of game
Do what?
than Kings.
I haven't
Got a
yet,
little
no.
bit of action on this one. The posture opening $20, getting called in 3 spots. HV flopping best of it with just middle pair.
No, I'm probably just gonna
Hard
wait.
board for anyone to
Thank you.
continue.
What time is it?
Turn, bringing the 8 of hearts. The posture now open-ended.
9:35.
Another hour
6
and
to
a half.
9, a 10 or a 5 will give him a straight, but a 10 is not great as a jack also makes a straight. HV now betting with his pair, $40. The imposter can't really fold given that he does in fact still have open-ended. Does elect to raise with this hand. I like it.
Well, all I can say is Tish was Tish. H
Block
was
7-10, block 7-5, have a pair.
In your conversation.
It's a great raise. Does get everyone to fold and takes it down. Gets a better hand to fold.
It's probably
Formidable opponent, Mr. Num.
thank you.
Formidable.
I enjoyed playing with you again.
I mean, it's not so.
Chip count here. HV, a lot of chips ready to play for it all. Stone Bandit had ran it up, so he's at 3K. Everyone else sitting around 2K. Everyone else a bit below that, but still pretty deep. VPip, Texas Road Dog, playing 50% of his hands in the mix. No one below 28%, which is a very good stream. Standard 1-3 in Texas, to be honest. With everyone above 30%, it's a good Frenzy Friday game.
I hope you get him. You know, it is.
Yeah,
Or like if you're at a
I would
tournament
love to
table,
barrel
if
though.
gets along.
you're at a tournament table and you've been with like same 5 guys for a while, and then a new person shows up and it's all in. Like you want that? Yeah, stack that dude. He's the imposter. He's not one of us. Third. We got the straddle on.
Stone Bandit opening up to $30 with the Queen 10 offsuit. Texas Road Dog also in there in the mix. King Jack suited.
Oh, yeah.
Duke's in it with 5-4 suited on the button. Love it. But running into HV's Ace Queen offsuit in the big blind. 3-bet to 175.
Missed the memo.
It's really tough when you have someone this deep in a game like this. It just feels like he's bullying you. You want to play back on it.
You're so good.
Texas Road Dog does, in fact, do that.
That's the most patronizing.
But
way
it's
you
just
could've
so dangerous when you have a player like HV with this many chips and he has an actual hand.
I'm thinking, I'm just going to go all in. Hell, if somebody can help us these.
Texas Road Dog does make the call on Duke. Says, to hell with it. We're going all in with 5-4 suited. I love it. Let's go, James Duke.
Gotta go.
Look, more of the hand.
935.
Just check them through. They come in on time.
HV rejamming on top.
Yeah. He just wanted to go up against one. Oh, I couldn't say it now, I guess.
Rejamming on top, trying to isolate Duke.
490.
Does, in fact, get Texas Road Dog out of the way with the King Jack suited.
Often
I got
on
a
the
doozy.
sides. Just like here's nothing.
Good luck, all in.
You just want to open? Do
I
it.
got a doozy. Yeah, just
It'll
rip
be a
it off.
sweat.
Rip it off. Of course it will.
Looking for a 5 or 4 or clubs.
Well, maybe.
Live
Hold
out.
6-3. That sucks.
Oh, that's the window card. Oh,
Y'all lucky. I posted
King,
Jack of
King,
diamonds.
6.
3 of
thing you
clubs.
shoved. I was
3
calling
of
you.
clubs.
But he
3
shoved,
of
so-
clubs.
Queen of Hearts and Duke is dead on the
Well,
turn.
listen,
Unfortunate.
that's about it for me, guys.
Oh man, I had
Hold on
a
the
queen.
river.
Queen on the river.
I would have chopped it.
Kings and queens with a 5 kicker.
I had a queen 10.
Right then.
You up?
Always great to have
It
Duke
was always
You're a
great.
great
on the
guy.
stream.
Always
Always a
happy.
pleasure to have him.
I just had
My
to
queen
take a
10.
shot.
Until next time, James Duke.
All right,
I
guys.
would have had
What's a
both
flip?
Kings over Queens.
Is it
That's
time
King
to
Jack
put it
for
on?
diamond.
And now, looking at cumulative winnings, HV up 3,500, Stone Bandit 22, Imposter 1K, Nam right behind, almost 1K. Duke, unfortunately, Big loser right now and for the night, 2,200. Tish money down there, 1,300. Texas Road Dog and J Phil, 300 to 500 down.
The river right there.
Sorry, Duke was not the largest loser.
See you, James. I'll see you next Friday.
I don't want to just make him sound like the biggest loser when he wasn't. So there was another player, LG, but on to the next one. Tish had asked to put on the Nick game once again, but might have been denied. This time, J Phil with the ace-queen offsuit.
No, I'm good.
After an early open, he 3-bets to 75. Nam now not afraid to get in the mix with 10-9 suited. I love this. You got hearts. You got a connected hand. Very disguised. Bink it right away. Jack 10-10. 2 clubs. J Phil's going to continue with the Broadway draw. Doesn't have to go big. Go 60 into 150. I like it. Nam now deciding how slow do I play this hand? Do I flat or do I start to pile more money in the middle? There's 2 clubs on the flop. Looks like he's going to start building his pot. Almost a min click, and I like it. 160, $100 more. Gonna get a lot of hands like this to continue. Three of Hearts, brick turn. It's a great card. Now J Field has to check. Nam has to extract a bit more value. Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack are all hands you want to target. And obviously queens are better, of course. You're going to fold out hands like Ace King, Ace Queen anyway, so you want to target hands that you can still get value from. Clubs. Likes to go 250. Tough spot for J Phil. He's going to have to fold. 375 was a bet, sorry, but easy fold. Unfortunate from J Phil. Best hand pre-flop. Diminished on the flop. Nam takes a nice spot down.
Brandon, I'm going to have 300 behind this hand.
Tish adding on as a stream. Slowly but surely gets near the end of the night. Tish looking to get in a big pot so he can get unstuck. Very strong player, just unfortunate that that Jack 10 hand happened early against HV, and HV just had a very good read and call.
See, oh, King Queen.
Just a jack, huh? Flop it on the flop, right?
Flop it on the flop.
Flop you dead.
Tish, after adding 300 on, starting to get in the mix. Ace 9 offsuit in the cutoff. HV trappy on the button. Just elects to flat the Ace Jack offsuit.
115.
This is the thing, you have to be able to mix it up and get trappy. Mix up on how you play certain hands. Unfortunately, though, gets bluffed off by 6-5 offsuit from Stone Bandit, 3-betting. Very surprised from HV. I would say lock it up.
Start folding pre-flop. These guys are
Lock it up, HV.
So all pre-flop wins.
Very disappointed that.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta earn it.
What if it goes like raise, 3-bet, call, 3-bet, then you like cold 4-bet, like ace 3 suited or something? Win. Is that all going to him?
You earned it.
Yeah, some action.
Wait. He doesn't say no yet.
No problem.
GA with ace 3 suited. Just
Most
calling the
people make
$6
right
straddle.
decision pre-flop. So, you know,
HV getting in there,
they're
Jack
up
7
anyway.
suited, popping up to 25. J Phil on the button with Queen 10 offsuit, making the call.
Oh, I only folded one card.
Nam now with pocket deuces. Should be set mining here. Does make the call, and GA does call as well. HV giving the nice hand.
Me too.
Multi-way, 4 ways to a flop we go. Queen 7-6. J Phil with the best of it. HV with second pair. Checks to J Phil, who does go for value. Looks like $40. Sorry, $65. Don't hate the sizing. You're multi-way. You want to start pushing some of these other marginal hands out of the way. It does get everyone to fold except HV with his second pair. It's hard to flop a pair in this game, so HV continues. Surprising check call. Turn Izzy for diamonds. Now HV with backdoor diamonds. Does go check, check. River's a really bad card for both players. HV just checking, and I think J Phil taking a showdown value. Taking the spot down.
Ooh, spicy turn card.
Spicy.
I was playing check raise that turn. Well, you checking back.
I know, man.
I was freaking disappointed.
Yeah, he showed you like deuces or something.
What am I trying to get you to fold?
I was disappointed. I was ready to
Oh,
check
God,
raise
on
that
the wrong
turn.
stack.
Yeah, throw the black.
I just rip it back in your face.
Ah, snap.
Yes.
And then you win.
Punt.
Punt. Punt return. Yeah, we're playing that hand again.
What hand?
Nothing. Okay.
Are we getting
Is
more?
there another play or something?
We're waiting on another play. Let's go badger them. Let's go badger the 5-10 table.
Better than 7-4.
Let's all get up and go.
Just gonna get you beat.
Hand number 65, and we have a special guest
It
commentator.
like never happens.
Andrew is signing out for the night, and Ed Batanga
Watch.
is signing in. Welcome, Ed.
All right.
You're not going to call me, right?
Kyle Miller, good to be with you in the
I'm all
booth
in.
here.
If we're going to chop.
Guys, come on.
Gonna
All right,
wrap
I win
this
the pot.
stream up
There you
here
No.
with Kyle Miller for our Friday Frenzy.
This guy. No, I was like,
Man.
You're going to fold right
Of all the ways I can see with that.
I don't even look at my
It
hand.
would have been badass if I had aces.
No, it's never. I never saw that stuff happen. Like, yeah.
Oh, no, look at that. It's never folded to the blind.
Chop,
It's
chop.
never
Watch.
I have never saw.
People have never asked to chop. Yeah.
But here's what happens. Chop, chop. Oh, we not allowed to chop? Okay, I'm all in.
I mean, it's just blind, so I don't.
See, I'm UTG.
Chop on street. I mean,
Yeah, occasionally we'll get Ed in the booth here, but Ed is the person that's in charge of all of the lineups here, all of the Hold'em lineups that you see.
For the stream!
And if you are interested in playing on stream in the future, we do have that Google form in the YouTube description box. Fill that form out. Lets us know
It'd be really
the
poetic
stakes
if
you want to play,
You have aces call, and then you
game format you want to play, all that good info, contact info, and Ed is the person that gets in contact with you.
Yeah, and so we've been getting a lot of interest
I actually said call.
lately, especially specifically after the Poker Go Tour Texas
said it
Poker Open
jokingly, now he's
successfully
making me
for
run it.
about a couple weeks ago. So
Fuck the dealer.
if you're interested in playing any of our live streams, running stakes from 1-3 up to as high as 25.50, I'm going to put a link in the chat for you to fill out. Let me know.
By the way, if it ever folds to me, I'm in a
And
big
Stone
one.
Bandit here usually goes as Stone Buddha.
Never chop.
Currently with the best hand, 2 pair, kings and 4s.
Chopping me up, chopping this stack up. I hope that's the goal.
Jumping the stack.
He's ready to get chopped on some of it today.
Yeah. It's really been spread around a lot. Calling them with ace-9 or some shit.
I think I have
Yeah.
three.
I actually when he showed
Bandit
that,
has been
I
running
thought he showed,
pretty
like,
good here tonight.
ace-5 for a second, then he bumped.
Drags another one down.
What if he showed you ace-jack there? That would be so bad.
It was already a bad call anyway. It's just like I'm just
Good seeing Heckle in chat.
it was already
Been a while since Ed and I have played with you, but
Yeah, heck of a good guy. Played with him in a different room here locally. And if you haven't
big blind.
known yet, or I guess you guys haven't heard. I know Kyle has announced it already previously once on stream. Effective today, Champions Club Texas, now 18 and plus poker room. So
It takes about 2 weeks for human hand to
all inclusive. Good opportunity for you young people in the chat. Play on stream. Play in the room. Have a couple things, neat things planned for the future for the live stream. Looking to potentially put together a 1, 2, 300 cap live stream, specifically for players that have never ever played on live stream. So look for that in the near future.
I told him I'd fucking do it again.
I don't blame you, buddy.
Can't help myself.
Nope.
I mean, it's basically a min.
Is this going to be a raise and take? No, can't be.
All right, now it's going to be me.
A
This is a
triple
reasonable
straddle
hand
is
for
on.
J Phil to defend within middle position straddle here.
Six of clubs. Give me a 6 of clubs.
Both players checking flops.
Heart rolls off for Bandit. Has the best of it. Top pair, flush draw. Yeah, just the world.
Very good card.
Very good.
J Phil not wanting to try to fill in the gut shot.
Yeah, I think that was like a 4 of clubs. He's definitely continuing here, but
3 sixes at 1 heart.
So is nobody coming? Okay, then. Yeah, he's right there.
Is it on this hand?
I don't know. Ask him.
Are you coming back this hand?
John, you want to play
We
Nick
want to
game
start
this
the
hand?
Nick game. Yeah, I'm there. All right, pass it on. On.
How much are we doing?
I got it.
that is correct. Heckle. Again, effective today. Champions
And if you
Club
get pocket
Texas,
aces,
18 plus
you don't get rid of your knit button.
for 18 and up.
With my aces.
Today was supposed to be my day off. Had a bunch of stuff to do
Hey,
today.
if I'm gonna bluff
Ended up
in the
doing a
Nick game,
family
I better
dinner. Came
be
back earlier than I anticipated. Opted to jump in the booth to relieve Andrew here with Kyle in
I love when I have aces.
the
I hate when
chat
somebody does something stupid.
as we
like
close
jam.
out this Friday Frenzy 1-3.
Rip 'em.
Anything that I missed so far, Kyle?
There's been some nice all-in pots, some bigger pots. HV's finally running good on stream. Stone Buddha and
I love when my
sorry,
opponents
Stone
help me make the right
Bandit
decision.
and Texas Road Dog getting it in twice against each other, running it twice, chopping it twice. There's been some action for sure, but still have some reasonable stacks, or at least reasonable to our normal 1-3s here at Champions. Just a 7K stack and a couple of stacks, most stacks around 2K or more.
Yeah, and I was talking to HV prior to the stream. Like, if you were to compare our 1-3 live stream relative to other 1-3 games locally, it's probably one of the more deeper 1-3 games across the city. So
deeper
not necessar-
and yeah, competitive as well, I would say.
Yeah, agreed.
Definitely known to have some really solid players up here at
Go
Champions,
back only as chess partners.
but you can really find people all skill levels.
He teaches
We
chess.
mentioned before, we do have our poker classes on Thursdays as well.
Yeah.
Any pan hold'em is good. How to make a pan this game.
So not only can you come out on Thursdays and play some chess, but learn how to play poker if you're new to poker as well.
We were so sick last time. Me, him, and another guy, 3-way
Although-
all in. He only had 1 out.
We played a blitz match.
One
where
out.
we played 1 hour
Sit.
to chop 5.
Bings it.
Bings it.
Oh, they hit
1 hour of
against
3 deuce.
him?
Yeah.
Like 2
Ridiculous.
seconds, and
I had a set.
then 1 hour.
I have two. He
one
had
by
middle,
1 minute.
bottom set. I have
Whoever
middle
win
set.
more.
That's wild.
That is wild.
I'm right here.
Sick. Usually I just rip it, but the guy asked
Freaking
me.
Justin.
The guy asked me over twice.
I would have gone to it. I don't really.
Yeah.
I had a bad feeling about that hand too.
You,
I probably should have.
yeah, I would have scooped the other guy.
Yeah. Just out there, we got into a bomb pot. I
Big raise here from Stone Bandit, middle position with the ace-jack suited.
Oh, okay, okay.
Looking to get rid of his nit button relatively early in this game.
Gets down to the river, and on the other board, there's 4 to a straight.
Again, as we all know, with the nit button,
And you scoop?
player's going to take some unorthodox lines from time to time. And this is a relatively neutral EV board for Stone Bandit. Definitely can represent the overpairs, ace, king, and queen. Get some players off some specific hands. No one with really hearts here. Look for players to both fold.
Become a tourney grinder.
And does get rid of his nit button early on.
Just bink one tournament.
After a big open pre-flop.
Yeah, just bink a tournament, HV.
$100 shot.
And it better be a tournament where it actually is life-changing money.
I mean, they have a million there, make a...
Unless you think
You got a dirty white stack
Hey,
there.
play the,
$400.
That is the best side.
you don't even have to win, you just draw $1 million.
If you bink a tournament, what would you say is like life-changing money?
First in Vegas.
Here?
I should color, right?
Vegas.
Oh, I got
Should
that.
I color some of this?
HV, if you banked the tournament, what would you consider like life-changing money?
I think so.
I don't know. I mean, it's
it
kind of
seems big, it could
impressive,
change
but I
somebody's
mean,
life,
I'm
you
not
know?
for looks.
But you know.
I feel like as like
Smoke a cigarette, get a rack.
playing for a living,
Yeah, for those of you in the chat looking for this, looking forward to this upcoming week, going to be starting to mix up the lineups a little bit going forward across all different stakes. So, going to see some returning players that haven't played in a while. Players you've kind of seen recently that are new. So, going to mix them up here a little bit.
You heard what I said?
no.
I mean,
Somebody's ace king's real sad right now. Real sad. Stuck out on that.
I wonder who.
Yeah.
And look at here, Road Dog flipping trips. Pretty much a hammer lock on this board. The 6 of clubs does bring in some backdoor draws. Does bring in a backdoor flush draw for Nam. Good shot straight draw for the imposter as well as J. Phil. Tish Money here with 2 pair himself. So the remaining players here with a little piece of this flop.
100.
Surrender.
That's a real bet. This is a fake bet.
Yeah, and based off this turn, let's bring in some backdoor draws potentially. Road Dog's gonna want to try to get this isolated.
I mean, if you put, if you put $400 for a tournament, you make it like $250K. That's
A little bit of a combo draw for Nam here. Gut shot, secondary flush draw. King of Hearts on the river is a relative brick. And I like for him to go big here. Only opts to go about 40% pot for value.
After taxes, you'd walk
You
around
can show
with
it.
like.
But let's say if you.
How much would you be taxed in Texas if you bank like two? Let's say you bank 200K.
How much? I think for big things like that, it's like.
Is it 25%?
No, I mean, it's withholding tax because if you're claiming yourself as a professional gambler and you have the receipts to show all your buy-ins and your bullets and your tournaments and your travel and your...
But gambling's not legally a thing in Texas.
No, but you can still register for the federal taxes because there's no state income tax. You register for federal taxes as a professional gambler. You can deduct every mileage you drive here. You can deduct every time.
It's not gonna add up to $250,000.
No, but you can
Bobby
buy every
Fillet
bullet,
in
every
the
bullet.
chat.
Every lotto ticket, every horse track.
Don't want to announce anything specifically about you. Want you to be able to do it yourself, but it's good to see you in the chat as one of our moderators here.
To prove it, but you just give them a spreadsheet.
Yeah, you can definitely prove.
But if you even enter a bunch of $300 tournaments, let's say you fire 100 bullets at $300 tournaments.
We need another countdown
No, but I'm saying
for Bobby Fillet
you might fire
for
like
a
3
big
on-
announcement or surprise.
Oh, look at this, GA.
111 bullets.
Trying to get sneaky with kings here. Gonna just slip the $6 strata. Look for a back raise. Probably to at least 150, 200.
All the same tournament?
No. That's why in 2024 I'm not playing tournaments. Because I realized how many hours I put into it.
Yeah, playing tournaments can definitely fuck you over for taxes, depending upon the situation.
I don't know, because you have a lot more definitive proof of your entries.
A little
Cash
bigger
games.
than needed, but still gets the job done.
Got rid of nit
Picks up a
button
lot of
with
that
king
dead
free.
money. Plus gets rid of his knit button.
I'm just joking.
How can you respect that? Like, come on, right?
No respect.
You never see that.
Didn't you win yours with ace jack suited?
As a pure bluff.
Which is the best hand.
Which is apparently the best hand.
Damn it. So I gotta get lucky.
What if I turn kings into a bluff on an ace high board?
Yeah, that's great.
Didn't I deserve?
Yeah. As long as you get like ace 3 to fold. One time I had ace deuce, and a guy had checked raised me. I was pretty sure he had a better
Obviously,
raise.
pool's not closed.
Like
We had a
3-bet all in against
guest
him.
in here today that actually
Tanked forever.
had to stay here.
Called me with ace deuce.
Number of guests that have had to stay here due to the storm from yesterday, and actually jumped in the pool. So
That's actually news to me as well. So,
what about the pool being open?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's open.
kind of silent opening of the pool.
It's okay, Road Dog. You've done it enough.
Yeah. Unfortunately, anytime you put money in the pot and you don't know your cards, it's a bad decision.
And Jay Phil here, gonna 3-bet on the
Anytime you
button
put
with
money in the
6-5
pot, you don't
offsuit
know-
after
no,
an open from HV.
All of it's negative EV.
Let's flop the best hand. Look for the C-bet here, small. Not small. So go relatively
But
large.
what's the difference from just calling blind and now I'm like, last act?
Over 50% pot here.
I guess if somebody raises, but you just don't get your action.
Did have the
Wow,
best
what a
hand.
flop.
And to think I was stupid and folded a 5-4.
Let's see.
All right, HV, get your raise ready. It's raised every time I've done it.
Yeah, the last four hand I raised.
He only does it because you are in.
I was in it
That's
twice.
why.
It's alright.
I showed a sign of weakness. by
And
doing it.
Heckle LLC. I'm shooting you a
lost the
text
last
message.
five.
Come visit us at Champions.
Are you from Dallas?
I didn't even win one.
Make it 6.
Let's go.
South Dallas.
Oh, good hands. It's just.
Don't hit.
Why just I'm wearing a Cowboys hat?
No, it's
his
just
is
the face.
Thank you for not wearing a Cowboys hat.
Hitting,
I
but
got a
it's not
Dallas.
hitting enough.
What'd you say?
Not
I said
hitting
thank
enough.
you for not wearing a
I
Cowboys
wish you
hat.
could hit it hard.
He is wearing a Cowboys hat.
You just see it from the side.
Oh. I grew up an Oilers
Good
fan.
decision.
I didn't care if the Oilers lost every game of the season. As long as they beat the Cowboys, I was happy.
So yeah, we don't have a rivalry with them. It's all in y'all's head. Our rivalries are Philly and San
Do you know what the
Francisco.
Dallas Cowboys' name was the first time?
No.
It was the Dallas Texans, and that's why
Heckle,
we
I hear
beat
it's your
them Texans.
birthday. May have to get you a birthday drink, buddy. Happy birthday. Thank you for being a part of the Champions live stream. Hopefully you're part of the Champions Club Texas family going forward.
When I was a
Playing
football
here.
fan, I
Hope to
was
see you here more
Kansas
often
City Chiefs fan
as
because you played Tecmo
the
Super
rest of
Bowl
you in the chat.
1992, and Christian Okoye was the best
Is the 7 Deuce
running
game on,
back in that
Kyle?
Tecmo Super Bowl game.
7 Deuce game should always be on, but no, it is not on. He is just trying to get rid
All
of his
right.
knit button.
I got myself in a spot. I wanted a 3 or 4 bet.
How Miami got knocked down in the first round of playoffs shocked the heck out of me, too.
Yeah.
All that speed they had.
There were some weird rumors floating around a couple days ago that Derek Carr was going to
Ace
the Cowboys.
Queen in trouble.
Oh, wow. Look
up
at
against
this.
the monster. 7 high flush draw of Nam.
Equity split here.
I thought it was
HV with a gut shot to Broadway. Ham. Nam. Now again, this board
And then when they leave your team, you
as a
hate them.
three bet aggressor definitely hits his range a little better. Although HV has more of the flush draws here, and the scenario's
But
slightly
I didn't read too
flipped
much into it because
in
it
terms of
looked like a
actual
rumor.
hand strength. Hand strength, excuse me.
I expected the Cowboys to go a long ways last year.
They had a shot. Well, the problem was the 49ers were really, really good.
10 of
Big
diamonds.
call.
The Eagles were pretty good as well.
Yes.
They would have had a tough.
No, 10 of diamonds for the action card.
But they They blew it.
Let's see if Nam continues to barrel equity barrel his equity here, even though he's actually behind.
Help. He needs better receivers.
Again,
Better running back. Another running back. Somebody else to help.
it's relatively neutral EV
I haven't even checked
turn card and board
It's not much. I don't
in
know.
totality.
They said they went all in, but who knows? I don't have a ton of expectations.
Wow.
Snap fold from HV.
HV with the Nam with the over bet rip
I
here.
don't know what was right, but I feel like I should be ripping here.
Hand. I would have been in a spot.
Just rip ace 10, everybody folds.
Yeah.
What a good flop for 7 deuce of diamonds.
Again, some of these players, again, although playing 1-3.
Hard to ask for a better flop.
And then the night I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's like perfect dream.
And here we have a look at Summer Poker Open, July 31st through August 20th. We have another large main event. It's a $1 million guarantee with a 25K Tournament of Champions free roll. So stay tuned for more information about that Summer Poker Open.
Yeah, and we're looking to release that schedule hopefully within the next couple of weeks or so. So don't want to give too much away in terms of what we got going on. Obviously, we got the $1 million main event guarantee, 25K Tournament of Champions free roll. I can definitely talk about that. Another six-figure PLO championship again, as well as, six-figure multi-flight tournament, monster stack, women's senior event. Don't want to get into the guarantees, all that, again, not finalized yet, but based off what I've heard, just giving you a little teaser about it. Again, the last couple series with our Winter Poker Open and our Poker Go Tour Texas Poker Open, highly successful. So for those of you in the chat wanting to be a part of that,
Yeah, definitely save those dates, build the bankroll up, and get ready for that.
I do think the most
Tons of summer action ahead. Obviously, everybody's gearing up for the World Series. And then immediately after that, we're bringing all the action back here to Champions for that Summer Poker Open.
We know that. Go crazy on that shit.
Ready?
Alright, I'm gonna let you get rid of your shit, bud.
Root hand every hand. I'm just playing it.
oh, look at this. HV here with a real hand, middle position, going to make it 30.
Stick, but it just defense. Defense.
Hey, left? No influencing action.
I think I can do that if I have this.
No, you need these.
Is that how that works?
Three people left.
You can say it now.
Yeah, and GA here.
I know, right? I'm just the most convincing.
Another gun Stroud looking to defend with the suited Broadway cards.
That's true.
HV opting to check here on this flop. Does have a diamond in his hand, blocking some straight draws. And now we're going to take over the betting lead here on the turn on this deuce of spades. Front door flush does come in. Some straight combos come in like 9-10, 4-5. Let's see if Nam's gonna barrel here. Doesn't have a ton of showdown value with king high, but after leading turn and getting calls from both remaining players, has to believe he's behind here. Doesn't want to force the equity. Wow, look at this. HV just snap folding. GA betting with just king high takes down the pot.
That's a free.
That beat me already. When
I voted queen deuce of clubs.
Joey Pigtails in the chat. Joey Pigtails, I believe I recall you being in the chat from another room up in Dallas. This is Eddie Batinga, the Asian sensation. Used to be the commentator at Poker House Dallas. Do you recall that name? I'm down here now in Houston. Part of this live stream team here that does include Kyle Miller. Kyle, do you have like a nickname?
That's why he still has his nip.
Yes, it's Kyle M.
It's what?
Kyle M.
Kyle M. Yeah, we got to come up with something. I think for the next, you know what, next week during the streams, I'm going to step out. I'm going to put a poll. We're going to come up with some nicknames. Come up with some nicknames in the chat for Kyle, for his commentators. Everybody has a commentator nickname, right? Not necessarily, but like everybody has a poker nickname.
25.
Well, Texas Road Dog has a pretty good nickname, and he's got 9-8 suited. Getting in there, but J. Phil, the Aces, American Airlines. Nice little raise to 100.
Yeah, I don't get this call by Texas Road Dog. And I wouldn't be surprised if GA gets in here based off, and I'm comparing this relative to what's happened in prior streams before this again. Just jumped in here about half an hour ago, so I haven't seen really any of the play from tonight's stream.
I'm shocked my Jack 10 didn't
Backdoor
work earlier.
diamonds for Road Dog.
Yeah, I'd like to see a small bet here, like 75, 85, no more than 100. Relatively dry board. Not a board that really, it's a pretty big bet here. It's going to be tough for anybody to call with anything.
I'm always out of position too when I'm heads up.
Yeah, put the quadruple straddle on and get aces.
Wow.
Wow.
I had ace jack.
Again, he's double blocking straights as well, so probably could have tried to bet slightly smaller, anywhere from 75 to 100, quarter pot to third pot, rather than half pot. Try to eke out a little bit of value there.
Yep.
Your face would have been like this. You would have just fucking
Not even close. Snap muck. I didn't even think about it. I snap muck. You didn't see it? I showed Tish. I told shit.
You lose to every draw? Every draw hits?
Yes, straight.
Every draw hits.
But he beats every bluff.
Catch.
And all that.
That's where the problem is.
You didn't think about that part.
The problem is he doesn't have bluff. Except for when he does.
Except for that time.
Oh, come on. Same hand, back to back.
Oh, look at this. Nam. 3-bet here after an open middle position. The imposter, John. Nam with the kings here. Oh, my. This is going to get very expensive very quickly. Now, let's see if Nam's going to come in here with a 5-bet or just opt to flat again, especially at these stakes. 5-bet, you know, semi-bluffs, pre-flop are generally uncommon. So, again, if Nam comes in for a 5-bet here, it's pretty strong. He's not going to want to necessarily go too big. Doesn't want to go more than 1,000. I think that's what he's trying to figure out here, what sizing he's going to go with these pocket kings in position. Wow, it does opt to rip it here.
Count.
In a tough spot for HV. I have to think this one through. Again, Nam has played the stream in the past before. I don't recall his play specifically, and I think HV's got to determine.
He wasn't really getting out of line in past stream here.
Probably not out of line here tonight as well either, right?
No, the most out of line he was when he just took that down, the all-in jam on HV post flop with the 7 deuce of diamonds.
And he showed it correct. Did he show it?
He did show it in order to get rid of the knit button. No knit button here though, so you got to be thinking, what hands is he really 5-bet jamming for 2.2?
23-13, right?
These were relatively small click backs, but 2.2 now. Doubt you're really dominating any hands with the queens. At best, you're up against ace-king for a flip.
Right. And the thing is here, maybe it was approximately a month ago, we saw HV fold kings to Texas Road Dog, who lit back jam queens, and HV. After talking to him post stream, felt like this guy just never limp back jams without aces here. Obviously made the incorrect fold, but based off his logic, I don't hate that fold. And again, with this being a 1-3 stream, as played with this table configuration, how things have played out, you know, what 5-bet jams does Nam have in this spot? And it's not too many.
Yeah, this is one of those 6 spots where I think if HV had kings, he was up against anything else. He's putting
I think
it
it's
in,
them calling
but
with kings, yeah.
Yeah, queens is just really tough spot here.
Additional combos that beat you, the kings and the aces. Again, you're coin flipping against, 53-47 against ace king. Slight equity disadvantage if it's ace king suited, but not significantly. Nice shot there from production of Nam. Looks very calm and relaxed. And based off this tank, Nam definitely knows he has the best hand. Probably knows he's up against a hand like jacks, queens.
Yeah. I mean, he's double blocking.
Yeah, ace king.
King, so he doesn't really think that it's an ace king holding. He thinks he's good.
2 out max.
Yep. Calling chips are on the rail, but I don't think those are going in.
All good. This is the last hour, right?
It's basically 1.9 to call. I think he can get away from it and just lose the 450.
Now, I'll tell you what, HV has been part of our Champions live stream for a better part of, 9-10 months now. Early HV would have snap called this or called this, at least made a decision by now, but just the evolution of HV's play over the past 6 months, well, maybe 6 months, maybe 3 months, has to actually think about this based off play.
Yeah, we've got Joey in chat agreeing. It's at worst ace king suited, but really doesn't exist.
High level fold here.
Yeah.
Show him the 7 deuces spades.
Nice of him to show.
And shows the kings. And HV feeling great about his fold there.
Yeah, the absolute best spot for HV would have been some sort of ace-king suited, but I just don't think that's happening when
it's weird
when they're that deep.
In the tournament, I mean, contingent upon where we're at in the tournament, like stack depth, what level you're on, like probably calling with queens in that spot.
Yeah.
But again, that's so many what he had. Gosh, he jammed like 20-something.
Could have been a disaster.
2K. Almost 1,000 big blinds, like 850, 900 big blinds there.
I don't know how to play that shit. I was like, okay. Shit.
so hard to get rid of this nip button.
Kings now finding their way to GA.
Yeah, and again, GA with kings. Oh, wow, look at this.
I'm serious, top set.
Saw GA limp kings earlier to back raise, but this time Tish with ace-king offsuit in the small blind. Yeah, I think GA is going to go 200, 250 here.
Oh, he's getting tricky with it.
Oh, it's just going to limp. It's going to call, cold call here in position.
I actually like this. And the magnets proving to be true.
And Tish here with the ace of clubs, probably can bet small here, 50, 55.
Just over that. 60.
Yeah, slightly under half, about 40% pot.
Really good bet there.
Now this. Tish should be sizing up on this turn. And it's tough for GA to fold on this specific turn, especially with the board pairing. Yeah, I like the overbet here. Looks like he bet 300. I like the size up here. Again, we've seen GA in the past being relatively sticky here. He knows he's only losing to like an ace, X combo, ace, queen, ace, jack. But again, I think at this point in time, I think kings is still slightly too strong to fold. I think he can fold to a river bet. Four spades brick.
Yeah, no flush comes in.
I
A
like
flush
another
run
bet.
out could have saved GA a little bit here, but
I like another bet.
Yeah, he might pay something out depending on the sizing, but
650, 750.
He's going big.
Yep, great bet size here. Targeting probably like ace queen, ace jack specifically, and maybe even specifically targeting a hand like queens or kings here. Again, it's tough to put GA on his specific holding when he just lip calls the raise. Good fold here. Yeah, and Tristan Echeverry in the chat. Hey, Tristan, this is Eddie in the booth. Again, for those of you who do not know, Champions Club Texas, now 18 and up. Got the little push earlier from Tristan and his friend. Kind of accelerated that process, so thanks for the little push there, Tristan. Good to see you in the chat. Eddie along with Kyle Miller.
Oh, got lucky then.
Ace magnets.
Yep. Whenever I play him, that's why I just rip.
Might I get another Dr. Pepper, please?
Check.
Yeah, look for GA here to bet here to deny some equity. Does in position of all these players. Oh, it's HV, excuse me. My apologies. Does have middle pair, bet some backdoor. Gut shot possibilities.
You're just too exploitable if you're folding things in there.
No shot, yeah. Does turn a little combo draw with a flush draw.
When you can see the cards.
Yeah.
He folds.
Michael Villarreal here. Talking about the poker vlog. He pumped that poker vlog up. We'll pimp it out here.
Ace jack and all that. But yeah, you're not beating the whole lot. You're beating ace jack. And all the busted flip bills. No real. 26. Not putting bluff.
40.
You gotta think that long on the hand, just let it go.
He folded it?
Yeah, he folded it. Good.
This guy not gonna fucking go in, like, get out of the tournament right now. Tournament playing.
Do I get to keep it?
Oh, look at this Stone Bandit. Flopping trips here. Does have a club as well. Opts to bet small. I like it to try to get some value. You know, maybe some middle and pocket pair, some flush draws like the imposter. Again, does have the jack of clubs here, so blocking some backdoor possibilities with the club.
This has to be the third, if not the fourth time Stone Bandit has flopped trips tonight.
Oh, really? Okay.
This time, looks like he's going to get called.
Bet small again on turn, opting not to size up to try to eke out a little value. I think if he doesn't have that jack of clubs there, he may size up slightly a pinch. But again,
Yeah, it gets called two streets, but not going to get called here. But
Oh,
imposter
wow.
reaching for chips now. Knows his 10 highs not going to be good here.
and I think Stun Bandit's hand is just too strong. Hand is too strong to fold here.
Yeah, I put you on clubs. I'm not gonna bet a lot on the turn to watch a club drop off. So just let it a little value.
It's a tough position for Stone Buddha to be in. I think he actually makes
But I thought
made probably the most amount of money he could there. Because if John, the imposter, checks there and he bets anything bigger than what he actually bet, I don't think he gets a call in that spot. So
You just didn't want to give up.
Well, and I didn't think you had the ace, so.
You didn't think
now for those of you in the chat, like why didn't Stone
and then check. Yeah, that's a weird way.
Bandit try to raise.
raise there for a couple of reasons? He doesn't raise there for a couple of reasons. One, he's not getting called by worse. Two, if he gets re-jammed on there, you're going to be vomiting in your mouth.
You don't want to open up the betting again.
Yeah, so
just call and realize.
Because there have been some times where I've raised in a spot like that and I get re-jammed on and I just have to fold because there's just no 3-bet bluffs from an out-of-position player on the river.
I thought Shane was going to pop it 100 there for
Most of the table's going to this flop. Queen high with 2 hearts.
They definitely don't call me that.
Hearts working for GA.
Don't call me that.
Road Dog now with the best pair. Board starts to straighten out a little bit. It's J-Phil with the gut shot. GA flush plus gut shot. Gonna go heads up. 165 in the middle.
That's a brick on the river here.
What time is it, Tish?
GA here. I like this lead. Knowing 8 highs, not going to has 0 showdown value. He's gonna have to take a stab at this. But it's about 55% pot, 60% pot. Putting Texas Road Dog in a relatively tough spot.
Which one?
It's a pretty tough calls on both.
Holding the calling chips now.
Pair of jacks, man.
Good call.
That maybe wasn't 1800, but it was over 1,000. Play no game.
I had to do all the work, but I'll still give you 10, sir.
Chip's still on.
You saw me premium, man? And I lose one.
Nick game still going here. Getting towards the end of the night.
Finally it paid off.
If you haven't already,
Only
please
'cause
go
y'all
ahead and
limped
drop
in.
us a like and a subscribe.
What are you at?
Jack.
Jacks. What?
Jack
Jack
6.
6.
Oh.
Stream here on Champions Poker Live Tuesday through Friday.
Yeah, give him
Our
some
cash
respect.
games.
That $12
Tuesday
raise threw everybody
is
off.
PLO. It's Poker with the Stallions.
Going to be switching up the stakes a little bit. 5-5 is going to be this Wednesday rather than Thursday. 5-10 is going to be on Thursday. And possibly going to make next Friday 1-2. Not sure yet. Obviously going to be our lower stake, either 1-3, potentially 1-2. See how things shake out this week and early part of next week, and we'll go from there. Would have actually liked to seen a slightly bigger squeeze there with the ace-10 offsuit. Looking like 65. Still does pick up all that in money.
I have to let him. I feel like that's the rule of the Nick personally.
Pretty smart.
That Jack 6 again.
I hear the music. Let's look at some numbers. PFR is the first thing we'll look at. How often players are being aggressive when entering pots. Getting in that 3-bet, 4-bet frequency as well. Pretty active table when it comes to that. No shock there. Pretty solid lineup. And the most important thing, who's up, who's down, who's sideways. It's Duke that left a little bit early and left 2.2 down. GA and Tish both stuck nearly 1,000.
I bet it'll be done before the button reaches me.
Got
It's gone this long.
a little bit of time left to try to turn that around, but really only looking at about 10, 15 hands or something like that left.
About half an hour or so, give or take.
You know that slot machine where like you put in the money and then it fills
Sevens now for HV.
And then once they
HV's
get
been
enough
one of our
last
big
stop,
winners of the night. He's up right now, roughly 2.2. Stone Bandit, though, the big leader, up 3.2. Looks like Stone Bandit wants to play, but gonna think better of it.
I didn't want to fold that.
Heard.
Apparently, he did not want to fold that hand.
Well, everybody else is gonna see the flop.
And why not? It's 1-3. Looks like we're gonna go what, heads up 4 ways? It's supposed to be heads up 5 ways. It's a relatively wet board too.
Yeah, especially for the flopped straight of J-Phil.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna have to bet here to deny some equity. I like the size up here, trying to deny equity from some other straight draws, flush draws. Again, he does not have any clubs or spades in his hand. It's gonna be tough for these players to continue. And you have to believe that in that spot multi-way on that specific board, as wet as it is, J. Phil representing a relatively strong hand there.
Blind raising.
Trying to target some king highs.
Just flop the nuts.
Yeah, and ultimately he's pretty happy just taking it down there.
For sure. I'll give it some action.
Taking it while he still has the best hand.
Yeah, lots of bad, again, with him having hearts, no clubs, no spades, lots of bad turn cards.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where his hand can literally not improve. Sure, another ace can roll off, but he wants some red aces to roll off. And at that point, that could improve other people to chop with him potentially. So
That was a mistake.
Oops.
Jay Phil here could have actually 3-bet here with his hand in position.
You never know.
Two-thirds pot here. Again, even though it's, you know, straddle versus under the gun, secondary straddle, it can be tough for HV to fold in this spot. And HV thinks he's good on the turn. It's definitely more than likely good on the river after rivering 2-pair here.
We had already ordered hopadillo and a coffee. He had a coffee out of hopadillo.
And I had a Dr. Pepper.
400.
He does get rid of his knit button here.
I probably should have.
Bet big on that free flow.
Yeah, and Jay Phil here would have liked to seen a 3-bet there. Again, that's probably two of the more aggressive players to his right. Those are potentially squeezing light in that spot. And again, in that configuration, with straddles going on there, I think there was a triple straddle. Nines in most scenarios are ahead a lot of the time.
The old blind call.
Blind call.
Michael Villarreal Hopadillo is an IPA beer.
Think so?
Jay Phil just calling the straddle. Very nice hand. Ace-10 suited.
It looks like this is the splash pile. I don't know who lost. I wasn't paying attention, so I missed
I
that.
don't even get a chance to.
Oh, let's go. 200.
I believe it was HV that paid the tax,
Always.
and HV is going to want to win it back.
Oh, wow. I think HV here is going to actually probably call.
Yep.
I don't think I can fold this one.
Yeah, this time I don't think he can.
Sure.
Me? Who 2 boards?
And they're going to like to run it 2 full boards here.
HV actually in amazing shape.
Splashing around.
That's how we get.
Flashing around.
Yeah.
Pretty good spot for splashing around.
Nah. That's a good card.
Oh, sweat.
Hearts.
Does turn the nut flush draw for Jay Phil.
Yeah.
Brick out. Jacks are good for 1 board. HV at least getting his own money back. If not,
That's me, right?
taking all of J Phil's as well.
Yeah, and then Nam also folding the ace nine of spades. Oh, that's a
Wow.
good flop.
Wow.
Phenomenal
You
flop.
wasted two of them. That's a good call.
Oh wow.
I mean, you have a decent hand.
Yeah.
Pair plus
And
flush that
gets
gets
there.
there immediately.
He can get yeah.
No
They
royal.
will
Yeah.
just chop it up already.
Chop the splash spot.
Makes a little bit of money. Not a ton.
Let's think about that for a sec.
No, never mind. Sorry, you got the question.
Nice hand, nice hand.
You're not supposed to have a real hand there.
You have a real hand.
You'll be surprised how many hands I have today.
So, I did that last week on the stream with ace king and got snapped off that ace king and it got there twice.
Hell yeah.
Less than half an hour here left in the stream. Thanks for tuning in.
You forgot we were back here? Be quiet.
I think it was the only hand I won all night.
Surprised my hand holds.
It was almost 4K.
You almost win every splash spot too.
Surprisingly, Tish folds the 6-8 off. 6-8 suited from the small blind. Sometimes I use that hand specifically. 3-bet bluff, time to time.
Never easy.
I know when to fold and when to
My
call.
hand, Montana banana.
That's an easy call.
Some no-brainer.
9 deuce. Montana banana.
Oh, wow, look at this. Little feeler bet from the imposter. Immediately gets raised from Texas at Road Dog.
Gambling and they went back on
I was just trying to steal your 200. I didn't care about it.
They took back. They took it back. Montana.
No, so like at one point I think in like the so here's the legend. 9 deuce is called Montana banana because I think it was like Prop 29 that legalized gambling. And then a few years later it went back.
That's
And so 9
interesting.
deuce is called the Montana banana.
Wow.
But if you look it up, it was a different prop. But Montana banana still holds the hand name.
Again, still, imposter hand's still slightly too strong to fold here. Oh, it does come back for the raise. Does check raise here in this spot. A 2.3x? Yeah. And Texas Road Dog probably knows he's in trouble now. Probably has to lay this hand down.
Got jacks. See if I can have a heart.
You do not have a heart, sir.
Me as well.
And you can close me as well. Close this off.
Ma'am, here you go for my drink, my Coke. Thank you.
We all got quiet after Duke left.
Yeah.
Sit open.
Are you on the button?
I am the button.
You are the button. Okay.
I'm not on the button. I am the button.
Guys, can I go south $5 for tipper?
Only if you add back.
Can I even add? I'll add.
Yeah, and I like the raise here from the imposter with suited connectors at the button open from Tish Money.
Andrew must have got kicked out of there. 300. They kick you out? They,
Head 2 head.
That's yours or mine? That's mine.
No receipts.
How much is it? Yeah.
$25.
Stone Bandit here coming in with a 3-bet. Very good candidate. Probably 125. Just elects to make the call and invite players to come in this hand. Would have liked to see a 3-bet there.
Road Dog starting to straighten out. Open-ended now. Presence of a flush draw for nobody.
Now look for folds. Yeah, we're going to go heads up.
I thought I had A6. You good?
Yeah, I was thinking when he snap called that, I think he misread his hand.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, and the bet there by Stone Bandit
Yeah, I thought I had 8-6. I didn't go back and look.
That's a weird hand.
does get some accidental value there. Could have checked back. Did have enough showdown value with that ace high there.
What is that?
I was trying to make sure before I flipped my hand.
I thought I really had A6.
I was looking there for
8-6.
Yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't flat. I'm sure you wouldn't just flat with 8 high.
No, I really thought I had to.
So there we got the 5-hand warning.
And then you should have raised me after you looked.
We always make mistakes.
I should. I didn't look. That's the whole problem. I would have called.
That hand. That'd be a good hand to bluff with there, to be honest.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have the right card for that. High X. High X.
3 raises to 25. 4 things, 5 calls. Replays. No check. 3 checks. 5 checks. No check.
Probably gonna see Tish Money peel one here.
There's like 5 hands left if you want to get in.
Heads up.
Probably gonna go check.
Five check. Showdown, please. Okay.
One more ball.
Yeah.
That was a good river card for me.
So yeah, just a few hands left.
Times I have an ace there.
Appreciate all of you sticking around, tuning in, and supporting. Don't forget to support by dropping a like on the video if you haven't already. Make sure you're subscribed and can even turn those notifications on. Make sure you don't miss any of our live streams. Stream all of our cash games Tuesday through Friday, plus any of our big final tables. These great tournaments we run here at Champions. So don't forget to come on back next week for more cash streams from Champions Poker Live. 4 players to this flop. $80 to fight over so far. Pair 9s again in the lead right now until that turn. Ace of Hearts. J. Phil takes the lead.
That's half pot here. We're going to try to build up a little bit of value here. I'm probably going to get Buster with a gut shot. Could force Texas Road Dog to fold here. May have to peel one. Yeah, the opposite fold. Don't hate the fold there.
Would have been boat over boat, but snap fold as J. Phil reaches for chips.
If you had anything before that, you're winning.
I know I had rag. Maybe it was 7-3, maybe it was 7 deuce. Might have had the deuce. Once it's junk, you just forget it.
Thought you had a shitty ace and got lucky. I was getting ready to
Combo
bomb
draw
the river. I was like, man, he's got like ace 9 or ace 10. I was like, I'm about to bomb the river.
Safe? You had ace king or something?
I had ace jack. I figure a better ace was not out there. Or they're re-raising my 20.
Do you have like combo draw?
Not combo draw. I had the draw to the wheel.
Yeah, I was thinking like a wheel draw with the hearts.
Yeah, no, I didn't have hearts. Raising there. He has the ace, he's calling.
I didn't look.
He's calling.
Maybe that'll help. I started to, though.
Started to.
Check. I got a draw for a straight. He folded. I hadn't even looked at my cards. I told him I didn't look at them.
It'd be good if we were playing high-low.
Yeah. Good old high-low.
Just a couple more hands left here.
First games I was staked in was stud and stud high-low.
Yes.
So the first games I was staked in were stud and stud high-low.
Never played either.
That sounds juicy.
I prefer high-low over than just high on.
I mean, stud's such a great game because
Yeah.
you can really start to think about blockers and counting. You got, and the person who pays more attention is going to excel.
That is a good game. I wish I knew it better.
Queens now for imposter. Raises to 75.
Playing stud at all my grandpa's poker games.
Yeah, it's like pretty much like.
Gotta love when the hijack is under the gun due to straddles. J-Phil not afraid to
They
put
would,
all the
they buy
straddles
those
on.
500 packs of matches. You know, those big boxes of matches. They buy like 3 of those. Everything was 50 cents. Every match was 50 cents.
Queens are the overpair to 9 the overcards.
Just matches.
Yeah, that's the end of that
2
hand.
boxes of matches is a lot cheaper than poker chips. Works just the same.
Way too many cards I don't like.
And
Last
this
hand?
will be the last hand of the evening.
Oh, I almost am definitely not going to play, no matter almost what I have. Gotten stacked so many times. Kings versus
one of my green
aces,
chips.
bullshit like that. Last hand.
There we go.
I clawed myself back from 7K in the hole to only get kings versus aces.
The 6 is on, the 12 is on,
Brutal.
the 25 is on.
The one.
Just let me just.
Lame.
I mean, my hand was lame.
Get it in there, Nam. Suited king in late position. I'm pretty sure the charts are going to tell you to open that hand. Maybe like king 7 suited, king 8 suited, king 9 suited. Maybe not quite king 3 suited. And I'm also thinking about from a tournament perspective. So
Definitely not playing with the young man.
You weren't nearly involved as many pots as you were last time.
I think so. I don't know.
Is it that good?
Yeah, totally. 150.
Imposter. Raising to 150.
I can play this.
Has the best hand. Gets rewarded for putting the 25 on. And drags it.
A little bit of overbet.
No resistance.
Last hand, I won it.
picks a bit of dead money there.
Yes. Honestly, I kind of thought that was 50 for some reason, so I thought I was just tripping it. Thank you.
Yeah, look at there. HV here with the biggest chip count along with Stone Bandit. J-Phil coming in late as a reserve. About 70% VPIP. High VPIPs here on this 1-3 stream. Again, lower stake, you'll see that. Although actually across all our stakes here at Champions Poker Live, VPIPs are generally high.
Gotta love it. Gotta provide the action. And look at these action numbers. The pre-flop raise. Most players above 20%. And what matters most, we've got Stone Bandit, 3.5 winner, 2.6 for HV, 1.8 for Nam. The Imposter booking a small win for 400. Everybody else booking a losing session. Duke down 2.2, Tish down 1.3, nearly down 1,000. GA down 650 is Texas Road Dog, and J-Phil, small sample size, just down a couple hundred. Well, that will do it for us here at Champions Poker Live. Appreciate, again, everybody tuning in to this Frenzy Friday. Make sure to tune back in next week, Tuesday through Friday, for Champions Club in Houston, Texas. This is Kyle Miller, joined by Ed Batinga in booth, signing out. Everybody have a great weekend. Good luck at the tables. We'll see you later.
Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck